economics perspective on the economics of adaptation in the context of sea level rise for coastal cities.
Intrinsically be adopted and be taken care of. Only then we can have a complete decision support system for addressing these issues.
And in each country we try to see how we can cooperate to strengthen the implementation of the Paris Agreement.
There are many places which do not have 24 hours water supply like Mumbai has.
Roads which are being planned are having a grid system on the lines of Manhattan. There also the stormwater drains which are being planned are in such a way that the flooding can be avoided.
We have our own, we try to self-sustainable. Like we have NDRF, we have National Disaster Response Force, 3 teams available in Mumbai. But we thought 3 teams are not sufficient for Mumbai. And therefore we have our own security force. We have imparted them a specialized training in CBRN and CSSR.
Similarly, we have permeable resins around the trees so that it allows the tree to tree.
Separate planning for water and different planning for sewerage, and the third planning for stormwater, and overall planning for the city requires integration.
First being ecosystems and the second being communities.
Vector-related diseases, that is malaria and dengue, we need to have people's participation here.
Thus, in climate change as well as health, prevention can conserve our wealth. Prevention is much better than cure, so learn it now or then endure the endless pain and aggravation of the heavy cost of adaptation. Thank you.
This landmark event on climate crisis, action for tropical
Check, check, check. Hi, Leo. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Can you speak from the mic? What's his name? Roshan. Hi, Roshan. Check, check. Can you please speak something? Check. Hi, Roshan. Check.
Check. Hey, 1, 2.
Copy that.
Leo. Leon. Check. Hey, 1, 2. Okay.
La noche nos envuelve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se muere. La noche no se muere. La noche no se muere. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.
gentlemen, on behalf of Mumbai First, I welcome all of you. We will be starting very shortly. I thank you all for your punctuality. Thank you for joining us on time. Since we have a few minutes before we start, I'm just going to complete some of our hygiene announcements. Humble request to all the delegates and the speakers to keep their phones on silent so that we can have a disturbance-free session. Also, all of you all have been given an accreditation. So those who have a red tag on the accreditation, I'm going to request you all to occupy the seats in the second row. Also, please ensure that you carry your accreditation, you retain it till the end of the day. Just, you need it in order to enter and exit the conference. So please ensure that till you leave the conference, you have it on you at all times. Also, please ensure that you have your delegate kit. So there's a specific delegate kit for each and every one of you. So please ensure that if you've not completed your registration process, please ensure you do that. You will be given your accreditation and the delegate kit at that point of time. And of course, while we are waiting, tea and coffee is being served, so I'm going to request you all to please help yourselves. We have a very interesting day ahead of us. I'm Pooja, I'm going to be your host for the day. All right, thank you very much.
La noche no se muere.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have attended the first day of the conference, but there are some delegates who have joined us today for the first time. So just to summarize what happened yesterday and what was spoken by all the speakers who joined us yesterday, I'm going to welcome on stage Executive Board Member Mumbai First, Mr. Sanjay Obale. He's just going to shed some light on the various topics that were discussed.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to Mr. Godrej and all the delegates for the morning session. Yesterday we had very, very rich participation from policy makers, city planners, city managers, researchers, people from the private sector, and the kind of discussion that we had yesterday was extremely rich, and there are a lot of recommendations that we are likely to take forward by the end of today's session. But I just wanted to give a few highlights for those who are present here today to just warm up the morning and get the thinking hat on so that the deliberations of the day can enrich this even further. What we'll do as we go along is also add to the recommendations that come forward as a result of today's deliberations, and then add that in the last session. And we're probably going to either, hopefully, if the Chief Minister is there, we'll present to the Chief Minister, but otherwise we're going to send a list of such recommendations to the Chief Minister and the government in the subsequent days. But the key themes that emerged yesterday in our discussions was that the first was that the environment versus development discourse that ruled our thinking for a very long time. And a lot of developing countries said that the cost of creating environment resilience is too high for a developing country like theirs. And therefore that the burden of that should be now carried by the developed countries and not so much by the developing countries. So that debate is now over. So it's not, that was the key, one of the key messages that came forward, that the development versus environment debate is over. Now it's about environment versus survival. So in case we are not able to address this issue of environment and climate change, then we are also talking about survival. Forget about the economies, whether the economies prosper or not, but the survival of the planet itself is going to be at risk. So, so moving away from this traditional debate of development versus environment is now over. We need to start acting now. So that was one of the first thoughts that came up. The second one was the coastal cities like Mumbai, and there are several coastal megacities, which constitute a very large percentage of the population, of the global population, and probably even a larger percentage of the global GDP, are at risk. So, so that risk itself is going to step up a lot of action on the part of these city governments and the global governments in taking actions. So, but the good news, the underlying message also was that the good news is that some of these global cities also have the capability to find solutions to these problems. And therefore, while we look at these cities as a future hotspot, we're also seeing as these places to become the hopes for the future solutions for the globe. So that's the second theme that emerged in the conference yesterday. The third one was that while it is a much bigger problem, there's something in the economics jargon, it's called the externalities, that whatever you do individually is not really something that's enough. The needs, the resources, the efforts required are much too large for any individual to make a difference. And therefore, an individual might not be able to contribute to this entire agenda. So that concept also is wrong. That was discussed yesterday, and it was rejected. That no individual can take concerted action is not true. Every individual can make a huge difference, because every individual, if they can make even an incremental difference, collectively the kind of impact that it's going to make on the city's environment and the global environment is going to be massive. And therefore, this was a call for action for every citizen to change the way they do their day-to-day things and conduct their day-to-day affairs, to see that they make an incremental difference for the climate change, and the entire agenda of mitigating the impact of climate change can be addressed even through individual action. So, calling for individual action, just as we talk about global action on the part of governments and multilateral agencies and several other non-state actors, is something that was very strongly urged in the conference yesterday. The private sector is looking at this as an opportunity, because just as the private sector itself is at the receiving end of global warming and environmental degradation, the climate change is setting a new agenda for the private sector. And the private sector will now have to start looking at its own processes in its own products and the way it does businesses, to see that it's able to survive. So the risk to the private sector is not taking this environmental agenda as a part of its business plan itself and see that they become future ready in going forward. But the main theme for the private sector is going to be how they profit out of it. The theme that emerged yesterday was that private sector may not necessarily do it because it's a larger global agenda, but why it benefits them in terms of driving their own future growth is something that's going to drive their agenda. Countries such as Netherlands, Singapore have already started doing this work several years ago. Yesterday there was a presentation from the Singapore Consul General, and he said that for the last 25 years the government of Singapore has been preparing for the impact of climate change. And they are now making their own country, because it's an island city. They're trying to make their country future-proof, and they've done several things which he talked about yesterday. But Netherlands, even before that, about 60 to 70 years ago, they made, and he mentioned the numbers as well, that almost about $5 billion at that time, almost about 60 years ago, were invested in that country's infrastructure to see that it gets protected from its imminent effect of sea. And that time we were not even talking about climate change, because as you know, that 2/3 of Netherlands already lies below the mean sea level. So what they have experienced 60 years back is what we're going to experience in the future. So they have developed technologies, they have developed experiences. And what now they're doing is exporting this know-how and learning from their past mistakes, so that we are not really required to spend another 60 years to learn from that. We have the experience of Netherlands to take our own agenda forward. And they have been collaborating with several other countries. We had some of the other participants as well, like Indonesia, which talked about how they are collaborating with the governments and the private sector actors from Netherlands, and improving their own readiness as far as climate change is concerned. Multilateral agencies, and we had Mr. Ashok Lavasa, who was present here yesterday. He talked about how the entire lending community, the multilateral and bilateral lenders, are now putting environment and the environmental resilience very central to their theme in terms of how they lend, how they participate through equity in most of the enterprises. So again, for even the multilateral and bilateral agencies, environment has become a central theme as far as their investments are concerned. The other things that we talked about, and we had the participation also from the minister who's in charge of environment in the government of Maharashtra, and he said that climate change is already underway. There are targets which have been set that will become, that the country will become carbon neutral, the globe will become carbon neutral by 2050. We talked about 1.5 degrees and the impact it's going to have on sea level rise. All that is now, it's much too further away. And the action, the time to take action is right now. And this was a call which was given by the minister. And I was quite surprised, and we were all quite pleasantly surprised, that the minister gave this call. Generally, we know that the political leaders are very good at paying lip service to environment, but we were actually pleasantly surprised that the minister was not only, he was much more, I think, forthcoming with his ideas about what needs to be done. And it's really very heartening to know that politically now the discourse has moved away, not just from their own political survival and what they need to get out of it, to what actually the city needs, what the country needs. So that was a big theme that came from the minister. He also said that climate change does not respect boundaries, which means that not only the cities, but the state and the country needs to look at climate change as something which is vitally important for our future. And therefore we need to now go beyond boundaries and look at the country as a whole. And he suggested certain measures, which I'll come to a bit later. We also had participation from the Secretary of Environment, Manisha Maiskar, she was there. And she said that, that they have the Ministry of the Department of Environment. But she said the job of managing or mitigating the aspects of environment are actually done by several other departments and not hers. And she also gave a call to several other departments of her own government to see that they collectively act together and work as a team to see that we're able to mitigate the impact of environment. Also, I think some of the other participants who joined us, they said that that Maharashtra is actually emerging as one of the leaders in environmental mitigation. So, and thanks to, I think, the political leadership, which won an award and accolades in the Glasgow summit, it was a testimony to the fact that government of Maharashtra has been leading the effort in mitigating the impact of environment. The last point I wanted to make in terms of what we discussed yesterday was something that came up from Rajat Gupta from McKinsey, and he said that that every 1 rupee that we invest is going to have a potential saving of 6 rupees. That means if you invest 1 rupee in infrastructure, which is going to reduce the impact of climate change, they were looking at a 6 rupee savings as a result of it. So there's a huge economic payoff as a result of investment in infrastructure and environment resilience. I'll just talk about the 5 quick recommendations that came up, and I'm going to request everyone here that in case I've missed out any, please approach me or our team to add to that, because these are not the recommendations that we're just going to take lightly, and we're not going to sit on them. We're going to pursue with the governments to see that they're acted upon. One was, and today the press has already talked about it, there is single planning authority for Mumbai, which should be headed by a political leader, mostly the elected mayor. So that is what was recommended by the minister himself. And this stems from the fact that he said that environment does not respect boundaries. And therefore, if there are 16 agencies working in Mumbai, those boundaries need to dissolve, and there should be one single planning authority which should be able to act in coordination with all these agencies to take our agenda forward. The second one was suggest a national level coordinating authority, the way the GST Council is, which has harmonized the GST rates throughout the country, and similar kind of authority. And he actually said that the finance minister in the days to come will actually be somebody who's environmentally aware, because the financial payoffs and the economic payoffs are going to be so huge that every finance minister is going to look at environment as a key theme. And therefore, he suggested that on the lines of the GST Council, we should also set up another council, which is an environmental council, which should be able to get all the state and non-state actors and all the states across the country to come on the same platform and have a concerted action plan. The current and future investment projects should be evaluated from the environmental resilience point. And in that context, one of the recommendations that we're going to make is all the mega infrastructure that have already happened in the city of Mumbai and are all in the process of happening, are planned in the days to come, should be audited from the point of view of how resilient they are to infrastructure and what needs to be incorporated into that infrastructure to make them resilient. So that's the other third recommendation that we're going to make. There was a point that was made by the Bombay Environmental Group, and that was an important point that she made, was that new urbanism is something that needs to be pursued, rather than having huge expenditure on infrastructure, which is a trunk infrastructure, say from here to Daisar. The amount of money that you will end up spending is going to be huge. So creating viable urban centers, which is essentially the concept of new urbanism, should be promoted to see that the need for huge investment in infrastructure, which is by itself may not necessarily be environment friendly, needs to be adopted. And she mentioned about Vasai Virar and some of the other cities, agglomerations becoming the new centers of growth in the days to come. The fifth point that we talked about was the city wards, the city localities could become the centers where the action should happen, where the action from the citizens will find expression in what is done in those locations. And what was recommended out there, is it possible for us to make specific locations carbon neutral? And it means that, is it possible for them to reduce the consumption of power, the consumption of water? Is it possible for them to start looking after gardens to see that the water runoffs into the sea can get reduced? And how those can get incentivized? And in that context, is there a way by which we can revive the earlier ALM movement that used to be a very pronounced and very powerful at one point of time, got into disuse because of various reasons? How is it possible for us to revive the ALM movement again, to get the citizen action going and get every individual to contribute to the cause of climate change? Is something that emerged. So these are the 5 key recommendations that we're going to be taking forward. I know that I've missed out on several recommendations. I'm going to urge the speakers and those who've been taking down notes to add to these recommendations. The idea here was to just to tell Mr. Godrej and the speakers of the morning session to appraise them as to what all happened yesterday and get the ball rolling for this morning. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I hand you back over to the compere for this session.
Thank you, sir. Now that we've got a full house, it's officially time for us to begin. Let me start by wishing all of you all a very, very good morning. Everybody's awake. Hope all of you all have had your coffees and teas. Okay, on behalf of Mumbai First, I welcome all of you. This is the International Conference on Climate Crisis 2.0. I had said this yesterday. This is our 2nd edition. The core theme of this conference deals with mobilizing finances for coastal cities. I'm going to repeat something which I had said yesterday, that of all the terrains, the geographical terrains on the planet, the most susceptible and vulnerable to climate crisis today, literally it is crisis because it is a SOS situation for coastal cities. And of course, to implement any measures that are going to be able to cut these effects of environmental degradation that have taken place, finances are a must. Right? Everybody, you will agree, we've had some eminent speakers who joined us yesterday from across the globe. There were academicians, there were government bodies that joined us here yesterday, and they've shared instances of how climate change has affected their respective coastlines, their respective cities, and the measures that they are adopting right now to curb the situation. As I start, I'm going to just touch up on a few points which we picked up from yesterday. Most importantly, a lot of speakers have emphasized on the need for nature-based solutions. This occasion was also graced by Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Tourism and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Aditya Thackeray. He has proposed single-point accountability. So that was something which was reiterated by the Chairman of Mumbai First, Mr. Narendra Nair. Single point accountability is also something which Mumbai First itself has been advocating for the longest time. Ladies and gentlemen, today's sessions are going to, like I said earlier, are going to be targeted towards how finances, which are a very important aspect of any initiative, ultimately, how finances can be mobilized for the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, which was recently launched by the BMC. So on that note, just before I begin, I'm also going to take a moment to thank our sponsors and collaborators, because without their support, without their contribution, an event of this sort was not possible. So just before we begin, I'm going to express our gratitude to our collaborators, Government of Maharashtra, MCGM, European Union, Climate Action Plan, Maji Vasundhara, Consulate General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, McKinsey India. I'm also going to thank our sponsors, Tata & Sons Private Limited, JSW Foundation, Concast India, the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, Blue Dart, Godrej, Kotak Asset Management Company, All Cargo Logistics, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Mahindra Holidays, HSBC, MMR Environmental Improvement Society by MMRDA, ICCSA. And there's a particular individual we would like to thank for their token of support, Ms. Zareen Manchanda. So ladies and gentlemen, now that the formalities are out of the way, it gives me great pleasure in informing all of you all that this occasion is being graced by ace businessman and somebody who loves the environment. He is an environment conservationist, the one and only Mr. Nadir Godrej, Managing Director, Godrej Industries Limited. We are very lucky to have you, sir. I'm sure everybody sitting here is amply aware of the mangroves at Godrej Properties. Yeah, he's set an example. He's given us something that all of us should aspire towards. And to formally welcome Sir on stage and to introduce Sir, I request Vice Chairman Mumbai First, Mr. Roger Pereira, to please join me on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. You know, a lot of references have been made. Rajat Gupta started it yesterday to the reference of Singapore having started it 25 years ago. I had the fortune and pleasure of being part of that original campaign. I just want to share with you the way the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, the late and venerable Prime Minister of Singapore, articulated it when he briefed us. It was very simple. He said, Roger, Singapore is known as a duty-free port today. I want Singapore to be a city in a park. This was 25 years ago. So you can imagine the vision of the Prime Minister of Singapore 25 years ago, and that's what, as Rajat mentioned yesterday, they've done a lot since then, and they still have a lot to do. As you know, Mumbai First brings business and government together for the benefit of the people of Mumbai. And then when we say Mumbai, we mean the entire MMR. Yesterday we had government, and we had a lot of climate experts, and today we have again a lot of climate experts, but today we also have business. I remember when I first requested Nadir to be part of this, and he was going to be traveling. And I said, how can we have this climate conference without Nadir Godrej? He was our star last time, 2 years ago, just before we did the pandemic. And Godrej, as we all know, is a pioneer in the green movement. And in every which way, and Nadir will tell you himself. But very quickly to brief you, he is the Chairman and Managing Director at Godrej Industries Limited and the Chairman at Godrej Agrovet Limited. He holds a Master of Science degree in Chemical Engineering from Stanford University and an MBA from Harvard Business School. Godrej, as I mentioned, is a pioneer in the green movement. And they've done it despite having been in the business of chemicals, and Nadir will tell you more about that. But Nadir himself is deeply committed to the good and green strategies and achievement of set targets for the Godrej Group. He encourages and supports a shared vision value for all programs of good and green. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Nadir Godrej.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Roger. I think I'll start on a lighter note. I would like to wish everyone a very happy Friday the 13th. If you were to examine and probe a Paris Kevy Decker triophobe, you'd find a person who takes his luck, not one who courageously makes his luck. But how do you learn to do this well? Is there an elixir, potion, or spell? I foraged and found a recipe. Take a generous dollop of diligence, then sprinkle it with intelligence. Put a topping of compassion above and bake it all with the warmth of love. And when you hear the clarion call, serve a good portion to one and all. All that you make with compassion and care, not for yourself, but to widely share, will surely bring you bounteous luck. In superstition, don't be stuck. I assure you, nothing at all will be lost. But just in case, keep fingers crossed. And now, on a more serious note, it is no longer climate change within a tolerable range. A crisis is what it's about, with fires, floods, as well as drought. Every week, a constant blast, far worse than seen in the past. If we must, we will adapt. Prevention, though, would be more apt. There is a cost to adaptation. It's rising fast in every nation, as well as for the world at large, and this will be a heavy charge. In fact, we should by now conclude prevention would be really shrewd. It actually would cost much less. Indeed, avoid a lot of stress. Collective action is what's needed. To some extent, we have succeeded. But all the same, it's very tough, as we haven't done enough. We'll need financing for mitigation, as well as for adaptation. While that would be very nice, alas, it really won't suffice. We really can't afford to wait, as we risk being too late. Technology provides the way. There's something new every day, but financing is what we need for new technology to succeed. We need emissions elimination, as well as carbon sequestration, stored underground or in stone, or else more trees can be grown. At first it seems like a pain, but there is much to gain. And I will put you in the loop with the experience of our group. Many benefits can be seen in our program Good and Green. And so without partiality, our goal for all's neutrality, whether water, carbon, or solid waste, by 2020, we would make haste to make our net emission zero. Did that make the group a hero? In 2010, the goal looked tall, but we took a reasoned call. Technology would save the day, and mostly it turned out that way. As technology took a leap, green energy got very cheap. Keen observers quickly saw that solar also tracks Moore's law. Whether it's bamboo or bagasse, India's full of biomass. At first we thought we'd have to spend, but that's not true, for in the end, the more we thought and the more we slaved, we did invest, but we also saved. And solar is still getting cheaper. And as we do start digging deeper, in India, it will hit the goal of being cheaper than even coal in a handful of years. Already we and our peers are sourcing solar electricity at lower rates than from the utility. Our emissions are on a downward trend. All our teams I do commend. Efficiency has been the key. With it, we are bound to see both lower emissions and lower cost. Without a trade-off, nothing's lost. Do not believe in either or. Our hearts and minds demand much more. We know that we can sustain, not at a loss, but with a gain. There are many paths that we can see for achieving carbon neutrality, but the cheapest way is certainly through energy efficiency. Real interest rates are rather low and high returns quickly flow from any energy-saving device. For business, this is very nice. Not only are returns quite brisk, there's also very little risk. In India, mandated CSR can help us go very far. Multiple benefits is what one sees with water projects or growing trees. Good livelihoods are created, our carbon emissions are abated, trees planted at a river source maintain the flow throughout its course. So many benefits we can see: the preservation of biodiversity, different species can be tried, useful products can be supplied like biomass or edible fruits, and yet the trunk and the roots can sequester carbon, clean the air, a win-win that is very fair. If annual crops on a farm are replaced by the oil palm, 2 vegetable oils can be supplied. Biomass we can provide. Carbon capture is a gain, and the tree attracts the rain. So while we decarbonize, why not also monetize? So never fall for either or. Our hearts and minds demand much more. Neutrality can come with ease. Some may think that I'm at ease. All companies are not yet sold. For some it's tough, or so I'm told. Energy-intensive groups would say it's tougher then for them to play. If you can turn all waste to gold, and if you can be very bold with inventing technology, any industry can see eventual neutrality. And there is so much more to gain if it's across the entire chain. Climate finance we would need if we are to succeed, both to alleviate and mitigate. But to my mind, it would be great if everyone's a real hero and strives to get right to net zero. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have Mr. Godrej for our conferences. His words have always been very, very delightful. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time off and joining us here today. We would like to present a token of our appreciation. I request Mr. Narinder Nayal to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Godrej. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. I'm going to request you all to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Ms. Vandana Chavan, who's going to be joining us online. So this is going to be a video conference, and she has a special address, a special message for all of you. Can we loop in the conference, please?
Good morning. The console 3 to me says you can speak, so I start right away. In the background of the hard-hitting and haunting headlines predicting Mumbai getting submerged in water by 2050 due to rise in sea levels, this second international conference on climate change targeting coastal cities comes as a ray of hope, giving a feeling of great assurance that collecting wisdom is at play, based on which we will certainly be able to face the challenge with earnest efforts. At the outset, therefore, let me congratulate Mumbai First for the initiative and the support lent by the government of Maharashtra, particularly our young Environment Minister, Mr. Aditya Thackeray, for his initiative, the European Union, Consulate of Netherlands, and all other partners, McKinsey as the knowledge partners for this great initiative. In the light of recently released Mumbai Climate Action Plan, which outlines targets and pathways to build a climate resilient city, it is most apt that this conference is happening in Mumbai. This, according to me, is a historical occasion that cities similarly placed get together, deliberate on problems and challenges that they face, inform and share experiences, build consensus on climate policies and government initiatives, explore opportunities for financing and address roadblocks for the sector. Earlier, when we spoke of climate change, it used to be restricted to something happening at the North and South Pole. Melting glaciers, polar bears getting displaced, penguins not having enough krills to feed on, their habitat being destroyed, and now we hear of glaciers melting faster than scientists ever predicted. Today, every part of the world is hit by some or the other climate event. In our country itself, in the past few years, we have experienced heat waves, desertification, cloudbursts, torrential rains, storms, cyclones like never before, resulting in either drying up of rivers and water bodies or massive flooding on the other side. Loss of crop due to either a dry spell or then on the other side due to torrential rains at the time of harvest when the standing crop is seen to be absolutely gone horizontal. Forest fires, disease, extinction of species, displacements, etc., etc. One of the major impacts that our country faces is sea level rise. India's coastal cities and towns have enormous socio-economic importance and are extremely critical in many ways. Major cities along the coastline like Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, Visakhapatnam are not only large and dense but are major centers of growth. They are hubs of critical infrastructure and assets that contribute to the nation's wealth and economy. Our 7,500 odd kilometer long coastline with 260 million people living in low-lying areas within 50 kilometers of the seacoast has become extremely vulnerable to multiple risks related to climate change. Intense and more than ever frequent cyclones, severe floods are causing massive devastation to the country's coastal states. Early warning systems and disaster preparedness have been working efficiently in many states, because of which many lives have been saved. However, returning to normalcy and rebuilding damaged infrastructure remains still a big challenge, and needless to say, a great cost to the exchequer. For us, the first major warning bell came with the deluge in Mumbai on 26 July 2005. Maybe there were some climate incidents even before that, but they were not so visible or not identified by the people. This took lives of more than 500 people and affected property worth rupees 2,000 crores and more, with more than 900 millimeters of precipitation in just 24 hours. Now it is headlines like 80% of Nariman Point, Mantralaya areas will be submerged by 2050 due to sea level rise. That causes great concern about the future of the financial capital of our country. The IPCC report predicts Mumbai will be worst hit amongst all the Indian metros. It predicts that with the highest increase of total annual rainfall among Indian metropolitan cities in the 21st century. Secondly, about the temperature, it says that it will suffer from high mean temperatures. In worst possible emission scenario, Mumbai may have 4.6 degrees centigrade rise in mean temperature during current century compared to the pre-industrial period. We all here in this audience know that we have to hold it at 1.5 degrees centigrade. The sea level rise at Mumbai coast is likely to experience a 60 centimeters rise by the end of the century compared to the 1995-2014 benchmarks under the worst emission scenario. While the rise is likely to be 40 centimeters, even that is substantial under the best possible emission scenario. The latest report of the IPCC 2022 paints a further troubled picture. It predicts much more severe impacts if we fail to halve greenhouse emissions this decade. It is obvious that the time is ticking. We are aware that mitigation and adaptations are two strategies for addressing climate change. Mitigation, as we all know, is an intervention to reduce the emission sources or enhance the sinks of the greenhouse gases. Adaptation, as IPCC defines it, an adjustment in natural or human systems in response to actual or expected climatic stimuli or their effects, which moderates harm or exploits beneficial opportunities. Both mitigation and adaptation approaches are required to be adopted. At this juncture, we need to ask ourselves whether are our cities really equipped enough I'm not a financial person, so basically I am not the right person to be speaking about finances. But with my experience of 15 years at the Pune Municipal Corporation as an elected representative and the mayor of the city of Pune, my experience shows me that we are really not equipped enough, knowledge and sensitive wise, to handle the SOS situation that we are facing today. We are no doubt very good in our response to calamities and firefighting efforts, but as far as in-depth knowledge of climate change, mitigation and adaptation goes, there remains much to be done. And therefore, my experience tells me that even at the administration level or the elected representative levels or the citizens level, we have to put our home into order. That is something that we need to do if we are really serious about addressing climate change and the action plans. I have put down some points as to what is it that we need to do out of my experience. First is capacity building and sensitization program for municipal officers. Except for the very senior officers of the municipal corporations, our municipal officers who handle infrastructure, building permissions, transportation, mobility, water and drainage departments, building permissions and conservancy departments, and for that matter, even the environment department itself need to be equipped with what the IPCC mandates or tells us or predicts. What is the lens that should be used while ideating or proposing, planning and executing any and every developmental activity for the city? Some age-old practices that now appear mindless will have to be stopped or weighed with utmost scrutiny. Rules need to be changed wherever required. What comes to my mind immediately when I say this is the issue of mindless cutting of trees and destruction of mangroves for big-time projects in Mumbai itself. Thankfully stopped by our Honorable Chief Minister. Some practices allowed by the DC rules, I don't know what it is in Mumbai, but in Pune, there is a rule where we allow the developer to excavate the earth to allow space for parking under the ground. Now this cuts into precious aquifers, which is a matter of great concern, and therefore even if the rule allows it, we will have to rethink and reconsider and not allow this kind of rule to exist any further. The need of the day is climate resilient infrastructure. This can happen only with a good understanding of sustainable practices. And therefore I say that it is absolutely the need of the day that the administration is sensitized and knowledge inputs regarding the predictions and how one needs to look into these issues needs to be taken up with right earnest. I have another example from the city of Pune. Pune was selected for the Smart City project. A part of it was identified to be developed as Smart City. We had a lot of open spaces, which are called the amenity spaces. Unfortunately, one fine day when there was inauguration of the amenity spaces and we went there, we got to see that all these spaces were totally cemented. And that is what they call as amenity space and gardens and parks. Now, this is not what is expected. 2 years back when we had torrential rains in Pune, this very part of Pune was flooded to such an extent that people had to get out of their houses and helped in little boats. Hospitals, the first floor of several hospitals were underwater. Patients had to be shifted out. So if this is the kind of perception of development, I think that has to change. And therefore, we have to come with concrete guidelines and norms as to how open spaces need to be developed. And it is a non-negotiable. You can't plug it with cement. Even time has come to decide whether we want flyovers in our city or rather we use that same money in bettering our public transportation system. These are things which have to be worked on. We know that buildings are the highest energy guzzlers. Mumbai, Pune, of course, Mumbai has very high-rise buildings. Pune not so much, but we are seeing those high-rise buildings even here. These are guzzlers of energy. Yes, we are talking about green buildings, but are we doing enough? That is a question that we have to ask ourselves. And therefore, promoting energy efficient buildings is something which is the need of the day. I have seen in foreign countries, I mean, when you want to buy property in India, one normally sees which is the area, how beautiful the surroundings are, how well the building has been constructed, who is the developer. But we never ask what kind of energy efficiency is going to be my flat. Never ever. What is going to be my electricity bill? Never ever. So this is something that we need to work on. There needs to be a total paradigm change as to when we consider our buildings in the cities. Scientific handling of solid waste in the cities is absolutely non-negotiable again. Unfortunately, we are handling our solid waste, but not in the scientific manner. And therefore, though landfills have been banned, we still see them happening. Respecting natural features like hills, water bodies, even small streams formed during rains have to be respected. I have seen an example in Pune itself where the developer totally reclaimed that entire land and used it in his construction. And when the rains came, the torrential rains came, the water just broke down that wall and got into the building because it did not respect what the developer had done. So these are some things which are non-negotiable, and we have to make sure that nature is respected, biodiversity is respected in every city. The second point I wish to make is capacity building of elected representatives. I still remember that after the 73rd, 74th Amendment, when we women entered politics in such big numbers, 33% reservation, that time the government makes special budgetary provisions to build our capacities to understand how to work at the municipal corporation. Why don't we do it for climate change mitigation, adaptation, capacity building programs? I think it is time that all the elected representatives have to be given these inputs, have to be sensitized as to what is climate change, what is it that the IPCC talks about, and what are the steps that we need to take in the near future. So these are a few things that we need to do on the front of elected representatives. There are a lot of projects that elected representatives take up with very good intentions. However, a jogging track in a riverbed to please some citizens in that area is not just allowed. And therefore, they have to understand that that is not the place where you need to have a jogging track. A children's park or tracks in a forest is something that just cannot be allowed. And these are all instances I'm saying because I have myself experienced that these are projects put up by the municipal corporators with very, very honest intentions, good intentions, but absolutely are against the environmental cause. Third point I would like to highlight is awareness amongst citizens. We expect people's participation. They need to participate in this whole action plan on climate change. It's not just the government or the private sector which needs to make efforts to bring down our carbon footprint. It's even these citizens who have to be part of it. A lot of citizens want to do something but really don't know how to go about it. And therefore forming areas about sensitizing them or meeting several groups and sensitizing them, giving them inputs as to what is climate change, how do we need to deal about it is also important. Again, two small examples I would like to cite here. In Pune again, we were broadening the footpaths and putting a BRT lane, and obviously the motorable way for private vehicles reduced. There was a big hue and cry about this, that this cannot be done and should not be done. But there were only few people like us in the municipal corporation who reached out to the citizens, who reached out to some of our colleagues who are corporators to tell them that this is the way. It's whether the chicken first or the egg first. So basically you have to reduce your motorable way and give more way to pedestrians and non-motorized transport, cycle tracks, and also for the public transport, and therefore the BRT park is very, very important. So this is something that we need to build in, sensitize the students and create awareness amongst them. The fourth thing is engage with private sector. Climate change is threatening business. Some have already taken steps to address their challenges and realize that is actually benefiting them financially. So also helps them in building their brand image. Tapping CSR, CER funds, especially for implementing adaptation measures, requires attention, and therefore it is learned that out of the different climate funds, a study shows that only 4 to 7% goes for adaptation measures. This has to increase manyfold, and this is also stressed by the recent report of the IPCC. Therefore, we need to map and strategize and draw plans to make sure that private sector, we build credibility amongst the private sector to put in the money in those projects. Fifth is building partnerships. If we have to do that, we have to build confidence amongst citizens. People's participation, transparency is foremost, and therefore we have to work in that direction. The sixth point I wish to make is climate action plans. We have the National Action Plan for Climate Change, the NAPCC. We have a SAPCC. Districts have been mandated to do action plans for climate change. Cities, some of them have come forward to make their action plans. However, every city, there has to be involvement of stakeholders from different fields: academia, urban planners, researchers, public policy experts, climate experts. Until this doesn't come as a policy or a mandate from, say, the state government or the central government, probably this action plan will only remain in the document and will not be implemented in right terms. My second but last point is building an institutional framework. Till you don't have a multi-stakeholder approach to this entire problem, I think it is very difficult to address it. However, as the Honorable Environment Minister has suggested, we need a one-point council which will ensure accountability and action. And I think that is absolutely the need of the day, because I myself realize that we go to the Municipal Commissioner with several demands. He has so much work on his hand that the issues regarding adaptation or mitigation of climate change measures get sidetracked. And therefore, there is absolutely a need for such a council. As far as finance is concerned, after the GST came into existence, municipal corporations are still doing a balancing act as they wait for their share of money to come from the state or central governments. And therefore, there is a need that innovative practices in raising funds should be shared with the municipal.
We apologize for the sudden disruption. However, we're going to express our gratitude to Ms. Chavan for her address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into our next panel discussion, which is on the topic of regulatory and institutional framework to mobilize climate finance for coastal cities, improving the conduciveness of policies for climate-compatible investments. Let me introduce all of you to our speakers. We have with us CEO, India Climate Collaborative, Ms. Shloka Nath. I'm going to request ma'am to join us on stage. I also request the audience to kindly put their hands together for our speakers. Joining the panel is Chief Advisor, India Environmental Defence Fund, Mr. Hisham Mundol. I also welcome on stage Co-Founder and Managing Director, C Kinetics Limited, Mr. Upendra Bhatt. Joining us virtually for this session is India Director, Climate Policy Initiative, Mr. Dhrupa Purkayastha. We are also going to be witnessing a video recorded message by the Executive Director of Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, Mr. Amarjeet Singh. This session is going to be moderated by Associate Partner, McKinsey India, Mr. Divi Malik. Please welcome our panel members. Over to you.
Thank you everyone for joining in, and I'm pleasured to be moderating such an esteemed set of panelists. Without much ado, I'll just directly hand it over to our panelists. In terms of process, we'd like to hear some starting thoughts from you guys. Let's try to keep it brief, and then we can go into the discussion. And hopefully, if time permitting, we can also go to the audience for any questions. Yeah, I'll start with you, Shloka.
I knew you'd start with me. I can go to the podium if that's possible.
Hi everyone, and thank you to the Mumbai First team for inviting me to speak today. It's really an honor to be here with all of you. For those of you who don't know much about the ICC, the India Climate Collaborative is really an organization that aims to identify critical sectors that need investment. We look to drive funding towards climate solutions here in India. And we also look to work with philanthropists as well as civil society organizations to engage more effectively with climate action. So through this work, we really seek to bring more funding into the climate space. We look to enable that funding to be used more effectively. And we hope to support businesses and communities move towards a greener, more equitable and climate resilient future. So I really want to start by commending the Mumbai First team here today for holding this very critical discussion on climate finance, especially in the context of increasing resilience in coastal cities. So while climate finance is often bundled into one homogeneous group, there are in fact many layers and nuances to it, as many as there are climate issues. So for every sector and every challenge, we do require a different form of capital to address it. And while many of the mitigation actions, whether it's renewable energy or sustainable mobility, they are moving towards having a definitive business case, they can attract, more commercial capital. Other climate solutions are yet to receive the funding that they actually require. So to give you a good example, in the absence of a clear pricing around climate risk, many actions around building resilience are and continue to be funded by grant capital. Coastal cities specifically, Mumbai of course is a great example, lie at the forefront of climate disasters, and they are likely to need a substantial amount of catalytic as well as soft support. So the ICC has, and we continue to maintain, that there is an increased need for domestic donors to come forward to start funding climate action here in India. We have, of course, the likes of Mr. Godrej here, who's been leading this movement for many, many years, but we do need more such incredible philanthropists. So currently, less than 2% of global giving, just to give you a sense of sort of what the gap is, less than 2% of global giving goes towards climate action. And this number is likely to be far lower in India. While many donors in India have embarked on their climate funding journey, they are more comfortable investing in climate adjacent areas. So, Indian foundations, CSR organizations actually engage very deeply with climate aligned sectors. You've got agriculture, water, livelihoods, just to name a few, but they don't actually always apply that very necessary climate lens. And what we found is that while donors are interested, they actually lack access to quality opportunities, as well as the requisite climate knowledge that they need. What should we fund? What do good climate solutions actually look like? Those are massive entry barriers. So this actually results in funding, of course, being directed to less impactful solutions. And it's also concentrated amongst a few geographies and actors across India. Simultaneously, we've also seen India's corporates, really ramp up their commitments to climate action. Even amongst CSR, we are seeing an increased urgency in funding towards climate. So the parent companies of 41 of the top 50 private CSRs have committed to climate initiatives, as have companies from high emission sectors such as manufacturing, power, chemicals. As of 2019, the country has the 5th largest number of corporates committed to the Science Based Targets initiative to reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally. And these commitments are also translating into their CSR strategies. According to our analysis, the ICC's analysis of the top 10 private CSRs here in India, spending on climate adjacent sectors has actually grown faster than other sectors since 2014-2015. So it's clear that the funding ecosystem is right, but there is need to not only unlock this capital, but also direct it strategically towards impactful and scalable climate solutions to really catalyze the Indian climate ecosystem. So the future presents a challenge. We're really looking for India's leaders to rise to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nath. Some insights, very hard-hitting, like less than 2% of grants going to climate financing and likely much lower in India. Would like to dive a bit deeper into that when we go to the discussion. Let me then also invite Mr. Hisham for his starting thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. One of the things that Shloka didn't say is, in her role, I thought we were going to sit and talk, but she stood and talked, and when Shloka stands, the rest of the Indian climate community follows suit. So my name is Hisham. I'm with the Environmental Defense Fund. We're a not-for-profit, and our mission in India is to support governments, the private sector, civil society, for a uniquely Indian pathway to shared sustainable prosperity. I think there's lots of signs that this pathway is being constructed in India. I want to particularly compliment Mumbai first and what is happening in Maharashtra. There is something happening on climate change in Maharashtra that the rest of the country, and indeed I dare say much of the world, is looking at. At a very basic level, Maharashtra seems to be looking at climate change and saying this is that big green growth opportunity, and it's awesome seeing that from outside the city. So compliments to everyone in the city. We look at coastal cities from a basics perspective. There's a risk. There's a sea level rise risk. There's also a constraint. There's only part of the city that you can do stuff in, the rest of it is water. We look at Mumbai and say, from the outside world, it looks like Mumbai has, is the richest metropolis in the country, it's rolling in money. Why on earth would it be concerned about coastal financing? Because resilience measures to address things like sea level change cost a lot of money in general. They cost even more when you have the sea right next to you and there's only so much you can do. What therefore is our thought process around what can be done around financing? It is entirely about risk, right? That is what is the key criteria here. There is a risk associated with sea level rises. That risk causes two things to happen. There are folks who understand the risk and then choose either not to fund or to increase the cost of capital. There are folks who don't understand the risk and therefore don't see the value in funding resilience. Those are the two dynamics. And what our recommendation is, take that risk head on and do two things. One, focus on risk transparency. Start tracking and recording and reporting that risk far more openly. The one thing investors want more than anything else is transparency. And if they are clear about what they are buying into, there is a much better chance of your being able to generate more money that way. The second is on resilience, is in parallel, start using those risk statements to prioritize where you're going to build your infrastructure or where you're going to prioritize your resilience efforts. And the other part of resilience, which I would urge a lot, is every time we've seen this, making the climate argument alone for resilience is just not good enough. We have to make a political and an economic and a social argument. We're trying to support some work in New York City, actually, to generate a $4 billion resilience fund. The primary argument there is 100,000 new jobs. That is the selling argument, and we have to be thinking jobs, we have to be thinking livelihoods, even though we care about climate. And it's not because we care less about climate. It's because if you don't get the jobs and the politics right, the action just won't happen. The second aspect I'll say is, think about the various building blocks that would be needed. We need, Vandana spoke earlier about educating officials in a municipal level. There is a large amount of education that needs to happen on city planners, on builders and developers, on customers like us. We have to integrate risk disclosure with infrastructure decisions. So the prioritization of an infrastructure effort has to be based on the risk that is underlying that effort. And we have to use that integration to do two things. create better standards if they're required, building standards or whatever, municipal planning standards. The other thing that I would say is think about the governance around it. What we've seen in other cities is the equivalent of a chief resilience officer can play the role of doing two things. One is to make sure that vulnerability assessments are generated across sectors, and the second is that there are effective mitigation plans. And I don't want to propose a new structure just because it's fashionable and we have a new, something to run after, but you need somebody whose full-time job it is to look at vulnerability. The last point on funding is, where are those avenues of funding? There is those community bonds that you can raise. There is impact bonds that you can raise. But what I would think that Mumbai would be well served to look at is on carbon markets. There is a large amount of carbon offsets that are available. A lot of it is going to forestry right now. So we've, for example, recently supported the creation of $1 billion fund called LEAF, which is forestry financing, but it's not unrealistic to think we can extend that to mangroves and wetlands, where Mumbai plays a much bigger role. And think about voluntary carbon markets, voluntary blue carbon markets. What I mean by this is, if you have an oil and gas company and they take a net zero target, it is unlikely that they can mitigate. They have to purchase offsets. So get them to purchase offsets in and around Mumbai that help the city. The end objective of all of this is more money directed at the right things, hence the infrastructure prioritization, and reduce costs in terms of cost of capital or insurance premium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hisham. Some very interesting thoughts around the governance part and also what else would be the catalyst for driving the change. Appreciate that. Let me then go to Mr. Bhatt for his remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Devi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mumbai First, for having invited me to share our work and our experiences. But before I go there, I think Hisham put me on the spot saying everybody has to follow what Shloka did. So, but with Shloka's permission, I would like to come up with an innovation of sitting down rather than standing up. In terms of my opening remarks, I think it's difficult to talk about themes that have not been touched, to be candid, because you have had an eclectic set of people, starting with the visionary business leader in form of Mr. Godrej, Sanjeev doing a great job in summarizing all the conversations from yesterday, catalysts like Shloka talking about how things need to change. So let me, touch upon a few of the aspects around those dimensions. I think first and foremost, when we look at regulatory or institutional dimensions, I think everybody kind of seems to align on the fact that you need an integrated approach, a government of whole or whole of government approach kind of a setup to start with, right? You could crystallize it under a chief resilience officer, you could do it under existing institutions. The challenge there is, how do you further bring in capacities, technical, management, financial understanding. So that's one. Second, I think, is a lot of focus has been in the past on mitigation. And even within mitigation, not a lot of thought is given to resilience. So even with the projects, like the renewable energy projects, or as India, since we'll continue to have thermal as a mix, you have a significant resilient dimension, whether the nature of water that is used, etc., and the productivity and the implications thereof. So I think that's the second part, because for a city like Mumbai, infrastructure, energy, health will continue to be the core pillars on which any private sector action will survive or thrive, right? So if you're not able to build it out, private sector will do its own job, in my view, in making sure their own operations survive to the extent, but their horizons of action are much shorter, because that's how we have evolved our capital markets, unfortunately. And so there needs to be a rethink on that front. I think the other aspect on this is, how do you kind of look at risk? Hashim talked about risk. I think starting point there is, we do not even have a formal definition of what is climate positive, right? We have a thematic dimension, But when you start looking at a project level or a subsectoral level, what are the appropriate dimensions for you to consider is missing. There is some work, we as C Kinetics, we are a sustainability advisory and investments firm. We have been doing a lot of work in this space, including looking at green finance taxonomies, coming up with models which could allow for better ESG integration, etc. And our work in carbon markets, you talked about, yes, there is an appetite, increasing appetite in nature-based solutions, etc. But I don't think that is well understood either on the public sector side or even private sector side. I think a lot of focus continues to be, how does my renewable energy footprint look like? Can I do great with it? Frankly, in the voluntary markets, the pricing has been pretty low, and it will only go further because the dimension of additionality that would normally prop it up is no longer required, right? So I think the nature-based solutions have a path forward, but I don't think there's enough work done. I think so. First and foremost is, yes, disclosure of climate risk is a prerequisite, but what is risk itself needs to get defined. And then how do you price that risk? I think the biggest problem in resilience is you're not able to have a model for valuing the attributes of that resilient action in a very definitive, and a comparable metric as things stand today. So there's a lot of work needed on that front before it becomes, so there's a work related around standards, that work related around, and you need to contextualize it to local requirements and local context. So I don't think a coastal resilience pan-India program will work. I think there'll be different considerations in different cities, etc. The other part I think is around, since Shloka touched upon the theme of role of philanthropic money in this, I think today everybody is talking of impact capital and blended finance, but our regulatory dimensions are fairly, I would say, limited in exploring that space in a big way. So you would need to relook at that in a significant way, both in the banking sector and how you kind of integrate blended financing there, even in use of, credit guarantees and stuff like that, So, even simple things like subrogation rights, etc., for an international player are limited, at least based on past norms. There is no act per se for private sector to set up guarantee funds. You can obviously set up it, but there's no formal structure, right? The other dimension when you look at this, in my view, when you're looking at it from a regulatory perspective, is how do you create pathways for blending some of these mechanisms which have already existed? A point in case is a good hazard mitigation instrument clubbed with an insurance structure, right? Can you do that well? Because individually those instruments have existed, but if you can bring that together, you'll be able to price risk better, and as Hesham, you mentioned, it can bring down pricing in a substantive way. Because unless you can transmit that pricing, etc., a lot of talk that we have will remain talk, because a developer will say, it doesn't matter whether I'm coming with a green labeled instrument or not, or a blue labeled instrument or not, my pricing remains the same, and there is additional monitoring and verification burden that I am undergoing. So can I just, so I think we need to relook at it from that point of view, because the labeled instruments is the way to go, but the M&V on that, and how do you kind of make it really scalable becomes important. There have been several attempts done on that front. And I think to the end, and we can come back to this, I think the public-private partnership approach that people talk about, because resilience or adaptation is being seen more and more as a public sector thing. That is true for many things, but is not true for everything. So for example, all the commercial properties on the Bombay coastline, they're all private sector, right? So how do you so they have a vested interest to build it out. So how do you frame this in a fashion where institutional capacities recognize the opportunity and the regulatory mechanisms kind of have a forward view? Today, if you look at the Indian regulatory space, we have just come up with a BRSR for corporates, but there the climate dimension is pretty muted, I would say. And it is, yes, I recognize and appreciate SEBI's effort that S is a core component, but I think S in the climate in E will become more and more interwoven if you want to really make an impact on ground. So let me stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Very insightful thoughts again. Let's go to Mr. Dhruva. I see him on screen there.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Can I start?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mumbai First, and everyone else for inviting me into the session. My apologies. I could not be there in person. I've got COVID and recovering from COVID. So thanks for this opportunity to speak on such an important session. Following up on the luminous speakers before me, Hisham, Shloka, Upendra, I just want to dive straight into the theme of the session, which is the regulatory and institutional framework for mobilizing climate finance for coastal cities. And to start with, on risk and opportunity, my apologies, I'll be speaking a little softly. On risk and opportunity, it's a double-edged sword. In climate and climate finance, we talk of risks as a physical risk and a transition risk. The physical risk people have talked about, it's been repeated, it is there, it is on us. We can see the change. So without delving into that, the whole issue is, what comes first? Does the risk come first or the opportunity come first? Or are they together? It's a very complex situation because from a policymaker's perspective, and we have a lot of legislators and policymakers in this forum, so I'll come to that part. It's an issue of physical risk. We need to mitigate carbon emissions, and surely there is every stakeholder there. But at the same time, the very actions for mitigation leads to a transition risk, which affects companies, which affects people. You're talking of replacement of vehicles, you're talking of higher costs of steel, higher costs of energy, closing down or reducing coal emissions and so on. So all of this have got a wide-ranging first, second order socio-economic impact. So that has to be thought of. But at the same point of time, this transition that we sort of embark on for mitigating a global public good, we have to keep our focus limited to saying what is vulnerable. Mumbai is vulnerable. It's very well known and documented. And therefore, what needs to be done? Let's focus on that. I think adaptation needs a priority here. Resilience, sure, for sure, on a longer term. But immediately, one needs to build a stronger built infrastructure, as they call it in adaptation, against heat, against natural elements, against floods, against over rainfall, excess rainfall, protecting ecosystems. Primarily, we are coming across to these areas. A little bit on food and health, of course, might creep in. So therefore, there is a need to focus on adaptation investments, which I think, given the IPCC's second report comes out more as a priority. Mitigation contributions will carry on. They're a part of the overall reduction in global greenhouse gases. And therefore, how does this lead to mobilizing? Therefore, increased finance is required. Yes, let's focus on finance. Increased money is required. And increased money for whom? Increased money for Mumbai. Increased money for coastal cities. And how does that happen? So money and finance has got a private sector and a market side, and has got a public finance side. We all talk of, tend to, I would not say inordinately, but the focus is on private commercial finance, bonds, grants, philanthropy also, all of it, CSR. But let me take this away to saying that this is a public problem. This is ultimately a public issue. It's ultimately a public good problem. And therefore, there needs to be a concentration also on public finance. How does public finance come in? How does public finance come into Mumbai? Mumbai has got four urban local bodies, one development authority. And how do they raise financing? Because commercially viable business models, thinking around, great if it is commercially viable, public-private partnerships on infrastructure, on protecting sea level rise, on embankments, all of it does need to get created. Therefore, a large amount of finance is required even for transitioning for some amount of transition which will need social protection money when people will have to shift lifestyles, shift livelihoods. So let's look at the institutional and regulatory framework for financing for coastal cities or any city for that matter. And I'll step back here and raise regulation, institutional framework regulation to one step over that. And I think it's policy and law at some level. And what we need to start with, we need to start looking at first at the 12th schedule, revisit the 74th amendment, the 12th schedule of the Constitution. I think that needs revisiting. And that revisiting becomes important. Why? Because India's fiscal federalism goes from an economic activity place, a huge economic activity place, where taxation is at the center, gets redistributed through a finance commission. And that's important that we green public finance transfers. If you look at today, the framework at which it comes to the states, and I'll come to the next level. And the next level of the framework is the Article 243. And the Article 243 requires state finance commission. State finance commissions need to recognize this part in terms of transfer of public resources towards dedicated activity by the municipal corporation, by the development authority. I read a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday only, one development authority, one civic body was announced by the minister. And I think it's a great initiative in terms of being able to mobilize. Now, in order to mobilize, so once we have a public finance architecture, a green finance definition, as Upendra was saying, a green finance definition of public finance in the public budgets, the devolution of money needs to get directed. That's I think, is a step one. And we surely need an amendment here. Further amendment to the 74th Amendment, which brings in, which till today has not empowered. So what is the access to finance for a local body? The access to finance is dependent on all property taxes and others that it enables. There, of course, some coastal cities are rich from a municipality point of view. We look at the core public finance first and then start thinking of leveraging public finance to the markets. And leveraging public finance to the markets will require subsequent actions which have been spoken of, the nature of bonds, tapping into green, tapping into sustainability linked bonds, tapping into blue bonds, tapping into many such sources which the municipality or the local body concerned can do so. But to start with, we need to link intergovernmental transfers significantly to green activity and to vulnerability. And very important, and this, if we need the change in institutional framework, is the formula for Central Finance Commission for allocation of the 42% and the weightage given for vulnerability of coastal cities. You need more finance there because they are more vulnerable, whether they were more vulnerable. And at the next level, again, the intergovernmental transfers to the municipality, to the local body, again, need to be similarly indexed. Finally, insurance. It's important that insurance against climate risk, which is not present in India effectively. Insurance is often in India is loss and damage, what is called property and casualty insurance. Climate requires insurance to be taken from an event-specific metric, not linked to loss and damage, and that's protection. Not linked to loss and damage, not linked to assessment. Today, when we have non-life insurance, we are talking about our cars or our vehicles damaged and there is an assessment. Whereas there is an alternative form of climate insurance called parametric insurance. And I think India has started it. Agricultural insurance company has launched a parametric insurance product, and Swiss Re has effectively insured districts in Nagaland against excess rainfall. So we need to look at Mumbai from an insurance point of view through a parametric insurance lens. So parametric insurance, public finance, and possibly an amendment to the 12th schedule and following Article 243. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, and very well summarized at the end. Very clear next set of actions that you think are important. Then I think there's a short video message from Mr. Amarjeet. If we can get at on the screen, and then we can go to the discussion part.
Good morning. I apologize I couldn't be there in person. Let me straight away get onto the subject and start at a broader level. During the last few years, as all of us know, there is a surge in global efforts to address climate change. Countries, including India, have made a number of important commitments in the recent COP26 towards curbing greenhouse gas emissions and transitioning to clean energy sources. There has, as we all know, there has been a lot of talk globally, and I believe it's time that countries start focusing more on implementation and walk the talk. As per the Climate Change Performance Index 2022, this I think is an important data point here, which analyzes and compares the climate protection performance of 63 countries and the EU. India is ranked at number 10, and obviously it is amongst the top 10 performing countries. CCPI report also finds that India is on track to meet its 2030 emissions targets. So I believe climate change conversations and actions have to decentralize. The country level plans have to percolate down to the state level, district level, and the city level in an integrated manner. It is heartening to note that the city of Mumbai has set out a climate action plan. I believe in this context, this particular event, this conference, focusing on climate crisis facing the coastal cities is a very important and very timely and relevant initiative. So my compliments to the organizers. What I would like to very briefly share with you is, what our engagements at Securities and Exchange Board of India are vis-a-vis the climate or the sustainability issues. We are working in 4 distinct areas when it comes to sustainability issues. One is the area of sustainability disclosures by listed companies. Second is the area relating to sustainable finance. Third, ESG ratings. And fourth, we are also looking at ESG schemes of mutual funds. But before I get to each of these specific areas in brief, just to sort of set the context, let me mention that there are mainly 2 driving forces in the ESG world. So the first one, and I think the first one is more powerful one also, is the investors. There has been a growing awareness and consciousness among investors and society in general on ESG or sustainability issues. As a result, these issues are becoming increasingly more dominant in driving the behavior of investors. As per the Morningstar data, the global sustainable fund assets have more than tripled in the past 2 years, from a little over USD 900 billion at the end of March 2020 to USD 2.8 trillion at the end of March 2022. Europe accounts for around 82% of this asset under management, and US accounts for around 12%. If you look at our region, the Asian region, I think we are way behind in the region as a whole. Sustainable funds in Asia account for about 4% only of the global AUM. But I think this region is catching up, and there is significant growth happening in terms of new fund flows and ESG product launches. If you look at the Indian example more specifically, there are 10 ESG thematic equity schemes in India, in our markets. And what is interesting to note is that out of these 10 schemes, 8 were launched after January 2020. In addition to investors, the second driving force in the ESG world is the governments and regulators like us. While as a regulator, we may be agnostic to where investors should invest, we have an important role to play in the area of ESG disclosures and also regulating greenwashing or mis-selling in the name of ESG schemes. And I'll talk about that a little bit towards the end of my speech. But in India, if you just look at our legislative intent, so broader legislative intent in India on sustainability issues has been ahead of the curve, if I can say. The Companies Act, the new Companies Act rather, which was passed in 2013, it required a director of a company to act in the best interest not only of the company, the employees, but also the community and the protection of the environment. The SEBI regulations echo similar expectations. SEBI had introduced sustainability reporting way back. Again, I think we were ahead of the curve vis-a-vis many other jurisdictions in 2012. A new framework for ESG reporting has been prescribed in the during the last year. And this new report, the new reporting format is called the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, or BRSR. And it lays significant emphasis on outcome-oriented quantitative disclosures. The disclosures on climate and social-related issues of the listed entity have been significantly enhanced in this new format, and they've been made more granular. So I believe there are more than 500 data points in this particular framework. Just to give you a flavor of, what the disclosure requirements are, especially on the environment side or on the climate related issues. So these include disclosures on greenhouse gas emissions, not only scope 1 and scope 2, but also scope 3 emissions on a voluntary basis. Scope 1 and 2 are on mandatory basis. Air pollutant emissions such as NOx, SOx, particulate matter, energy consumption through renewable and non-renewable sources, water withdrawal, water consumption, water discharge, biodiversity, waste generation, waste management. There's a long list. Just to give you an example, it's fairly wide, and it is all quantitative, and it's a kind of a massive leap vis-a-vis the earlier reporting format. This new BRSR, it shall be applicable to the top 1,000 listed companies on a mandatory basis from this current financial year 22-23. However, entities can choose to adopt it on a voluntary basis from financial year 21-22. Which means those who are adopting for the previous year will have to report it by September this year. So just to sort of wrap up on BRSR, I believe that's what the feedback we have from the market sources, that it will hopefully bring in greater transparency through disclosure of material ESG related information, and those disclosures should help the market participants to identify and assess the sustainability related risks and opportunities in the market. Let me very briefly talk about the climate finance and the role we are trying to play there. Just to state the obvious, India will need substantial financing to meet its climate goals. It will be very important to identify and explore innovative instruments to meet these requirements. So SEBI had, in 2017, laid down the regulatory framework for green bonds. So green bonds is an avenue for channelizing funds in green activities, and those green activities for which these bonds can be issued, there's a list of activities which are prescribed in the framework. So some of those items include renewable and sustainable energy, including wind, solar, bioenergy and other sources of energy, clean transportation, sustainable water management, and climate change adaptation, etc. After the issuance of this framework by SEBI, there have been 15 issuances of green bonds in the country, amounting to approximately $570 million US dollars, about 4,500 crores till date. But I guess this is an area, where we can do much more, and we are currently examining how we can increase traction in green bond issuances. Let me move to another area which is engaging our attention, and that is the area of ESG ratings. ESG rating, we believe there is an increasing demand from investors for rating of ESG related parameters, and typically my sense is world over, the activities of the ESG rating providers, they are not subject to any significant regulatory oversight at present. And the investors have to rely on the unregulated ESG rating providers. So there are concerns about the potential risks which creep up in case an activity is unregulated. So we issued a consultation paper seeking feedback on the need for regulating ESG rating providers and how we can go around that. As regards ESG mutual fund schemes, our main concern is that such schemes should be true to their label and should not mislead investors. So pursuant to, we had done a extensive consultation on this subject also with all stakeholders. And pursuant to that, we have directed the Association of Mutual Funds in India, AMFI, to issue the norms pertaining to ESG disclosures. Finally, as I said, our main concern in the ESG investing is greenwashing and mis-selling and not being true to the label. Let me just illustrate that with a couple of examples. So recent research has found out that, and this is a global example. In fact, I have two examples, both are global. One is that the actions of the 4 major global oil and gas companies, their actions and investment behavior were not in alignment with what was stated in their annual reports and what were the pledges made by them. The study has found a strong increase in disclosures or discourse related to climate, low carbon transition, and increasing mention of strategies related to decarbonization and clean energy from 2009 to 2020. So the study of spanning over about 11 years as to what were apparently the commitments made by them on all these areas. So what has been found out is that these pledges on clean energy were not backed by corporate action, such as investment in clean energy, and also, just to give you a broader sense of it, the study concluded that the accusations of greenwashing were apparently well founded. So there was a disconnect between what you were talking and what you were actually doing. To give you another example, a few days ago, the USA SEC's Climate and ESG Task Force issued its first enforcement action against a large Brazilian mining company, charging the company for making false and misleading claims about the safety of its dams prior to the collapse of one of its dams in 2019. The dam collapse killed 270 people. It caused immeasurable environmental and social harm and led to a loss of more than $4 billion in the company's market capitalization. So the allegation that has been made by SEC is that the company's sustainability reports, which were in the public domain, they fraudulently assured investors that the company adhered to the strictest international practices in evaluating dam safety, and by manipulating these disclosures, the company undermined investors' ability to evaluate the risks which were there when they were investing in this company. So these are a couple of examples of greenwashing. So as a regulator, I mean, all over the world, we have to sort of, keep our eye on such malpractices and take timely action. Finally, just to conclude, while we are apparently making progress, I believe we still have a long way to go on climate front, and all the stakeholders, whether it is investors, companies, regulators, civil society, I think all of us have to come together to deal with the challenges. I once again compliment the organizers for organizing this timely event. Thanks for your attention and your patience. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amarjeet. Some very important thoughts from an important stakeholder. And good to see that SEBI is doing so much to improve transparency in risk reporting, and also how the funds are flowing. To Mr. Hisham's point earlier, that's what the investors are mainly looking for, transparency of risks, and such initiatives and regulations try to institutionalize that. Before we go to the discussion, I was just trying to wrap my head around what has been said. In my mind, there are like three key parts. There's the source of fund or the supply. You have the demand of fund, and then you have in the middle the institutions like enabling the funds going from one to other. On the other side, you have the government as the source of fund and also using the fund for public good. You have the philanthropies who are using, who have fund from different sources, and they are using for both public and private good. And then you have the private funds who are going more towards the private capital and the private goods. So if we keep that in mind, let me start with you, Shloka. You mentioned that you work with the philanthropies and foundations, which goes to projects which are, is it mostly related to public benefit, or is it also for private benefit? And what are the challenges? Is it more on the funding side that we are seeing the challenges? Is it lack of projects or lack of intermediation? Where is the problem, and where can we find a solution?
I'm going to say all three, all of the above. So I think let me just start by sort of trying to, add to what my panelists here have said. I think they made some very important points, and maybe I can address some of the barriers that you've mentioned and then talk a little bit about what the solutions possibly could be. I think the first point that was made, actually by all of you, Dhruba really emphasized this as well, was the cascading nature of public finance. So we do have a mismatch between, what the share of the city really is. It's determined, obviously, by a corpus that's set aside at the national level, and it's then allocated to the state level. And Upendra, you made a really important point about, how local context when it comes to different cities really counts. I would actually add to that Indian cities also vary in fiscal status and credit worthiness. So you've got to sort of apply, differential context here in terms of how you supply that finance, and that's a major gap. in terms of public finance. The second is a lack of institutional capacity. Actually, Ms. Jawan had, sort of alluded to this earlier as well. She talked about the capacity or the need for capacity building at the level of the authorities who work within municipal corporations. I would actually also add that there is a need to really sort of equip them to mobilize climate finance more. This is, something that we live and breathe at the ICC. We're just constantly sort of churning out how we address this challenge of mobilizing finance. I know my colleagues here do as well. And really, while Upendra has also talked about, the need for more sort of financial instruments like municipal green bonds, etc., there's actually no institution that can take on the role of coordinating finance at the city level and at the local level. So how do you really sort of promote institutional capacity building such that you can coordinate a strategy, a set of mechanisms at the city level, and that really has to come through the state climate action plans. The third, and I know my colleagues agree with me as well, we really believe this at the ICC, climate is one of the biggest, most existential threats of our time. In my books, all finance needs to be climate finance. There's just no escaping that. Especially at the city level, both, again, Dhruba, Upendra, Hisham, I forgot your name for a second, thank you. Hisham, all of you have, said that as well. The fact that we need to build resilience at creating, and create climate resilient infrastructure. It's not just the job of a specially earmarked green climate fund. I think we have to move beyond that. It's really all sources of capital that need to be green now, whether it's your capital markets, your banks, your financial instruments, your institutional investors. Capital flows have to be climate resilient. So let's just get our thinking straight about that. One thing that I think Upendra really sort of hit on, which I think is absolutely crucial, is the need for a very clear taxonomy and standardization around, what we mean when we say climate finance. And I think that has to be driven centrally by the Indian government. We do need an alignment of all capital flows. Dhruba, you had pointed this out as well, but I think we also need to talk about how we can track this corpus and these state funds, right? There are massive gaps in identifying and quantifying where these financial flows are moving. Just to give you an example, there are studies that have been done that have found that investment in urban mitigation actually outweighs, urban adaptation and resilience. So this is actually a real cause for concern. The Minister for Environment pointed this out yesterday, that we've got escalating climate disasters, the rate at which our cities are expanding. How do we use data, evidence to really start tracking, and making more informed and deliberate decision making around that? Finally, I know I'm over time, but I just wanted to quickly say that, with regards to the private sector and philanthropic institutions and sort of increasing their efforts towards, directing more financial flows towards climate action, that's already happening, Divi. I don't think that we have an issue around sort of seeing that flow starting to increase. I think there are gaps. We need to apply a more conscious climate lens across, that funding, and we need to make sure that that funding is systemic and that it's moving towards actual impact rather than being sporadic and not sort of adding up to very much. I'll pause here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shloka. Let me just bring us back. I mean, has been iterated multiple times in all the speeches that we need finance, we need finance, we need finance, clear. How do you use finance? My view is whatever projects are NPV positive, if you're setting up a solar plant, I am guessing, you guys can correct me, it is easy to get finance. Where projects are not NPV positive, is where we are lacking finance, or whereas there's no business case at all, that it's just public good, you will not get any money. Where are we stuck? We need finance is clear, but is it that we have lack of stakeholders asking for finance? Is it lack of institutions who cannot get finance? Because what I've been told is there's a lot of private interest of spending money and there are funds, etc. Any thoughts from any of you? You can.
Yeah, on this actually, there is even a lack of financing in renewables. Let's start with that. I mean, there has obviously been an unlock on the utility scale, but the distributed, and I think just yesterday the data came out that India will miss its target for 2022 by 24%, all because of lack of distributed renewables not getting to the target of 40 gigawatts. So this number will go up threefold by 2030, because when we are talking of being on track with 2030 goals, we are talking pre-COP announcements. We still do not know how the 450 gigawatt will split. My sense is you'll end up at about 270, 280 on solar. Out of that, about 100 would be distributed. And if that's the case, you have a tough challenge. So I think there is money available at a macro sense. The intermediation process for that historically has been very, very complex, be it on the public sector side, private sector side, that doesn't matter. So what we need is, in addition to whatever we've spoken around demystifying climate, thematically describing how do you do it, etc., risk, is looking at it at three levels. One, where and what sources of capital are best suited to address this. So the starting point would be a comprehensive planning and strategy for your climate plan for a city, divvying it up in different buckets. Second, setting up a project preparation facility. So a lot of capital does get intermediated at pilot project level, where you even blended finance, etc., you can do. But when you start looking at it at scale, or even credit enhancement, guarantees, they're all at relatively minuscule scale compared to the order of magnitude that you need. So you need a project preparation facility of sorts at a city level if you can, and that's where I think Shloka's pointed out a systemic change, as also empowering people with capacity and knowledge becomes important. The second thing I think what you need is looking at these instruments very differently, because as you were just talking about NPV outcomes, etc., many of the adaptation oriented projects, right? In mitigation, the numbers work, but the sponsor companies may still be in a nascent stage. At some level, you will get unlock it. That's how you went through the renewables. You're now seeing slowly in electric mobility, and over a period of time, debt will flow. But you will not see that in several adaptation segments, because you still do not know how to price that risk and how do you then value that outcome that you're seeing. So you need results-based financing framework and standards and mechanisms to do that. And I think it's more complicated, in my view, to structure these things in adaptation and resilience, because, versus mitigation, because the results-based financing framework is perfect for those projects, but there's not enough work done. So those are the three areas where I think work is needed. And you would need a very innovative regulator to support it, because you will have to course correct as you go with this.
Can I just add one point? The climate change crisis is not being caused by what we are doing today. It is being caused by what has happened in the past. And one of the major points that India makes in every international negotiation is we are 1/10 the per capita emissions of the US and 1/4 or 1/5 of China and the Europeans. Now, climate justice does not mean the right to pollute. That doesn't make strategic sense. But climate justice means that India should show global leadership and continue to show that global leadership and bring along as many low per capita emissions countries as it can, and continue to put pressure on the higher per capita emission countries, because it's, we've had enough talk. It's now time for them to show the money. You need a Marshall Plan equivalent of technology transfer and financing. That's what the need of the hour is.
Great point, great point. I think that also goes yet another source of financing. And then to get to your point about intermediation, I know Hesham, you spoke about voluntary carbon markets. Where are we stuck there? Is it like at the policy level, people don't realize it's important, or is it they realize it? Where is the inertia? Some countries have already mentioned it. They're already thinking about increasing the prices through regulation. Why are we, it feels as though we are 3-4 steps behind. Why is that?
So I think we are, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 or 1 or 2 steps, so whatever, we are a little behind. One of the barriers was that there was a concern that the Indian government had around carbon markets, which was that if there was, for example, a corporate that purchased offsets, the corporate got to count it against its net zero targets, but did the country where the corporate base was the corporate base, was that also double counting? Now, at the recent COP, that got resolved. which is a good thing because now it's clear that if it's a corporate, the corporate gets to count it and the country doesn't count it. And I think naturally the Indian government had some concerns around that. I don't think enough people amongst policymakers are familiar with it and this policy shift. And it would be good if the national government were to then clarify that we're now good with this and therefore encourage a lot more state governments to put in state or city governments, because the next stage now is for state and city governments to start applying for this source of funding. This source of financing is not going to meet the $800 billion or the $1 trillion that India needs, but it could be a reasonable amount of money.
Got it. Thank you. I realize we have less than 2 minutes left. I just want to leave it to the audience if there are any questions to our eminent panelists. I skipped this yesterday and I got beaten up for this, so I'm just checking that box. It's 2 minutes. Good. Okay. Any other closing remarks? I know, Mr. Drupa, maybe I'll ask one question for you as well. You spoke about how the center-state partnership works. Is there, on the governance, we mentioned need for a chief resilience officer. They talk about chief sustainability officer. We had also what we said, like when India was to digitize, there was a digital India kind of a run. Are we missing those kind of mandates from a, how do you turn that 2070 net zero to the more practical 2030, 2040, 2050 milestones, not just at a center level, also at a state level? Is that translation happening? Do you need that? I think he's on mute.
Okay. Sorry, I was on mute. My immediate response is yes to the initiative that you're laying out. But I want to couple of emphasize more fundamentals in terms of saying where the problem is and what can be done. And that's why I'm lifting the problem to the policy level. And why am I lifting the problem to the policy level is because climate, whether it is mitigation or an adaptation, both of them are market failures. And essentially, you don't have private sector, a natural business model there. Of what we see here in renewable energy, in electric vehicles, in LED lamp and lighting in India, they're all policy creating markets. So the policy needs to create those markets and therefore the markets will respond. I think it's to my mind, it's a very important recognition, and we need to get away from this ranting of we are not the contributor and therefore, yes, we are not the contributor. And there has been again a broken record of 100 billion from actually Copenhagen 2010 that has been going around. The question is, it's a hard problem for countries to resolve, but where? And I think Hisham pointed it out. Article 6, by the way, India was one of the kind of drafters for the Article 6 resolution, A and B both. And if we, and I agree with him, and if we find a resolution, what is important for mitigation is, mitigation actions are important for global, and they are important, and the contribution should be priced through carbon. It's an economic good and somebody needs to pay for it. Yes, I agree. If the part one countries or the global north could pay for the global south, great, but we still don't have that mechanism. There would have to be necessarily a commercial price, whether offsets do not do the job. Offsets are a zero-sum game. They do not do the job of an overall reduction. But more importantly, we need to, and I emphasize here, we need to look at adaptation for coastal cities, and for that, there will be little private finance possible. We need to address cyclones in Odisha. We need to address flooding in Mumbai. And for that, this public infrastructure that is required would significantly be publicly financed, and we can get public-private partnerships in the classical model work for such infrastructure to happen. So I think it's policy at the top. Intermediation failure would sort of continue because it's, by definition, it's a failure. So therefore, there needs to be a change in the risk-return relationships which capital today uses. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. let's wrap it up. Thank you so much, everyone.
I thank our panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we've got one more panel discussion coming up, which revolves around the topic of green finance and climate adaptation and resilience for coastal cities. I welcome our speakers on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, some of our speakers are going to be joining us via video conferencing. Let's welcome Mr. Shankar Jadhav, Head Strategy, Bombay Stock Exchange. I also welcome Founder and Managing Director, Octus ESG, Ms. Namita Vikas. India Project Manager, Climate Bonds Initiative, Mr. Sandeep Bhattacharya. Partner at Wolf's Company, Environmental Economist, Mr. Skinskep. We have with us Director, Green Finance Unit, WWF Netherlands, Mr. Aaron Vermeulen, and Head of Global Banking North India, HSBC India, Mr. Dibirat Sen. This session is going to be moderated by Territory Senior Partner West at Walker, Chandok and Company LLP, Mr. Khushru Panthaki. I welcome our speakers on stage.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Indeed a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And at the outset, my sincere thanks to all the panelists for joining us this afternoon for this particular session, which talks about green finance and climate adaptation and resilience for the coastal cities. Friends, climate change is the topic, is the theme for this particular conference. And you must have heard over the last couple of days, individuals and a lot of experts who have dwelt upon it. So we wanted to make a little different in terms of the fact that what is it that can be done to facilitate financially, sustainability-wise, and even from an efficiency and effectiveness perspective to have this particular natural changes to be done with little less damage and at the same time to come out very successfully. So we have a great set of panelists today, and without wasting too much of a time on this particular introduction, maybe I'll just request each panelist initially to share for 2 or 3 minutes their perspective about this particular theme. And if Mr. Shankar Jadhav is here. He's already connected. Good afternoon, Shankar. Could you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yes. I just wanted to request you, maybe you can just do a little start in terms of what has been your perspective as far as this topic is concerned. And then I would request Namita thereafter to give her perspective. Over to you, Shankar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe this is a great thing that India is doing, and especially Mumbai is doing in respect to the climate. Mumbai, as you all know, has been pioneering in the financial field and considered to be a financial capital of the country. And this financial capital has been also pioneer in getting financial funds or otherwise in regulatory means, etc., for funding via the climate change and environment. Basically, BSE is a part of the Sustainable Exchange Initiative. And we've been having indices like Carbonex and Greenex for more than a decade now, where the companies that carry on things which are environment friendly, which are sustainable, are rewarded or incentivized. Further to that, even our regulator, say SEBI, etc., they have brought out various frameworks in which the organizations will report. For instance, the business responsibility report was something that was mandated to be reported by SEBI for the top organizations. This year onwards, SEBI has mandated the BRSR, which includes the principles, national principles as well as global principles on climate change sustainability. Remember that whenever we talk about sustainability or climate change, people always talk about E, S and G together. Corporate governance has always been a part of all the financial initiatives that our regulators and exchanges have taken. The sustainability and especially the environment, these two topics came in later, but today all three considered together are very important. And I'm happy to let you know that there are many funds, for instance, some medium-term notes, we have been able to finance some of the initiatives through our international exchange in the GIFT City. The Mumbai BSE at Mumbai has been funding local bodies like the municipal corporations to get funds for initiatives that help the environment. And this has been continuing process, not only in the exchange, but as most of the organizations that we are talking in Mumbai. The world over, the funds to sustainability rather than only climate have grown large and is expected to reach around $2.5 trillion or around 20% of the funds that are available to, say, the European area are moving towards the ESG part. India is not in the top 3, but it's surely in the top 10, 20 and will be racing ahead. What with the union government and the state government trying to look at the renewable energy, trying to look at how we become frugal and reduce our carbon footprints. How do we have sustainable projects going on? India is rapidly urbanizing. And one of the woes of urbanization is that the energy usage leads to a high carbon footprint and pollution in the cities. Like our Chief Minister in Maharashtra mentioned yesterday, that Mumbai has taken initiative to reduce the emissions in the city itself. Though we are largely dependent on fossil fuel even now, the union government has announced and likely to meet the targets for renewable energy to be a mainstay in India. I know we are a developing country. The per capita energy usage is very, very low. But at the same time, we also see that there are many people who use more energy than the lower strata of the society. We require to improve the standard of living, and we have to learn how we will go towards sustainable progress of this country and these cities. With more than half the population in cities, I think climate change, and especially cities like Mumbai, which are on the coastal side, is a very important topic. I can see in the near future lots of issues piled up for listing or getting funds which are based on the ESG themes. Many of the investors nowadays are realizing that organizations which follow the ESG themes, do something in sustainability, environment, as well as manage corporate governance well, are likely to do well, and return on investment in these investments will be very high. One of the things that has happened in the last few years is that securitization of debt funds, as well as getting retail investors to look at the ESG-based themes that organizations are implementing the projects on. I think looking at this, we see a great future for getting funds for this initiative, and it will work well. I think I will stop here, and we can have the panel discussion now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shankar. Thank you for your insights, pretty much insightful about your perspective. Maybe I would now request Namita, please, you can share your perspective about this theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kushro, and good afternoon, everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. This is my first time out after the COVID, so I'm glad to see everybody physically and not through a screen. And yeah, hopefully COVID is behind us, but that, I think, brings us to another defining crisis of our time, that's climate change. You've been discussing that since yesterday. The sizzling heat waves in Mumbai are proof enough that, this is a grievous climate reality and we need to act. With IPCC warning a 1.5 degree scenario by 2040, this has significantly raised the stakes for coastal cities. So more floods, more droughts, more storms, a rising sea level. This is likely to flood the vulnerable areas and urban areas like Mumbai. However, I think the good news is that there is a window of opportunity that exists, and there's a requirement for urgent action. Over the last 1.5 days, you would have heard of what kind of action is required, but I think for me to put out 3 areas. One is encouraging natural infrastructure, ecosystem-based adaptation responses, such as coastal wetlands restoration. I think that's very important. Technological, architectural, and urban planning responses, such as flood risk mapping, and adjustments in socio-economic systems to reduce vulnerability. But then the question that we arrive at is that all this needs huge amount of finance that would harness the opportunities and the critical benefits, such as avoiding maybe flood damage, particularly in urban areas. Adaptation finance has been a pressing priority, with developing nations requiring almost about $70 billion annually and about $500 billion by 2050. So obviously the amount and the scale of capital that is required would also need very robust policies, and this accompanied by innovative financial products, also terms, lending terms. So for example, I mean, one of the very good steps in the direction is the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, which is estimated to need about $920 million towards achieving a net zero Mumbai by 2050. And this itself is a huge opportunity for financial institutions that are very much here in this financial capital to translate opportunities into actual transactions, mobilizing the green capital that would enable adaptation, resilience building in the city, because what we've seen is most of the capital is going towards mitigation. And I think while the financial shortfalls are there, one needs to also understand the challenges that are there, which financial institutions face, right? For example, greening or biodiversity or waste management kind of projects, these are often very based on unproven concepts or technologies, and therefore it becomes very high risk for investors or lenders to come in. The largely asset collateral driven bank lending culture in India makes it very tough to get credit for such high risk perceived projects. Then of course there's dependency, very high dependency on externalities and variables, long gestation periods of these kind of projects where banks and lenders are looking at short-term deployment of capital. So how do we match that? And then, banks in India are still at a very nascent stage as far as climate risks are concerned. So mapping physical and transition risks, I think that's very nascent at the moment. And with no regulatory or systemic framework, I think that looks to be a distant away. Having said that, there are huge opportunities as far as green finance is concerned, and it's all fast evolving. We've seen that the green bond issuances has reached $7 billion US. Sovereign green bonds that the government of India has announced is going to pave the path for diversified issuers, creating a huge market where public sector participation will be there. And then we've also seen one other category come up, which is the sustainability linked loans, where the interest rate is really bases the sustainability performance of certain KPIs that the borrower agrees to. One very big thing is the Union Bank signing up a first overseas sustainability linked loan of $1.5 billion. So this capital will be deployed towards those borrowers who will commit to bringing down GHG emissions or responsible business methods. Therefore, the momentum is picking up. Domestic issuances, rupee-denominated bonds, we are seeing a lot of activity. I think one other point here and last point is that how do we leverage public finance? How does public finance really play that catalytic role to bring in more of private capital. I think that is the key. And as far as the opportunity here is the Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Can we look at a blueprint financing facility which would really talk about where is this $920 million coming from and how that will be deployed. So that would be really interesting to see. I think one other area which there also needs government intervention is climate measurement and data collection. I think to inform the capital plans, this would really complement the overall road to net zero. So finally, opportunities are galore. Linking policy, financial tools, data collection, management, these are very critical enablers to build resilience in cities or in regions, which is accountable and in a very transparent manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Namita. Really appreciate. Thank you. May I now request Stein Schepp, who is basically a partner with Wolf's Company, an environmental economist, to give his own perspective, more particularly from an international standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kush. Good morning, everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm from Amsterdam, Stein Schepp. I work with Wolf's Company, which is a small advisory company that specializes specifically in the valuation of natural capital, the value of ecosystems, and specifically to achieve economic development and societal challenges. And we basically focus on two types of activities. First of all, we evaluate projects, investments in infrastructure that also affect nature and natural resources. So for example, if you build a road, a dam, a dike, this will affect your nature and have an impact on the economics that depend on that natural ecosystem. And what we do is we evaluate those investments to see how natural options compare to hard infrastructure options. And we often see that those options with, that are inclusive of nature, nature-based solutions, if you will, have much higher values for society than those hard infrastructure options, precisely because these natural ecosystems provide so many benefits, not only coastal protection, but also sequester carbon or provide livelihoods for people that depend on those. Now, why don't we see a lot of these nature-based solutions happening at the moment? They're relatively new, and recently we conducted a study with the Dutch Enterprise Agency to investigate how you could scale up the number of nature-based solutions that are being implemented, but also the size of those projects that are being implemented. And we specifically looked at ways to finance those type of nature-based solutions. And because these nature-based solutions have a variety of benefits, this provides the opportunity compared to traditional infrastructure options like dams, dikes for coastal protection, to also generate revenue and attract finance from private sector. One of the logical financing mechanisms that you can apply to those type of nature-based solutions are those of carbon credits. Blue carbon credits if we're talking about coastal ecosystems like mangroves, for example. And we conducted this market study to investigate the potential of such mechanisms and also to identify potential structures to actually make projects happen, right? And what we saw is that there's a great potential to invest in blue carbon. We see the carbon market basically increasing very rapidly at the moment, and specifically those carbon credits in the voluntary markets related to ecosystem restoration, blue carbon, they're really picking up quite rapidly, and the prognosis for coming years are that they're going to quadruple within 10 years, and this provides really an opportunity to invest in coastal protection projects based on nature restoration. Still, nature restoration in combination with hard infrastructure for coastal protection is still a very costly endeavor, and carbon credits are probably not enough to finance the whole projects that you need to implement to protect a city like Mumbai, for example. So what you need is public-private partnerships that combine private investment with public finance, potentially loans from development institutions, in order to develop structures where you can combine private with public finance. But these are they're not new structures. These structures are happening for other type of infrastructural projects as well. But for nature-based solutions, this is still difficult because this is such a new and immature market. And the projects for nature-based solutions are at the moment relatively small scale, while investors are looking for large projects to invest in. And there's really a disconnect yet still between investors and project implementers. And what we're also seeing is that because public or coastal protection is traditionally a very public endeavor, governments are investing in public goods such as coastal protection, we see that a lot of these projects are still depending on procurement by governments, by development institutions for coastal protection basically. And often these procurement processes don't include nature-based solutions specifically, and the need to include nature-inclusive aspects in those coastal protection strategies. And in addition, these nature-based solutions are so new that they require adaptive management, and also often these procurement processes don't align with the need for this adaptive management. It's much easier to decide for a dike or a dam which knows exactly what it's going to do for you to protect your city. Well, mangrove restoration, we know that it's going to help to protect your city, but to what extent exactly, and the results are more uncertain. So you need more adaptive management in these public procurement processes as well, and room to attract private investment as well. And this also means that you need to adapt your legal framework in order to allow for these changes in processes. Despite these challenges, we also see that there is a great opportunity because foreign investors are increasingly looking for nature-inclusive ways to invest. Governments want to have nature-inclusive ways to adapt to climate change. And we also see that there are a lot of project implementers that are building knowledge to indeed develop those nature-based solution projects. So we do really see that there's a lot of opportunity, but these challenges are still there, and I hope we have some more discussion about this in the panel to see how we can overcome these. Thank you.
Thank you, Stein. Really appreciate your perspective. Maybe I would now request Aaron Vermeulen, who is a director with Green Finance Unit at the WWF Netherlands, to share some of the thoughts and the global best practices.
Sure. Thanks, Kush, and good afternoon, everyone. Namita already mentioned it. The gap for climate adaptation finance is huge. Yearly, we are lacking about between $0.5 to $1 trillion a year to address climate resilience, and that money is not going to be bridged by public or philanthropic spending. So we really need to think about ways how to mobilize private companies, private investors to come up with scalable climate solutions. A little bit more about climate change and cities. You see problems being stacked. So temperature rise, sea level rise, storm intensity, and also urbanization. And if you look at the business as usual, these problems are currently addressed with a kind of a sticking band-aid. So there's a storm or there's a flood in half of the year, so cities are building levees and dikes. And then the other half of the year there are droughts, and then cities are building desalination plants to provide people with drinking water. And actually, that is a very short-term type of solution that is also providing some risk to become stranded assets, drowning assets, and also scaring away the private sector. So we really need to change the way we are investing in cities and really looking at a city-wide landscape involving multi-stakeholders to think about what are the real climate risks and what are the solutions to these climate risks, and what are the opportunities that are investable and catered for the private sector. So what is my organization, WWF, doing about this? We are a part of a consortium called the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, which is a consortium of two investors, one development bank and one private equity firm, and one NGO, and working on more agricultural side, and one NGO, myself, working on the environmental side. And this fund is a 160 million grant from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, with the aim to mobilize over $500 million private sector money in OECD DAC countries, specifically looking at climate resilience. And how do we do that? So out of the 160 million, 30 million has been reserved to really look at this landscape angle and to set up multi-stakeholder platforms and really think, okay, what kind of long-term solutions can we think about? But also, that money is used to create pipeline. So supporting businesses with small grants in the size between 50 to 250,000 euros to really develop a solid business plan to become investable. But also we are looking at the regulatory issues and the enabling environment that is conducive to private sector companies to actually make the investment. So one example I can share with you is the Ho Chi Minh City, which is sitting in the sinking and shrinking delta. So it's shrinking and sinking because of erosion, not enough sedimentation coming through the Mekong River to the city, but also over-extraction of groundwater. So we have now developed a whole portfolio of companies, not only in the city, but also in the hinterland, so in the delta itself, that are restoring the environmental flows by, for instance, an alternating rice and aquaculture project where the sediment flows are being restored. In that way, the sinking trend in the Mekong Delta really being reduced. So to end, I think private sector money and mobilization is possible, but you need grant instruments to kickstart it all. So city-wide, landscape-wide planning is essential. Also thinking about sequencing of different investment is really important. So what public sector project do you need that then can enable following up private sector investment after that? But also pipeline. So how can you develop bankable, investable projects with private sector companies, and they're not up for grabs. So it's great that we're developing all kinds of sophisticated financial instruments, but you need underlying assets and proceeds to come to that. So you need to put blood, sweat and tears in that. And then of course blended finance. So these business cases continue to be risky, so you need de-risking instruments, subordinated debt coming from grants like we received from the government of the Netherlands, and really develop blended finance instruments to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Maybe I would now request Debiraj Sen, who is the head of global banking at North India HSBC, to give his download. Thank you.
Thank you, Gushro. Hello, Mumbai. I am not a resident of your lovely city, and I come from Delhi. So as I was taking a flight from a very sweltering North India today and coming to your lovely city, it was time to think through that this event couldn't have been more timely. And thanks Mumbai First for thinking through such an event where at least, if not anything, I mean, we do not expect that at the end of 2 days we are going to have a solid blueprint for how things should go, but at least it would set us thinking a lot in terms of how to deal with this very important event, which is climate change. And just to put a bit of a perspective, I think, I mean, as panelists, we talk a lot of technical terms, but to the extent that it's a very diverse audience, I would try to be a bit fundamental when I talk through some of these things so that, overall we get a good sense of what we are talking about. Just to give you a perspective, I think, yes, this event is about Mumbai, but, put in perspective the fact that 60% of the world population reside in urban centers. So as a result of which, cities are at the forefront to fight climate change, be it mitigation or reducing greenhouse gases. So from that perspective, it is a very micro perspective if you look at. It is contingent on all major cities of the world to really up the ante in terms of fighting climate change. Now coming to Mumbai, of course, like any other coastal city, it stands at a great risk, because as we are all aware that with every degree rise in temperature, the probability of catastrophic flooding events increase exponentially, and that puts in risk a whole population that reside in cities such as Mumbai. So the question is how to go about it, and unfortunately for us, we do not have much time. I mean, time is ticking. It's been ticking on us for quite a number of years. The key problem that all of us have been looking at is actually multifold, but to make it more simple, there are two aspects of looking at this. One is what is called as climate mitigation finance, and the other is climate adaptation finance. Climate mitigation finance is nothing but the activities that we do to restrict or try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So essentially you are trying to reduce or restrict the greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation is where you become more resilient to the effects of climate change, because at the end of the day, as much of mitigating actions you take, you could still have events which are in a worst case scenario going to impact you. So how do you become climate smart? And that is where climate adaptation finance becomes important. But as we have seen the trend, chunk of the private capital or public capital is going into climate mitigation finance, which is basically restricting the GHG, greenhouse gases, whereas not enough is coming to the climate adaptation finance. Now, if I were to look at this purely from a financier's lens, and I am a financier by profession, I think it is a very simple thing. It's the risk return. It's the commercial risk versus the commercial return that weighs investments coming into any sector. So, while to finance a renewable power plant is far easy, because you have a expected stream of cash flows which you basically model to build your finance, it becomes very challenging for projects which are supposed to make your city or the urban infrastructure more resilient. One of the key issues is, of course, the lack of proper project feasibility studies, bankability of the project, creditworthiness of the borrower. Those things become very, very important. And unfortunately, those have come in a very big way in terms of affecting the flow of finance to climate adaptation kind of sectors. Now, having said so, this is a huge problem, and as Aaron was mentioning, blended finance. And blended finance is nothing that you get some of the multilateral institutions such as theirs or some donor organizations come and write risk coverage wraps for commercial bankers to come and finance those projects, so that the risk from a commercial banker's point of view gets mitigated, and therefore for the same return your risks are reduced, and therefore you find the project more viable to finance. Now I would go to challenge some of our own thought process, that while the world is trying to figure out how to get more private investments into this whole arena of climate finance, at home there are also streams of capital which could be very well leveraged. For example, household expenditure. So let me talk in terms of a very specific case. So household expenditure is, if it goes into buying more EVs or bringing or making buildings more green or more energy efficient, that in a way is helping the city. So if at a city level there are incentives for these household expenditures to go into some of these areas, then in a way you are raising capital. So that is one of the things. I mean, I could give the example of Miami, for example. Miami, what they do is they basically impose what is called as an impact fee on developers. And with that fee, they go and do a strengthening of their coastline, so that if there is a surge of water, etc. coming in, the coastline is reinforced. So can we not think about it? Because Mumbai, for example, has a very very bustling real estate sector. I mean, irrespective of the ups and downs, it is probably the costliest real estate and the most buzzing real estate sector in India. And I do not know whether it is feasible to further increase impact taxes on the builders, but even within what you are collecting, if you can earmark some which could be channelized to get into climate adaptation kind of mitigating tactics, that could be very useful. So I think we have a great panel to discuss some of these aspects as we go through, and broadly these are my thoughts that we need to make a start, and it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dibirat. My next request is to Sandeep Bhattacharya, who is India Project Manager for Climate Bonds Initiative. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thanks. Sorry, am I audible or is? Yeah. Thanks a lot. First, a lot of thanks to Mumbai First for considering me for this panel. So there's been from the morning a lot of talk about what needs to be done. So I think I would go slightly against the trend and dwell on what has been done. So that, that sometimes your own achievements when you are struggling gives you a lot of scope to say that if I have achieved this, well, I can do more. There's no doubt that things are daunting, but let's look at some of the numbers. Last year, which is the calendar year 2021, the total amount of investments in renewable energy alone was, the estimates vary, it was around 16 to say $18 billion in India. A large part of it is the utility scale, and the others are much, much smaller. Now, again, I'll refer to what Dhruva was saying, that there is no market and policy has to create the market. So there you go. Policy has created a market, and it is worth, the utility scale renewable energy market is at least around $10 billion of investment every year. This calendar year, it's expected to be $15 billion. So first, let's look back. There is at least one shining example of how policy has created the market and money is flowing in. India ranks number 2 globally on a survey by Ernst & Young on the attractive index for renewable energy. So first, let's look back and say, yes, there's a lot to be done, but there has been a lot done already. This was not easy. If somebody had told you in 2002 that, solar and wind will be much cheaper than coal very soon, you wouldn't have believed them. This is again policy action which created such great demand that it happened. So let's look back and try to see whether we can replicate some of them. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel everywhere. Let's come to adaptation and resilience. It is a lot more nuanced, and it is a lot more difficult to define. Sometimes, yesterday I was talking to somebody about climate resilient agriculture. And we were having a conversation. So, the conversation came to that one climate resilient agriculture was the habit of making amras. The mangoes would have rotted, and with varying climate, they'll rot much better. We already have a good infrastructure to make amras, which we love with our puris. So these are some very small examples which are already embedded in. The other example which I would take on adaptation and resilience, again, since I have been a project on climate resilient agriculture, and some financing models seems to be business which has an ROI and therefore can be invested in, seems to be very clear. One is a few off-takers. Now, some of the off-takers have worked with farmers to create agricultural norms or practices which make their crops adaptive. There are many examples. I wouldn't want to take some of the names because we are in touch, and these are listed companies, and before anybody announces anything about their plans, they need to inform the exchange, otherwise the exchange will delist them. So, but then there are plenty of agri off-takers who have worked with the farming community to make their farm output climate resilient. There is also this new, sometimes a bit hyped, sometimes a bit overhyped, ag-tech firms which work on digitization. Basically, data is cheap, and some of the mobile handsets are also, the smartphones are cheap enough for even the marginal farmer to afford. So they give a lot of advice, which is not paid by and large, but that advice creates a crop which then they offtake and create a market linkage, and that's the revenue model of these companies. Some of them have acquired scale, and the year 2021, the estimated investments in these ag-tech companies again is around close to $1 billion. I think it's around $800 billion in India. So yes, a lot needs to be done. Policy needs to create markets. There needs to be public-private partnership. There needs to be a lot of dikes, and how we don't know how dikes can possibly be can give the return. But then there is some hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, and thanks all of you for sharing your perspectives. We now transition to the most interesting session, which is the panel discussion. And we have 6 speakers, people who have come from various fields. It's a very diversified panel. Consultants, economists, climate experts, and therefore I think we should make the most of it. Just to share my perspective in a minute or so, I mean, I'm an accountant, I'm an auditor, and I could never imagine 5 years ago that I have to completely abreast myself with the ESG norms because there is going to be a legal and a regulatory requirement coming up over the next few years. And we all have transitioned to a certain extent our mind from the boring accounting and auditing to the new norms of governance, to the new ESG, to the fact that environment keeps changing. And it's not just for our clients, but it's for our own individuals, our own families, our own selves as well. So many, many years ago when we started to see and experience the climate change, at that point of time, there was always a concern about what happens. It started to rain in October, November. We've come to know very recently that the entire mango crop in certain parts of Gujarat, etc., had actually got rotten because of the fact that the climate changed and there was a lot of rains. I experienced it myself when I carried some mangoes from Gujarat. And at that point of time, I realized that this is because of the climate change. We spoke about the global warming. The global warming happened, and with the global warming, a lot of things started to be of concern. The rising sea levels, the unpredictable weather. We've also learned about the carbon footprint and the kind of carbon emissions that the organizations and the industries have experienced. And again, the carbon credits in terms of ensuring that whatever has been emitted, it's sort of compensated within a period of 1 year to get back into the control. ESG concept, the environment, the social, and the governance, the 3 buzzwords today. When I go from one meeting to the other in any organization, one of the top priorities of any organization and of the board is the ESG, and we'll talk about it a little later. So now you have consultants to implement the ESG, you have consultants to audit the ESG, and this is something, maybe I'll share in my closing remarks, that it's the future, because the reporting today to the stakeholders, to the governments, and to many other shareholders is not just going to be on financials, it's going to be on the ESG. And that's why this particular reporting is going to be called as the integrated reporting, or what they can say, integrated financial reporting. Which is the future? It's happening internationally. It's going to happen in India very soon. And let me tell you that in India as well, India would be one of the early countries to adopt the ESG framework and its audit. And of course, it will keep evolving and it will have an adaptation as well. Finally, of course, we are going to be talking about the most important concept today, and that is financing through green bonds, through green initiatives, and the sustainability of such finance. And of course, we'll talk a little bit about the uncertainties as well. So with this, let me open up the panel discussion. And the way we have set the rules over here is that it's going to be a free flow discussion. I'm not moderating this session, I'm only facilitating. So Shankar, if you could hear me as well, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, thank you. I am going to be asking questions to specific panelists, and I have requested all the panelists to share their perspective as well, maybe by adding or maybe by deliberating or even disagreeing on a particular download given by a particular panelist. So my first question goes to Namita. Namita, what are some of these market-based instruments that our cities like Mumbai, who are basically the coastal cities, can consider financing their broader climate priorities? We know that the climate changes happen. The city needs a lot of investments. Somebody has to come out with the bonds, the green finance, etc. What do you think some of these initiatives could be for a city like Mumbai?
Thank you, Kushro. I want to give you two specific examples that can be brought about. And one perspective I want to say is that when we talk about ESG, when we talk about green finance, so far, most of the times the risk element comes out very strongly, right? I think it's very important to look at it from an opportunity standpoint. And if you look at market-based instruments, I think it's a very fitting opportunity since MBIs really complement the regulatory approach while providing the tools to be, to incentivize the achievement of certain goals. So I would say that if you look at two particular aspects as far as, say, Mumbai is concerned, it's my city. I live here, I've been living here all my life. We've seen floods. I mean, every monsoon, it creates a havoc, and we have seen how we have to deal with it in terms of economic losses, in terms of livelihoods, etc. And what are the reasons for this? Rivers clogged, wetlands surrounding these are practically non-existent, which then further jams the drainage systems, so on and so forth. So really the rippling effect that gets created, again, as I said, on economic activity, livelihoods, so on and so forth. Asset exposures, I think that is also very important, one of the panelists mentioned earlier. So the BMC, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which is Asia's richest corporation, has the opportunity to look at issuing an adaptation bond, for example, because SEBI, the market regulator, allows municipal bonds for utilities, and channelize that capital, say particularly through public-private partnerships in a hybrid annuity model. These models have been very successful. I think, and how do you use that capital? That can be used to undertake upgrades of cities' flood water systems, the drainage systems, creating buffers between the rivers, water lines and adjoining lines, so on and so forth, right? And given that BMC is cash rich, I think there would be large amount of interest. So that needs to be looked at. And we've seen examples of how Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation raised a 150 crore bond and has channelized towards certain tertiary sewage treatment plants. So I think these are the kind of opportunities at a granular level that we need to look at, because right now we're looking at it from a very 56,000 feet kind of an angle. But how do you percolate it down to project and translate these into transactions and economic value? I think that is a very important point to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you made some very relevant points of public-private partnerships. Government may or may not be able to do on its own. But maybe I think our international guests, Stein, Erin, if at all you have a perspective about how these specific financing of coastal cities happen internationally, specifically in the low-lying areas where there is always a greater risk of a flood or of a catastrophe.
Yeah, I can try to answer that. Internationally, as I mentioned, with the DFCD model, what we try to do to actually attract private finance to these nature-based solutions and climate adaptation projects is really thinking about blended finance. But blended finance is not just at a transaction level, as we just said, but you can also think about blended finance in a time period, so where you do the initial investments with public sector money, and then that enables the private sector to come on board. But as I also showed with the example, you can also think about blended finance spatially, where one public sector project de-risks a private sector project maybe downstream. So I think that is a more creative way of thinking about blended finance and how we then go about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Erin. Let me go quickly because we have got quite a few questions. So let me go to the next question. And maybe Shankar, I believe, given the fact that you work with one of the very premier exchanges of the country, I believe you could also be best placed to respond to this. And my question is that, where do you see the bottlenecks in assessing the green finance for the urban development, especially keeping in mind our own city or even India as a whole?
Thank you, Kushru. I start from where Namita left it, because whenever we talk of financing projects or anything, we look at return on investment. And obviously there are risks where the credit enhancement or reducing the risk profile can be helped by not only the governments or the local bodies, as well as the private agencies, like I mentioned. The whole issue is about how to get return on investments. Namita mentioned that BMC is a cash-rich organization. It's not about being cash-rich. We are not trying to get funds and pay it back from the money that you have. We're trying to see if it can be developed sustainably. I think we have to still be innovative to understand, like for instance, water logging is there. What can we do? So if we reduce the water logging, who will benefit? What will that benefit accrue to? For instance, suppose due to water logging, we lose around say 1 week of economic activity in that particular area. If we can reduce that water logging and get the economic activity due to which the municipality makes some money, I think those are the risks that we have to identify, let the investors know, and the money will come. This is happening the world over. Whenever we talk, so for instance, renewable energy is also there. We have to an enabling framework where the governments will come back and say, okay, I'll give you this incentive, but this is the cost benefit analysis that I see. I think we have lack of information today. These cost benefit analysis should be in the public domain, so people will know whether a solar power generating project really makes benefit to the environment or not. Because we see lots of these projects, they're actually technically negative in terms of the benefit for climate or sustainability. So government has to come out with guidelines. The organizations, the private-public partnership where we talk about, it should come out with guidelines which say these are the things that we should do. There could be some sample projects, like some of them have been done even in India, like we've talked about dams or dikes, as they're saying. Let's look at the urbanization issue. Most of the urban bodies where there is a water problem, they are looking at solutions which are short-term solutions. For instance, someone looks at a desalination plant. A desalination plant also requires energy. And if you make a lake, say 20 kilometers or 50 kilometers away from a local body, that also requires energy to transfer the water from there to here. So we have to compare these projects and see which works better. Otherwise, people will just come and say, no, desalination plant requires energy, we'll fund the energy, we'll put the pipeline, we'll pay for it. So we require to generate these sample projects, and I think that's one thing that can be done. The second thing that can be done is, we are looking at the financing, and most of the financing will work better if we look at securitization. I think these projects, everyone tries to look at getting the projects and funded from somewhere. Securitization is a good way to have good ROI projects along with bad ROI projects and overall ROI project of the projects that are put together. These two aspects will get in lots of money, and I can tell you investors are waiting in queue for a country like ours and city like Mumbai, where lots can be done, the benefits are huge, but someone has to put it properly.
Sure.
That's my viewpoint.
Thank you, Shankar. I think on a similar note, my question goes to Dibi as well. Dibirat, given the fact that you work with a very global bank, and I'm sure it could also be one of the early ones who would have thought about green financing, what is your take on issuance of bonds or issuance of any kind of financing which will help a sustainable urban development?
Absolutely. I think you mentioned that we have been at the forefront. Yes, I think publicly we have stated that we have committed $1 trillion up till 2030 to espouse the cause of sustainability, to help our clients in their climate journey in terms of their transition. So that's at a global level. I think at the India level, we are doing significant amount of work in this sector. I mean, I myself lead the sustainable finance practice for the bank. And in the last few years, the kind of progress that we have been able to make with our client partners have been substantial. But coming to the specific issue at point here, I think I'll go back to something that I had mentioned early. At the end of the day, for any institution, public or private, to finance anything, and all of us have been repeating this, the risk and returns have to match up. Yes, definitely there's a huge global market out there for green bonds, sustainability linked bonds, and I completely agree that there's a global pool of capital waiting, be it on the equity side or the debt side, to come in, but it comes in to chase the right profile of assets or projects. So I think the starting point is to start thinking that how do we pick and choose projects which are bankable, which are creditworthy. And there are, when you approach the bond market, I mean, forget the international bond market, even in the local bond market, and this is a debate which has been ongoing, that the local bond markets, the depth is still not there. But a minimum credit rating that typically gets good amount of funding is about AA minus AA kind of thing. And we need to really look at it from that lens, that if at a local market level, this is the kind of rating which is required. If I were to go and tap the markets externally, and which as a country we have so far shied from. So while we have had a lot of corporates that we ourselves as a bank have taken to the global bond markets to raise green bonds or sustainability linked bonds, but at a public institutional level, I mean, there are banks, etc., which have gone. But for a city such as Mumbai to go and raise a bond, it's a great idea. But there are several enabling provisions that have to happen before that can be done. And there are already certain countries, for example, Chile. Chile has taken substantial advances in the area of tapping this pool of capital to further their own causes. So I think this is a thought process that has to happen at a national level first, and then percolate to the city level. And once that happens, I think the floodgates are there to open up. There are plenty of instruments, there are plenty of right-minded investors who are all looking to invest.
Thank you, Devi. I think a very similar question goes to Sandeep. Sandeep, in a city like Mumbai, we have been hearing that the sea levels go up a little. People talk about Nariman Point as well, that it sinks by maybe 0.5 millimeter or 1/4 of a millimeter each year. And it could be a rumor, it could be the fact, but yes, we are aware that so many cities globally and in India have started to sink as well. And we have been talking about climate financing pools besides green finance. How do you think it could be a sustainable framework insofar as this climate financing pools are concerned? How do you think it will operate, and what kind of sustainability will it bring to a better environment?
Yeah, so I'll take the latter part of the question, how or what will bring the sustainable environment, and then go to the finance part. Yeah? So adaptation and resilience for cities, I mean, besides my friends from Netherlands, is, where, a large portion of the country is far below sea level, is for, say, coastal cities, which can be, I am quite sure a lot of that can be applied for coastal cities. But I will say, while the engineering skills exist in Netherlands, how well it is localized and customized will determine how sustainable the environment becomes. Will a design of a dike or a ford or whatever it's called, you copy paste it from Netherlands and apply it in Mumbai, will it automatically make things good? I'm quite sure the answer is no. There is a certain degree of customization and localization and involvement of the community. I'll quote Hisham, who was there in the last panel, who said, to get things moving is about politics. So in New York City, to create this adaptation plan, they are saying it will create 100,000 jobs. Without the politics going and without the economics going, the rest won't happen, for sure. So that is what will create the sustainable atmosphere which we desire. Now, once that is in place, I think the next step would be to tap the pools which are dedicated to green. The green capital which, the likes of Renew Power or Adani Green Energy keeps on tapping by green bonds, issuing green bonds offshore. And of course, the Republic of Chile, they started. Yes, and I agree, maybe, the sovereign green bond could be the first step towards it, and then, some collaboration with the right engineering skills to adapt, to create the right atmosphere. And once that economics and politics is there, then the pool will start coming. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandeep. We immediately go to a very relevant question after this, and this is to Stein. And maybe Aaron, you can feel free to add there as well. There are certain indicators or parameters which an environmental economist should take into consideration while studying the economic effects of an environmental policy or any business decision prior to publishing his own research and the analysis and the recommendations. What can be done in terms of such, what should be those specific considerations which he should take into account? And I think, Stein, you come from a consulting world as well, so I'm sure you would definitely be able to throw a better light on this.
Yeah, excellent question, I think. And we do evaluate a lot of these policy, but also business decisions that affect climate adaptation measures. And I think in the context of finance, let's say in the context of finance, it's absolutely crucial to distinguish effects for different stakeholders, right? So what is the interest in those measures or decisions for private companies that are involved? Are they generating revenue from those measures? Are they reducing their risks in terms of climate vulnerability? And this shows the interest for private sector to participate in those decisions or measures. On the other hand, you have to look at externalities, right? So you have to look at other stakeholders that are not directly contributing to the project, but that are affected, so that you, from a societal perspective, as a government, but also as a company that want to generate impact, have an idea of how your decisions affect a broader set of stakeholders. Creating insight in who gains, who loses from those type of decisions also provides you insight in who might be interested to contribute financially. So I think this is crucial information when you design adaptation measures in order to identify those beneficiaries that are financially able to contribute but are also positively affected. And this helps you also to communicate to those stakeholders that they are benefiting from your decisions and convincing them that they need to contribute financially as well.
Sure. Aaron, would you like to add something?
Yeah, just add very shortly. I mean, we from WF, we know what is impact and we understand the externalities, but the companies we work with, they don't, for them still the bottom line is most important, and that's profit. So we are trying to quantify physical, regulatory, reputational risks into financial risk and see what needs to be done to mitigate these risks. But we're also helping these companies to look at a solid business case and come up with healthy returns. And when it comes to climate adaptation and attracting private sector companies to climate adaptation, they don't always need to be so obsessed with the fact that they are contributing to climate adaptation. For them, it's just a sustainable aquaculture project, or it's about a sustainable green piece of infrastructure that generates returns and provides services to the society. And then the whole ecosystem around these companies, NGOs, governments, they can then quantify the climate adaptation impact and assess whether it's actually worth the grants and the other instruments that we provide to these companies.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very fair perspective you have given. My next question, I think I would definitely keep it open for anybody, including Shankar, who is also on the video over here. You know, we are going through a very dynamic global environment. Wherever it needs for the businesses keep evolving, and the climate changes also keep continuing very regularly. Most important thing over here is that one should be getting the right signals, the right indicators for the change in the climate. And although there are some of the best institutions globally which provide such information on a timely basis to, I would not say avoid, but to prevent the damage to a great extent for those disasters. The point-in-time information is extremely important because there is a lot of preparation, there is a lot of investment, there are a lot of financing done to ensure that you get this point-in-time information from this, which businesses' decisions are taken accordingly. What do you think these countries, including India, should be doing in order to ensure that this point-in-time information should be coming to the individuals or to the organizations who would work towards preventing further damage? It's open. Yeah, Devi, please.
Let me take this question because when you were asking this question, it reminds me about the city where my headquarters is based. Sort of, we are in London, but we are equally big in Hong Kong. And if you actually see Hong Kong, the way they manage those typhoons and tornadoes every year, multiple times happening, it is a model to be followed by all cities.
Yes.
I think they have done a fantastic job in terms of positioning their data gathering devices, for lack of any scientific word, and real-time information is used to actually guide the resident population in terms of the severity and how to go about it. And you know, these large-scale tornadoes or typhoons that pass through the city every year during a certain period of the year goes without doing actually minimal damage. So I think it is a lesson to be learned, and it's a concrete jungle. It's probably more concrete than we have in Bombay, and they have. So there is a lesson to be learned, and probably we need to see what model they have followed that can be used here as well.
Yes, please, Stein.
Can add to that, I think the data is crucial, but what is maybe even more crucial is the processes that follow if there, if there are insights that something terrible is going to happen, right? You can have the information, but you need to act immediately to make sure people are safe, evacuate, etc. So you also have to institutionalize what comes after.
No, absolutely. Today, if you go to the net and you have certain websites where you can find out how the climate is going to be in any part of the world a month down the line as well. And I'm sure, you know, some calculations, some indicators are there. Many a times it comes out true, many a times it's not. And definitely we cannot blame them because it's nature, and it's natural that you will never have the point in time information and accurate information. I think we only have about 3 minutes before we actually wrap it up. So maybe let me open up to the audience in terms of any questions that they have for the panelists. We'll be happy to sort of, you know, respond. Yes, please. And you can direct the question to any panelist, please. That would be great.
Hi, I'm Tayyab Badr. I'm representing MCGM here. We're working with Mumbai Parking Authority. So my question is directed to Stein and Aaron, mostly because of you're an economist, and also because Aaron mentioned something about the Vietnamese model. And so my question is, and also over the last 2 days we've been talking about environment and livelihood. So one such thing that comes to my mind is that of payment for ecosystem services. An idea, so for the audience, a service provided to manage an environmental resource. So when you sort of recognize that it is a service and you tend to financialize and monetize it, that's an environmental service, and then payment for it. So, so something like that where citizens participate to manage the environment, and then we bring in the market, we bring in the state to sort of create a system where money can flow for better management of environmental resource, for source protection. And something like that has been done in Vietnam. For example, Vietnam is one of the first countries which has a national policy for payment for ecosystem services. Now, my question is that because, and we have sort of covered it in some degree, that there is a clear role of state, there is a clear role of market, and there is a clear role of citizen participation. So in such a model where we want to bring in finance, we want more participants, and and we are also looking at normatives of sustainability, efficiency, equity, livelihoods, all of that combined, and of course environment, which is why we are here. So something like that, what sort of models could be replicated? Could it be the Chinese model where the state is heavily controlling the ecosystem services, or Vietnam, where there is a hybrid model, something like new institutional economics, or something which just totally opens it to the market?
Yeah, I think there are various options that you can pursue in this sense. I think if you're talking about payment for ecosystem services, it has become a bit of a catch-all term, and there are many sorts of services that you can monetize. But coming back to your question on how to arrange it, you need some kind of structure to coordinate the funds, right? To direct the funds. And there are transaction costs involved with this. And often with payment for ecosystem services, there are a lot of beneficiaries, and there are a lot of suppliers that provide these ecosystem services. And there needs to be something in between that can manage those funds and direct them from the demand to the supply to the demand, and vice versa. And I think there are various models, but something that we've seen also recently arising more and more is something that's more hybrid, such as trust fund structures, for example, that are governed by both private sector, but also can be representatives from the public sector involved as well, that have an interest in the area that is being managed by these payment for ecosystem service mechanisms. But that also has had a governance aspect that involves private sector specifically, and also ensures that they have a say in how those funds are being spent, and also can mobilize them to invest in this type of funding systems.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a half a minute perspective?
I just want to add that it's a great model, but it's not proliferating, so it's not picking up. So I think we need to invite the private sector, be that intermediate role, and then really make it a profitable model, because otherwise...
Absolutely. Of course. So for want of time, I think maybe there is an opportunity over lunch to interact with the panelists. I'll just wrap it up in half a minute. I think it's not just the initiatives of governments, public sector, private sector, combination of public sector, private sector, boards. It is we ourselves as well. To what extent we create pollution, to what extent we create problems, to what extent we defy the laws of nature. And I think it's extremely important for us to create more awareness within us and for our families and for our friends and others to ensure that these ESG norms are completely complied with, because we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Anything can happen at any point of time. I'm not a pessimist, I'm a very optimistic person, but this subject, trust me, this subject has taken the highest level of priority in the boardrooms of late, and this is something I want to reiterate. I mentioned in my opening remarks, I once again mentioned that the corporates have started to take it up very, very seriously in terms of something that, we were so concerned about the Y2K in the year 2000 when the millennium changed. And at that point of time, we managed it so well. There were no major issues. Now, maybe in the next 2-3 years, the ticking time bomb is the ESG and the global climate change. So it's ourselves who need to be ready. And I think we need to sort of, contribute to the ecosystem to make sure that this particular ticking time bomb is defused, as a result of which we should be in a position to live in a much more safer and a sustainable environment. With this, I would wrap up my panel discussion. I thank every panelist over here for sparing his valuable time to be here this afternoon and sharing the perspectives. And thanks to the organizers of the event for the opportunity given to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Panthaki. I also thank our panel members for sharing their views on green finance. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we break for lunch, I am going to tell you all a little bit about what the next session is going to be all about. It's about the identification of projects and strategies to mobilize climate finance. We will all meet back in the ballroom by 2:20. I'm going to request all of you all to join us back by 2:20. We have two very interesting sessions. Post the panel discussion, there is a valedictory session, and we are also expecting our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, to join us here. We also have Mr. Ram Durai from Tata Consultancy, who is going to be joining us here. So a couple of very special sessions are going to be taking place post-lunch. So I'm going to request all of you all to please keep your accreditation with you and join us back in time post-lunch. We're breaking for lunch now, ladies and gentlemen. Also, before we go out, I am going to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. We would like to acknowledge their support. Our collaborators, Government of Maharashtra, MCGM, European Union, Climate Action Plan, Maji Vasundhara, Consulate General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, McKinsey India, our sponsors Tata & Sons Private Limited, JSW Foundation, Concast India, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, Blue Dart, Godrej, Kotak Asset Management Company, All Cargo Logistics, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Mahindra Holidays, HSBC, MMR Environmental Improvement Society, ICCSA, and a solo contribution by Ms. Zareen Manchanda. I humbly request all of you all to please join us back in time by 2:20 so that the next couple of sessions don't get delayed. I repeat, I would like to remind all of you all once again that for the next sessions, we are going to be having Honorable Chief Minister Shri Uddhav Thackeray ji and Mr. Oberoi from Tata Consultant who are going to be joining us here.
La noche no se mueve. no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. noche no se muere. La 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 noche no se duerme.
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I request all our delegates in the lunch area to please join us back inside. We are going to start with the next session now. I request all the delegates to kindly settle down. All those in the ballroom, please take your seats. Our delegates who are outside in the lunch area, we request all of you to please join us back in the ballroom. It's time to begin with the next session. The buffet outside will be closing in the next 5 minutes. So requesting all of you all to please join us back.
La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request everyone to take their seats. We will be starting in the next couple of minutes. All our delegates in the lunch area, requesting all of you all to please join us back inside. We have a very interesting panel discussion coming up. May I please request all the delegates and speakers in the ballroom to please settle down.
La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If we have any more delegates outside by the lunch area requesting them to join us back, please take your seats. It's time to start with the next panel discussion. We hope everybody's eaten well. Yes? Probably, perhaps, have you all fallen? Are you all feeling sleepy? No, please don't. All right, it's time to welcome our next set of speakers. Our next panel discussion is all about identifying projects and strategies to mobilize climate finance for resilient urbanization in coastal cities. Let me welcome on stage our esteemed speakers we have with us today. Program Head Urban Development, World Resource Institute, Ms. Lubaina Rangwala. I would also like to welcome on stage Additional Municipal Commissioner Projects MCGM, Mr. P. Velrasu. I also welcome online Climate Change Manager British International Investments, Ms. Chiara Trabacchi. Head of Regional Representation, South Asia European Investment Bank, Ms. Nina Fenton. Director, Green Finance Unit, WWF, Netherlands, Mr. Aaron Vermeulen. And ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be moderated by freelance writer and editor, Ms. Vaishnavi Chandrasekhar. She's a science and environment journalist with over 20 years of experience across media. She's a consulting editor with the Times of India and also writes for National Geographic, Science, Yale, E360, Guardian, and many more. Please welcome on stage this esteemed panel, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please put our hands together for them? Couple of our speakers are going to be joining online. Mr. Trabacchi and Ms. Fenton are going to be joining us online.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch, aren't too sleepy. This is the last session of the conference, but I think it's actually perhaps one of the most important. We have two Bombay speakers with us today, so I hope that we're going to sort of hear specifics, on-the-ground details about the kind of projects that we're planning and how we can connect it to finance. So to begin with, I'd like to ask Mr. Velarasu to come and make his opening address.
So, good afternoon to all of you. I think this 2 days conference covering different aspects of climate change, it's really good. We get to see different perspectives, how everyone approaches the issue. Today, the topic on which I am going to speak, it is mostly about choices. What are the choices we have and how do we select the projects? And we have to attract the climate finance also. I think the morning session, many people spoke about the climate finance. So everybody is aware of the importance of the topic. But there is a lot of works that needs to be done. Maybe quickly, some people say it is already late, but there are many optimists in the room. So, but still we have to keep doing. Maybe next slide, please. Yeah. This is Climate Finance 1.0. So this describes what it is about. So about $600 billion, it goes into climate finance. It comes from different channels. But what we need at this point of time in 2021, it is about $3,200 billion. So we are short by almost 4/5. This is the first thing I want to point out. Next slide. It comes from different channels. So the red ones are mostly the private investment, the banks and the other entities. Money, it is not there, as simple as that. Okay, it is very less, as good as that. And the low cost project debt, where the interest rates are kept low, that is also very small, it's $47 billion. The middle one, the project level market rate, this is 232, means this is the common market rate finance, maybe LIBOR, slightly marked up, that type of finance, it is $232 billion. Then there are equity investments and other things. So if you see, if you are looking for low cost finance or free finance, it is simply a dot in the ocean, okay? And where it goes mostly into mitigation. 571 goes to mitigation. This is a thing we have to ponder, whether mitigation we should spend 571 out of 632, that is a question, I think morning session many people raise that issue. And where it goes to energy and transport. Obviously, for the reason that it has associated cash flows. You get money, you put money, you get money. There the risk is very minimized. The finance people know they will get back their money. So it goes to transport, energy. But if you see land use and other things, the money simply it is not there. This is the macro picture. It varies country to country. Next slide, please. And where it goes to mostly China. So that is the East Asia. It's about half of it, 292. See the US, Canada and Western Europe, it is 83, 104. So these three together, it is 3/4 of the climate finance we are talking about. If you look at South Asia, it must be 30. And in the 30, India gets 6. So 6 out of 630, it is 1%. So what we are doing about $20 billion, it's close to 1.5%, 2%, something like that. Next slide, please. So some of the international trends, in the Western countries where it is highly developed, most of the climate finance come through the private investment. It is not the public, it's not the government which is spending, mostly it is private investment. But if you come to the developing countries, it is the other way around. It is mostly a government efforts, the private investment is simply not there, right? So, and most of these funds, 630, what we are talking about, 75% of the money is generated and rotated within the country borders. It is not a transnational or transcontinental financing, right? So, okay. And low cost concessional debt is only 12%. And the equity investments, yes, need-based, they are doing that also. Next. So internationally, solar and onshore wind, because they have a very clearly defined returns, they attract maximum finance. The third must be the electric vehicles. I think US, European markets, they are crazily after electric vehicles. So that is a third component. And renewables are mostly private capital because they have associated cash flow. Next slide. Low carbon transport, yes. And private road, I told, because there are subsidies and other facilitating policy environment. That is also important why this type of demand is there. Next slide, please. So come to India. So these are our much odd objectives, where we want to be in 2020. You want to be 500 gigawatts renewables, non-fossil, and 50% electricity you want to be renewable. Emissions reduction 2030, and then carbon intensity less than 45% 2030, and net zero 2030. I think this is currently where we want to reach. Next slide. And this is what you get. So you get $20 billion. Again, there are a lot of limitations. It always is the condition there is double accounting, there are many issues, right? And out of 20, 90% go to solar and wind capacity. These two specific sectors, right? And sustainable transport is less than almost $1 billion. If you are looking for startups and other new initiatives and other things, it is less than $1 billion. So this is the macro thing. Of course, there were green bonds and all other things tried, but they are not very massive. Next slide. So to facilitate collation of private sector investment and routing to different economies, including developing economies, there is a system available. So that is called private sector facility. So they mostly do the de-risking. So the different countries African countries, developing countries, if they invest, how to formulate it. So there are different ways of formulation, and they consider many things. So basically what we are, there are different instruments like equity debt structuring, there are different way of financing. There is also this first loss protection, so you cover part of the loss. There are many instruments available in the market, but they are doing it also. Next slide. When the funding from these structures happen, what they look at is this: the impact potential, paradigm shift potential, whether this project affects only this or it has a spillover effect, puts other things also in the motion. That is the thing. How to meet the sustainable development potential? The need for recipient, whether your country really needs this amount. Is there any other financing available? But these all I have not highlighted because they are just a regular run of the matter. But what is important is the cost effectiveness. You have noble ideas, you want the money to come, fine, but is it worth financing? That is important. Any banker, any financial institution worth its salt will not fund unless there is a return on investment, there is a IRR, and they will also incorporate all the risk, uncertainties, externalities, everything will be incorporated. After that only they will fund. So you want to reduce the emissions, so you have brilliant idea, you want to do this, so why it is not getting funded? It won't be. Because financially the money has to make money, either directly or indirectly. Even the grant has to make money indirectly. So the point is, what I am saying here is, it is not sufficient if you have a vision, you want to reach there, but that vision has to be worked on microscopic details. The granular details have to be worked out, and you have to develop the projects worth financing. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what you got from the GEF. There is another funding line, global announcement. So it is not more than 2 billion. Next slide. So there is a green climate fund available. You got 4 projects so far. If you see one of the projects that is routed through the NABARD, that is again, it's about solar energy. I think 250 megawatts. And that is almost 90% of that amount. So you see what kind of project get funded. Suppose suddenly you say, I want to capture the methane gas in the rice fields. You can talk about it. People may not fund it unless you make associated cash flow. That is very important. That's very critical. We have to work on that. That is where there has to be the coordination between the government and the private sector, where how you have to develop it. I think there we can do more homework. Next. Yeah, now I'll come down to what I am supposed to speak. So how do you select the projects? So project is always a difficulty. There are different alternatives available. So given the option, I would prefer to spend more on adaptation measures than mitigation measures. I am making my mind clear. Why so? The mitigation measures are like, it's like a zero-sum game. It's a prisoner's dilemma. You do it, you don't know whether the other fellow is going to do it or not. And you do it, your benefits are not directly accruing to you. That's very important. And you can afford to do everything provided you are already protected. So the adaptive measures are protection for you. Suppose you build a wall against around Mumbai, it's a protection for you. It is not going to go anywhere. The Delta Works of Netherlands is going to stay in Netherlands. It's not going to go to London. So you have to. So given the option, given the priorities, I would spend more on the adaptive measures first. But you have to work on mitigation also. Now, so the informal housing. So I don't know whether covered. This climate change is creating a lot of cyclones approaching the Arabian Sea now. The last 4 years we got 2 cyclones. So every time from the BMC we pray to God, let it go somewhere. Let it not come over Mumbai. Right? Why is it so? Because you are 40% of the housing in Mumbai, it is informal. Right? So you call it slum, you call whatever, but they are very weak structures. A cyclone crosses it, there is a possibility large number of people will be rendered houseless. Then how do you face it? Do you have plans to face such a type of situation? So I think immediately we have to work on housing these informal housing people into formal housing. That policy we have to work, and we have to work really fast. Second is, people get killed not by flooding. People get killed mostly by landslides. If you see last 2-3 years data, I think 20 people died in landslide. There are large, the map, the right side, there are many landslide points. So you have to remove them and protect them and keep them somewhere safe. That is the immediate requirement. So first you have to work on that, right? So we have to remove them, you have to rehabilitate them, you have to work with them, all inclusive, you have to work with the stakeholder discussion, everything. But you have to rehabilitate them, that is the bottom line. Third is the raising sea levels. So somebody said 0.3 meters, right? And maybe 2100 is 0.6 meters, but it is important. So you have to protect the coastal line. You might have to go for protection walls. You have to build that. Next. Next. Yeah. Now the variations are happening, these extreme events are happening. So you have to hold the water somewhere. And you know Mumbai, most of the places inside Mumbai, they are below the sea levels. So you have to store water somewhere till the high tide subsides. So you need to have contour mapping, you have to have holding tanks, and you have to pump it out because those places are location-wise lower than sea. You have to pump it out. We have to work on these things. Raising the levels of road. So many places the flooding events are increasing, the flood levels will also go up. There are many places the roads will go below the flood lines. You would have seen the Kolhapur highway sometime back, even the bridge went below the flood water, right? Given the opportunity, you should raise the road levels below the mean sea level most of the points. That we have to work on that. Then many places, the ground apartments get flooded, like the Postman colony in Chembur. Many locations I can say examples. Whenever there is a monsoon, heavy monsoon, the ground floor fellows, they had it. So water enters. The Dharavi, many places, they keep these things on the upper side and they vanish. They go to some other place, schools and other places. So you have to plan for that. These threats I am talking about, they are immediate threats. I am not talking about 2100, 2050. These are immediate threats. And you have to work immediately now on these subjects, right? Most of our electric substations, they are at the ground level. Okay, if the flooding happens, they will be the first to go down and then your city will go blackout. So what is a climate action plan? You have to raise these substations. There may be electricity, but you have to shut down because it is underwater. This happens abroad, everywhere. You have to work on that, right? Railways, why it has to go underwater every time? They can raise the tracks. They are not raising it because there are so many ROBs, rail over bridges. So it requires budget. It comes in stashes, it comes over a period of time. So because of the overhead bridges, they are not elevating. But we have to work on a paced manner how to elevate these railway tracks. You have to face it. It is a problem. It may be a 15-year plan, it may be a 20-year plan, but you have to work on it, right? Next. Right, the DP, this is another critical component which I found amusingly is missing. DP is the development plan, is a plan where you show different areas in the city, right? So you can easily mark the flood risk areas where the land elevations are low. Then you make an associated policy. If at all you are developing real estate in those flood prone areas, you should charge them heavily because you are going to do a lot of flood risk management there. And the public should also know where I am going to purchase my flat. It is in a flood risk prone area, so they should know. But currently what I find is it is missing. And the flood risk prone area should be mapped differently, and this whatever charges, the premium charges, development charges, that can be kept on the higher side. We have to work on that, and this is immediately doable, right? This is the increasing green covered greens and rising temperature and other things. Next slide, please. I have only 2 more slides. So the BMC, we are doing these water holding tanks and all. So these are the engineering solutions. But people say you can't work in isolation, you have to work in total. I fully agree. But today we have to do this, so we are doing this. Next. This is another tank. This is recently constructed. In the last year we have constructed. These are huge tanks, and it can hold about 3 hours of rainfall for when it rains about 100 mm per hour. Okay. So this we have done the last 2 years. Next slide. Coming to mitigation, because I want to touch that also. Energy. So your energy emissions are because of the incandescent. So what are the policy instruments you can exercise? Which one you are using? You can ban the production of those lights, or you can regulate, you can tax them higher side, you can. So which one you want to use? there has to be clarity and you have to work on that. Transportation. Now transportation, electric vehicles are fine as long as you know the energy is also coming from a clean energy, right? But your portfolio, energy portfolio, it is mostly coal-based and you run here electric buses. Then we have to see the trade-off between coal and diesel, not between this electric and this. So these are complex. Waste. Do we have the gas capturing systems? These are important. So I am glad our corporation has published a Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Maybe 2 years down the line, we should publish the gap reports. You can't have long-term, long shot, right? It's not like a golf shot. You play and look there. So, but you have to see in 2 years what I am supposed to do, how much I am deviating. So these are called gap reports. We should start publishing gap reports, not immediately, because this year we have come up with the climate action plan. Maybe after 2 years, 3 years, where we are, that gap report should be published. Next. I think I'm done. So this is beautifully captured by Mr. Johnny Miller. See, this is a contrast, this is a sea. I think we have to live with that and we have to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valarasu, for that very illuminating presentation. And I'll call upon Lubaina now to make her presentation.
Okay, yeah, it's here. Hi everyone, I'm Lubaina Rangwala from the World Resources Institute India and the program head for urban development. I've also, thank you Mumbai First for inviting me, great honor to be here. I've also had the pleasure to recently support BMC in publishing the Mumbai Climate Action Plan. This is the report, so I encourage you all who have not read it to please go read it. How do you work this? Just. Oh, yeah. Can you just. Oh, can I operate it? Yes. The green button. Okay. Thank you. Just. Yeah. So. A little bit about the city context. Sir already presented, the fact that so 12 million. More than 12 million people live in Mumbai within the MCGM boundaries. Around 40 to 50% of our population lives in informal settlements, poor communities, and this is the kind of challenges we deal with. The population density is almost 28,000 persons per square kilometer. So this is basically the urban context within which the Mumbai Climate Action Plan was designed. Broadly, we followed a 5-step process where in the first couple of months, we kind of designed the project, project inception. The team within BMC, even externally, the kind of advisors, experts were put together. A MCAP core team was set up. We started doing the baseline assessment, so a greenhouse gas inventory was prepared, and a vulnerability assessment of climate risks in the city was also conducted. This, I forgot to mention that this plan was built in partnership with the C40 cities network, so the entire process that we followed was based on their climate action planning guidelines. We achieved a greenhouse gas inventory, which is approved by the Global Protocol for Communities, GPC. We used that method and it is now published for everyone to kind of go look at the details, use it in actually your project planning in Mumbai. In August, we launched the Mumbai Climate Action Planning process, and there was a website that was created to encourage stakeholder consultations and really kind of invite even citizen feedback for 6 sectors that were defined. In step 4, then we went through 3 rounds of consultations and finally developed the plan. Finally developed the plan in the last end of this thing. So the first stage, as I said, was, and these were the kind of partners that we worked with. A lot of different commitments were made through the year of planning towards nature, towards EV transition, towards waste management, towards clean air, and the Department of Environment was actually key nodal kind of department that led the plan from BMC. I spoke about the data collection and the assessment. So around 20 departments within BMC shared data that was aggregated in these assessments, and 26 external agencies. So in terms of a data collection effort, it was a really beast of an effort to kind of put the assessments together. Everyone was extremely willing. Some of the tools that we used were the CIRIS tool. The CIRIS tool and the Inclusive Climate Action Planning tool. This is a guideline to ensure that equity and inclusion were kind of at the heart of our planning strategies right from the beginning. So to look at the scenario of climate risk, we essentially looked at 5 different risks in the city. And there were geospatial maps that were created to talk about even in terms of the monitored data, like from IMD, what is the kind of trend over the last 40-50 years, but also in terms of using satellite imagery, where are the high-risk areas in the city. And so these kinds of maps were created on heat, on flooding, on landslide-prone areas, to essentially flag. There are a lot of landslide-prone areas. So 287 locations within the city are prone to landslides. 209 of them intersect with informal settlements. So, as Sir was very rightly kind of drawing the attention on it, it's really important to look at some of these that become almost catastrophic. So the same rainfall event in the city can be, death in one community and might actually be a chai pakoda event in a different part of the city, So that's the spectrum of experience that we're looking at in this city. In terms of coastal risk, we've seen the increase in cyclones, the kind of the impact on mangrove patches that we've had, mangrove lands in the city, and also the kind of sedimentation that we're seeing in some of the creek areas. So these are some of the coastal risks that we identified. Global models are including the IPCC and Climate Central, constantly warn about a 2050 submergence possibility for Mumbai. But today, some of the realities that we are seeing and that will kind of incrementally become more of an issue for the city are things very tangible, like storm surge. Seeing an increase of almost 1 meter increase in tidal height during a cyclone versus a regular day. And how are we then, preparing to plan our city for the next 5 to 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, to deal with some of the risks that are looming right now, is the conversation we tried to highlight in the CAP. Also in terms of air pollution, some areas, because of the kind of land uses that there are, near the refinery or the garbage dump, maybe some particularly notorious traffic junctions that actually become hotspots in the city where the exposure is much higher. And what are then some immediate measures, while the land use transition can happen over the next years, what are then immediate measures that can be taken for communities who are exposed and are dealing with then impacts of very poor, extremely startling numbers of mortality in certain areas, like Amy Stewart notoriously has been, we've been kind of talking about it as the most vulnerable, having an age, the average life expectancy of just 40 years in some of the wards, and this is within our same city. So I think just understanding the risks that are very pronounced in some areas and really acting on them, much more actionable plans in those is primary. In terms of the greenhouse gas inventory, broadly at the city level, 23 million tons of carbon dioxide is emitted every year. That's based on a 2019 baseline for greenhouse gas emissions. As Sir was saying, 72% of this is stationary energy, so it actually comes from our buildings and really then calls for a closer look at the architecture and the building regulations that we have in the city, and how can we then build much more proactively, building passive cooling and passive design guidelines into future buildings. Of course, moving to energy efficient appliances and fixtures is a no-brainer. And hoping that the commitments at the state level to transition towards a decarbonized energy grid is something we can support and hope that it happens very soon. In terms of waste, a lot of the strategies, and I'll talk about that when I talk about the actions. Only 20% of emissions currently are from the transport, are on the transport sector, because most of our trips in Mumbai are actually public transport based. So the challenge then for us would be, how do we retain this, right? With all the transition that's happening to electric vehicles, we shouldn't reach a point where vehicularization increases and car ridership increases. So really making sure that our streets are walkable, maybe even cyclable, and really building the robust kind of bus transit is really important. In terms of the emission scenarios, so if we mapped it based on the timelines that we have, business as usual, if we don't do anything by 2050, we'll see a 120% rise in emissions. And we can only expect what kind of warming that would land us, right? Because we're already seeing the impacts of global warming every day pretty much. But if we take the aggressive measures that we have committed to in the plan, we will see a 72% decrease in emissions by 2050, and then have to deal with maybe a 30% residual emission that is easily kind of managed to cover up through offsets and other things. So yeah, just the plan was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister and the entire leadership at BMC and MMRDA. The feedback loops that were created through the website, there's a website called the mcap.ncgm@gov.in website. You can go and read about the different initiatives under the MCAP over there. And various levels of stakeholder consultations. How many? Oh God. I was given a particularly difficult task to present the MCAP, so maybe if I can get some more time. So there were several consultations that were done. The first was with subject experts, then within departments within BMC, to ensure that departments can understand the kind of commitments we have put in the CAP and are then aligned towards the implementation over the next years. And then at administrative level, we invited our assistant commissioners and zonal DMCs to understand what are the zonal level vulnerabilities in their wards and how can they start preparing and prioritizing at the ward level certain actions. These are the 6 sectors and 24 priority actions. Yeah, I don't know if I have too much time to get into the actions at this point. So essentially the range for energy is from decarbonizing the grid to passive design. Again, for mobility, it's from enhancing public transport ridership to looking at freight and other associated transport. On waste, really the big message is to decentralize the system and to reduce all waste that goes to landfill. As fast as possible, we need to work towards closing our landfills. So I think that is the sort of big message that is out there. On greening, really what we need to do is all kinds of green, right? It's not always a tree that's going to bring in biodiversity and shade, etc. It could be various different forms of greening, mangroves somewhere, maybe riparian greens and along river beds, creating buffer for both flood and heat mitigation together. So looking at impervious surface, increasing impermeability is actually the goal rather than number of trees as a target. On air quality, as I said, monitoring, etc., is really critical, but also then decentralizing planning at the local level and informing people what are their choices, how can they reduce exposure at the personal level. You know, simply just wearing a mask can help you reduce your exposure. And finally, on flooding, you know, the range of our targets kind of go from building flood resilient systems, and a lot of it was covered in actions that well-resourced were presented, but also kind of helping create disaster risk plans at the local level, addressing issues of water and sanitation. These are the action tables that you find in the MCAP, which have, you know, outcome and output indicators that can help, and they also have time frames. So if there are, you know, investment opportunities you see for your organizations, CSR money, you know, this is basically the template, and it's all, you know, there to kind of projectize. Just few, these are the initiatives that were and of course, you know, the opportunity to kind of learn and increase our learnings to the state level through the 43 Amrit Cities Race to Zero campaign. I just want like 2 minutes to talk about a few different examples of things that are happening right now in Mumbai, you know, going forward. So we are, like recently we presented, we actually did a workshop with the Stormwater Drainage Department on flooding, inviting various different, you know, partners, institutions in the city. One of the, you know, immediate kind of projectable things, there were lots of initiatives that came, but, you know, along the Methi, there's basically this, where the Methi meets the sea, there is a rock outcrop. And now the department is kind of at a point where the issue is, we need to now bring in the best technology to kind of you know, remove that outcrop, increase the speed of flow. Well, that is the sort of way in which we are thinking about drainage, right? To move water out into the sea as far as possible. There's also a backlash from the sea. And a lot of scientists in the room were talking about possibly the increase in sedimentation because of the backflow that will happen. So the opportunity out there then is there enough, you know, funding or investment to create to get the best science, the best kind of technical institutions to look at that, model this scenario. If you know, kind of intervene in this manner, like create a grey infrastructure solution in this manner, what will be the impacts? A second scenario, maybe creating some sand dunes, maybe kind of, you know, using some NDS solutions, what will be the different... So I think just understanding options before kind of investing in because once that outcrop is gone, it's gone. Like it's an ecology in the city that is lost. So some of these, we are at the precipice of making some very critical decisions in infrastructure investment in the city. And having the kind of institutional support is actually critical, and then the investment to create those institutions, right? EV transition is at the same point where Mumbai is committed to 2,200 buses in the next couple of years, 2 years. In the next 2 years, 2,200 buses that will be built, that will be bought. But to sustain an environment that allows for failures of, say, maintenance, of
Sorry to
some
interrupt.
kind of innovation that is needed.
It's
So
we're
there
running
are,
late.
I mean, and I can maybe during the question and answer take up some of these
Yeah.
these ideas.
We'll come back to
Thank
this.
you.
We'll come back to this. Thank you. I think we have 2 experts online, and I think, are they here? Are they connected? I think Chiara is the one who's
So Chiara is
speaking
there.
next. Is she? Hi.
Good
We
afternoon,
can't see
good
you,
afternoon.
but we can hear you, so maybe you would like to start, and do please stick to the time.
Yeah, surely. Shall I get started?
Yes, please.
Super. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending on your time zone. I'm Chiara Trabacchi, Climate Change Manager at British International Investments. I'm very much delighted to be here, and thanks again to the organizer, because I think it's a unique opportunity to be with like-minded partners that have the ideas, drive, passions, and the commitment very much to find solutions to the challenges of of the climate emergency, which are particularly pressing in urban context. In my brief remarks, I'd like to touch on a few points, certainly introduce you to who British International Investment is and how we operate, very much to drive a net zero, inclusive and climate resilient development. Second, very much touch on the key questions that were raised for this panel discussion, and also allow time for certainly, question and answer, very much to respond to any questions that you may have. So for those of you that may not know it, British International Investments, formerly known as CDC Group, is a UK development finance institution. And we invest to support businesses and infrastructure in Asia and South Asia to respond to the opportunities and challenges facing developing and emerging economies. And very much with the goal of driving a net zero, just and inclusive and climate resilient development. And certainly India has traditionally been a key market that British International Investment has served. We have invested in several different projects over the past 30 years, ranging from renewable energy, but also fintech and also climate services for increasing the resilience of the agricultural system. Our investment strategy is very much underpinned by our climate change strategy that has three main building blocks that I mentioned earlier on as well. Net zero by 2050, just transition, and climate adaptation and resilience. And actually, we have the ambition to invest up to 1 billion in climate funding in India over the next 5 years under our new investment strategy. And certainly, climate adaptation and resilience is a key building block of our strategy, and very much, as we heard as of now, a key need in the urban context in India and also the rural context and beyond, but also in the other markets that we are serving. And certainly, given the focus of the discussion, I mean, the latest data from the IPCC are striking, right? 12 Indian cities are predicted to be underwater by the end of this century, and certainly Mumbai and Dhaka are at high risk from extreme flood events. So certainly we have to take action promptly and very much accelerate and unlock private investments in this area. And to do so, very much our strategic approach to foster and unlock investment in climate resilience and adaptation very much is targeted towards addressing those key barriers hindering investment in these areas, which, as many of you may already know, certainly are knowledge and technical capacity barriers, and very much also having the scientific evidence that can enable a climate resilient development to occur, but also market failures and financial barriers and technological barriers and challenges. And so certainly at BII, we very much seek to invest such that to scale up the availability of those adaptation and resilience solutions that are needed, very much acting and try to invest and unlock capital throughout the maturity life cycle of those solutions, but also very much increasing the resilience of our investees and supporting them very much to get the knowledge, get the awareness needed for investing capital and capabilities and capacity to very much strengthen their assets, their businesses to climate shocks and stressors. And I think very much that development finance institutions like BII have a key role to play to act as matchmaker between adaptation solutions and physical climate risk, because ultimately adaptation solutions are the flip side of physical climate risks. And certainly we have a key role to play to increase the visibility and the bankability of climate resilience projects. And certainly we can do so by developing a diverse range of financial and non-financial products, ranging from debt, equity, directly and indirectly, but very much also adding value during the investment cycle and also before, very much to increase the integration of physical climate risk consideration in how projects are being planned, designed, constructed, and operated. Because very much what is key in the bankability of projects particularly given the climate emergency, is very much to integrate climate consideration, low carbon measures and climate resilience measures in the way that projects are being planned, designed, constructed and operated over their lifetime. And certainly, it has mentioned earlier on, concessional capital, but also expert advice are key ingredients to increase the bankability of projects and very much ensure that climate resilience is priced in as a key benefit that can ensure the projects can deliver their values over their lifetime. And certainly, by fostering public and private partnerships, we can certainly attract and unlock other investments, leveraging the differentiated degree of risk appetite and tolerance that public investors, development finance institutions have vis-a-vis private investors. And certainly at BII we have dedicated project finance strategies, for instance, that can foster varying degree of concessionality such that to enable these projects to happen and address those first mover disadvantages or key risks that are impeding these projects to take off. And possibly, just to move towards the conclusion, I'd like also to highlight that in the context of urban development projects, to attract capital is also key for urban context to consider the role that PPP frameworks and PPP agencies or urban authorities very much have to integrate climate resilience upstream, very much in ensuring very much that the projects are considered with a resilience angle since the early stage planning of infrastructure, for instance, such very much to provide strategic and coherence and efficient delivery of urban development projects. And last but not the least, I think also is key to mainstream the use of climate resilience standards and regulations, particularly in the context of infrastructure developments, because we know that following business as usual in the context of urban development alone and itself will increase risks and costs, result in poorer services and quality, and very much grow also the liabilities for public sector entities responsible for urban development. So the future is mainstreaming and integrating climate resilience early on in the projects, and certainly at BII we are keen and very much proactive in working with our investees to integrate physical climate risk management throughout the life of our investment and beyond. I'll stop here, but also very much happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara, and I think we'll save questions for the end since we're running a bit late. Nina, I think you're online. Can you give us your presentation?
Yes, let me see if I can share this PowerPoint as well. Do you hear me? Do you see the PowerPoint?
No, but why don't you start? I believe there's a lag sometimes with a visual.
Okay, so hopefully you can see my PowerPoint, but it doesn't matter either way. So firstly, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm honored to be here, and I've already learned really a lot from the other panelists, actually. This is a great forum. So I'm quite newly appointed as the regional representative for EIB, and I'm going to very shortly be based in Delhi. So it's a shame that I'm not there with you today, but soon I will be, so I'll be very much available to follow up on these discussions. I think I don't need to repeat a lot of the points that the other participants have been making, underlying what an important agenda this is. But just a word about why this is so central for EIB, and basically that's because we are a long-term investor. So most of our investments, are at least 5 years in tenor, often 20 to 30 years. And I think, when we're looking over those kind of time horizons, of course, it's absolutely unavoidable to look at the issues of climate change, to look at the issues of the risks and what we're doing to adapt and build resilience. So this is extremely important for us. The coastal agenda is extremely important for us in the EU as well. So my colleagues, the technical experts, have told me, and I was shocked to learn, that a third of the population also in the EU lives within 50 kilometers of the coast. And of course, you know, in Mumbai, actually, when the colleagues put together the presentation for me, without even knowing the context of this presentation, they pulled up this picture of Mumbai's sea promenade, you know, as one of the mega cities that is most vulnerable to climate change. So I just want to say a few words, I'll try and be quite quick, about what the EIB is and how we look at these issues of adaptation and resilience and what we think are the risks and opportunities in the urban agenda. So trying to move to the next slide there. For those of you who don't know the EIB, we are the Bank of the European Union. Our shareholders are the EU member states. And we were established and we exist to support EU policy objectives, both inside, that's 90% of our business, but also outside the EU. That's about 10%, which is quite large in terms of the volumes. And we're actually the world's largest multilateral lender and borrower. We borrow on international capital markets and including green bonds, where we were a bit of a pioneer. And in terms of, you know, supporting the EU policy objectives, of course, climate is, you know, the climate agenda is really at the top for us. We often call ourselves the EU's climate bank, and I think that's a fair description. But we also support objectives around inclusive growth, achievement of all the SDGs. And I think that's really important here. And I was actually, you know, I was very touched by some of the figures that came up on Lubaina's presentation about how climate change in the context of Mumbai is really hitting the most vulnerable groups in the informal settlements. And actually that's something I'll be taking back to headquarters to underline to our experts that this is really an aspect we need to look at. In terms of how we invest, as I mentioned, it's always long-term investment. We work with both public sector and private sector partners, and we can work with you know, a number of different structures. So we can invest in corporates, we can invest in project finance, which is quite relevant for this discussion. And we also, you know, when we want to support smaller projects, we work with intermediaries, so sometimes with banks, state banks, or specialized agencies. For example, we've worked, I know Mr. Velarasu mentioned SBI and IREDA, we've worked with them on clean energy lending. And we can also work with private equity funds and other kinds of funds. So we've worked also with the GEF, which I think was also mentioned by Mr. Velarasu. So we really try to, you know, use a variety of instruments and tools, you know, from equity to debt to really meet the needs that we see in the countries we're working with. India is a really important partner for us. We've invested over 3 billion in the country since 1993, but mostly over the last 10, 15 years. And some of that has been in clean energy, but the urban agenda is also extremely important for us. We've supported 6 metro projects in the country, and we're open, you know, to other investments in the urban sector. We see really a lot of potential there. So I wanted to just say a couple of words really about how we see the adaptation agenda and coastal city finance and what we're really doing, you know, to try and push in that direction ourselves, and where I think there might be opportunities for us in India. So firstly, I kind of wanted to echo a point that Mr. Velarasu made, that a lot of our finance, actually, we are the EU Climate Bank, and we've, I think, really been a leader on green finance, but a lot of it has been focused exactly, as he was saying, on these mitigation efforts, so on clean energy, including in India, right? So we've worked with SBI and IREDA, but on mainly on this clean energy agenda. And we are now, I think, waking up, along with a lot of other stakeholders, to the fact that we need to do more on adaptation. So no matter how much green energy lending we do now, climate change is here. I was in Delhi a couple of weeks ago, and you can feel it very physically. So no matter what we do, we're really going to have to start adapting, and we're going to have to support these resilience measures. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to increase our funding for adaptation to at least 15% of all our climate finance by 2025. So that includes both sort of standalone measures such as disaster prevention that really focus on the adaptation, and also adaptation components within other projects. And I think in 2020 we already did it quite well. We got it up from around 3 or 4% to 10%. So we're working in that direction. And with that financing, I think it's important to add that we really try to use it to kind of catalyze other sources of finance. So we usually would never fund more than 50% of a project. So, we build in an element of catalyzation, but we also try to use various different instruments as appropriate for the context to make sure that we can bring in the private sector where relevant. And of course, the other thing that we're trying to do in terms of mobilization and opening up kind of opportunities in adaptation is to really ramp up in terms of the technical assistance support that we provide. So we have our in-house experts. For every project we involve them, and they would then, with the project promoter, look for opportunities. If someone comes to us with a metro project or with, a wastewater project, really look at what are the climate risks and what are the opportunities to address them. And for us, that's in line with our objectives, but it's also about the bankability of the project, right? So making sure that those are technical risks that are being addressed. And, where needed, we can also offer technical assistance to make sure that really all of those opportunities are being pursued. And of course, when I talk about offering a full range of products, this is, depending on the investment, we will try to look at, what are the kind of structures, is there a need potentially for a guarantee, something we can do there to make it, with blended financing, make it possible to bring in the money that's needed. I've listed here a few of the kind of project types that the EIB can support that I think are, particularly relevant potentially when we're talking about coastal cities. But of course, there were a lot of things that were also mentioned in the discussion today that the EIB might also be able to support. I'm not going to go over in detail here because what I wanted to do, I just wanted to show my colleagues in the technical department flagged up 3 examples, that I would like to use just to illustrate the kind of project that we can invest in. So firstly, one of the things we can do is coastal protection. So I think that was something that was mentioned by Lubina, like the possibility of needing to shore up the coastal defenses. And this is a project that we did in Romania. This was working, I believe, with the public sector. And, it was one large-scale investment project which worked to rehabilitate over 30 kilometers of coastline with the aim of reducing the risk of flooding for 350,000 people. So in India, we work a lot with the Ministry of Finance as our main counterpart, for these kind of large investment projects, and that's something we can look at. But we also, we have structures that allow us to look at smaller investment projects. It has to be long-term investment, but where the needs are smaller and it's a kind of programmatic approach, we can also support that. So this is an example of a project we had in the Caribbean, where we set up what we call a program loan, where various investments in water supply, in wastewater treatment, and in waste management were possible under that structure across the region. And finally, just to give a concrete example of what we can do in disaster reconstruction and disaster prevention. So often we're actually asked, both within the EU and outside, to come in after there's been a natural disaster. So in this case, there were terrible floods, I think, in Valencia in Spain in 2019, 2020. And after that happened, we went into, support with the reconstruction. But when we did that, with every investment that was made, this was mainly reconstruction of public infrastructure, we went in to make sure that that was being designed so that in the future the risks would be reduced. So I think I'll end there because I think we'd like to have a bit of time for discussion. And I guess then we're going to talk about some of these issues of how, to make sure that projects that are being presented are going to be bankable, that they can bring in the finance. And I just wanted to underline that for us, taking into account climate risk, that is like a fundamental part of bankability. So, before we talk about how a project is going to be structured, it's about talking about, the technical side of the project, that those risks are really being taken into account, because that's going to determine at the end of the day whether the revenues come and whether the lenders can get their money back. And that's why this is an issue that we take extremely seriously. So I'll hand over there so we have a bit of time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. And our last speaker, Aaron.
Right. Hello? Yeah, I'll keep it short because this is the second time I'm on stage and I'm also between you and a good discussion. So don't worry. Although I have 3 slides, I think. So if you can pull that up. Because what I didn't hear sufficiently yet in this discussion is how do you actually identify bankable projects and how do you make sure that you're not just picking climate adaptation projects randomly and then risking that they're becoming drowning or drying assets. And that is an experience I want to share from the Water as a Leverage program that has been funded by the Dutch government and led by the Dutch water envoy Henk Ovink. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the Water as a Leverage program is really a project preparation facility which is working in a couple of Asian cities, developing multi-stakeholder platforms around city landscapes and really trying to understand what are the climate change issues in a city and what are the related opportunities. So what they have been doing is bring all stakeholders together, also bring innovation together, so fly in international consultants, but also make use of local knowledge on the ground. And this is an example of the Semarang city in Indonesia, which is a city which is also experiencing heavy flooding like Mumbai. And there they made an analysis of what is actually causing that flooding. Yeah? So on one hand, it's the fact that water is being discharged very rapidly and not allowed to be infiltrated in the soil and then causing subsidence of the city as a whole. The other root cause is urbanization, and you know, if urbanization happens, water also flows away very quickly and also can result in more flooding. But then there's also a financial cycle. Because of all the flooding, governments are spending a majority of their tax money on repairing the damages and addressing the causes of that flooding issue. But also, it's not a conducive environment for the private sector to come on board. So the government is also missing tax income to address climate change. So what the team in Semarang has been doing, next slide please, is to break these vicious cycles with a landscape approach. Here, next slide. Yeah. So I'm not going to explain this slide, but it's just to show you that what they've been doing is, okay, what are the root causes and what are the solutions to these underlying issues? And on the next slide, you will see what that looks at a landscape level. So this is the city of Semarang, and there you see all the solutions that the multi-stakeholder teams together with the consultants team have been thinking about. So upstream, they have been thinking about restoring nature-based solutions to allow infiltration, but also thinking about dwellings which is combined with more green infrastructure parks to reduce the runoff. But also then thinking about rechanneling the discharge of the surface water in the city by, changing it from concrete channels to more natural channels, which then will allow infiltration. So this is a holistic city plan that can potentially break these vicious cycles. And the current state of this project is the feasibility study has been done. The project has been divided into potential public investment, potential private investment, potential PPP type of constructions, and currently they are talking to potential investors to bring it to implementation. So this is a kind of a city-wide landscape approach that my organization is really supporting, and is potentially also making this city climate resilient, not the coming 5 years, but the coming decades. So that's it.
Thank you, Aaron. So we don't have too much time for questions, and I think Nina has to leave at 4, is that right?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Okay, so then I'll start with a question to you. One of the things that I'm interested in, it's been coming up over and over again that nature-based solutions rise to the top in terms of what they can do for adaptation especially. Yet I think the international figures show that less than 1% of climate finance goes to nature-based adaptation. Why do you think that is? What are the barriers there?
Thank you for the question. So I have to underline, I'm not a technical climate change expert or an engineer, but I did speak to some of our climate change experts, and I think they would agree with you, right? That not enough funding is going to the nature-based side. This is something that EIB in our climate adaptation plan, which we recently brought out, we really highlighted the importance of nature-based solutions. And I think in the past, maybe it was kind of assumed that this was more a rural agenda, but I think the example brought up by Mr. Vermeulen shows that this is absolutely something that can be done in urban areas. And I think Lubaina was mentioning, you know, also the relevance for Mumbai. So I think that's something that EIB is trying to look at more closely, and that's one of the reasons why, you know, we're trying to ramp up all the technical assistance, because I think one of the constraints here is just, you know, frankly, a lack of knowledge, a lack of awareness. You know, people don't know what it's changing so quickly. People don't know what it is that there is to implement, and they don't know where to get the resources. And I think that's something that we as lenders have realized we need to provide more support to make sure that that assistance is coming in, so that really the opportunities for these nature-based solutions are identified and properly implemented.
And possibly, if I can complement, I mean, certainly this is a key topic. And I think, as Nina mentioned, the knowledge and awareness about the benefits of nature-based solution is not fully understood as of yet. And for instance, I mean, it was very interesting for us at BII to work with a developer of wind farms in Pakistan, for instance. This developer built a renewable energy plant, this onshore wind farm on a river delta, on the Indus River Delta. And actually, you know, through our engagement with this counterparty and the leveraging of technical expertise, we identified that the project was exposed to flooding and also the increasing risks of sea level rise in that context. And so ultimately, working with this partner, we very much identified mangroves, so a nature-based solution, as a key avenue to address flood-related risks to the plant. And so through an investment in mangrove protection and rehabilitation, the plant, the wind power plant infrastructure has been, you know, made more resilient to climate change impacts. And actually, the mangroves, according to the analysis that we did, were estimated to save $1 million in maintenance costs over the 25 years of the asset, and also very much deliver key socioeconomic benefits. So there are examples out there, but we need to showcase the business case associated with nature-based solutions and their deployment in a wide range of investments.
And I have an additional reason. I think the nature-based solution, climate adaptation, requires more time and technical assistance to be developed, right? So I think that is another reason. They're less linear than climate mitigation projects, so that's one reason. But also, they're damn cheap. What EIB calls cheap, I heard Nina saying 400 million is cheap. Well, nature-based solutions can be a couple of million and you already can cover a couple of hectares. And 1 million, EIB is not touching that, right? That's too small. And then there's also some perverse incentive from the borrower side to come up with big projects, right? So if you look at the government of India, they like to do big projects, and there can be some hidden incentives to do so. So that's another reason why nature-based solutions are not so popular. And even if there are 100, then still will not show up in the graph that you showed, because then it's still a small amount.
That sounds like an opportunity for smaller communities and companies to come in.
I just wanted to add, I mean, I think also from a practitioner's lens, what is the challenge is that a lot of times you can't really prove the impact as engineered solutions do. So quantification of thresholds that engineered solutions are built for, I think, we really have to put in the science to develop those proof of concepts of the long-term benefits of an NBS versus a grey infrastructure solution.
Yeah, so to continue with Lubaina, I mean, maybe this is a provocative question, but one thing that's been in my mind and some others is that why do cities like Bombay, which, as Mr. Vellaroso pointed out, is primarily concerned with adaptation, with dealing with sort of events that we're seeing today, why is there this race for a net zero city which sort of isn't, half of that isn't going to help with adaptation?
I think the important thing to acknowledge is that all of this has to happen, right? That if we continue to, because we are at, Mumbai is actually a low peak city in the scientific terms of reducing emissions, which means we haven't even reached our peak yet. And if we continue to urbanize in the ways that we are urbanizing, with flyovers, moving more towards car transit, the only sort of solution to traffic management is increasing road space. So these are certain sort of theories that cities are locked into right now. And if we don't unlock that through these kinds of ambitious commitments, we are going to continue to see, and it's not only a decarbonization narrative, it is a huge pollution narrative as well. So mitigation is definitely important, but I absolutely agree with sir that more and more importance to the critical need for adaptation and planned strategic adaptation is really also very critical. And then, being able to finance that in small and big ways. I mean, that's kind of what I would say. So I think the race to net zero is really bringing that kind of political willingness for all the actors to come together. Right now in Maharashtra, the kind of climate you see in terms of investors and innovators all really excited to kind of figure out. I mean, what I was talking about, the BEST example, we don't know. I mean, when we had our consultations, the gentleman who's been working for decades in BEST was saying that it's, today our smartphone technology is developed to a point where you know what its lasting capacity is. But when it comes to EV vehicles, batteries, charging, infrastructure, everything is so dynamic and evolutionary, and cities are putting in money today. So allowing for that environment for failures to exist also, so that the entire onus to, to run this service does not only come down to the operator. That there is an environment for, okay, if this is the challenge, let's bring in the innovation needed to address this challenge. If your battery is not, it's not surviving in 42-degree temperatures, how do we create batteries that do survive? So there's a lot of that that's going to be required to be able to, urbanize.
How are we doing on time? I just want to check. We have some time. Okay. We previously talked about in this conference on figuring out what to prioritize in terms of projects. And so I'd like to know from actually all the panelists, how do you make that decision about prioritization as someone running a city, but also as an investor? And are there projects that can have sort of ripple consequences that are worth prioritizing because they lead to further investments on a smaller scale?
Like I said, for a city like Mumbai, we are the investors because we are not raised any bonds and we are not gone for private investment. So the money basically comes from the corporation itself. So, but we have priorities, right? So like she has presented, there are a lot of mitigation measures as well as adoption measures. So they are not mutually exclusive of each other. So we have to go for adoption also, or we have to go for mitigation measures also. Only way the prioritize is the money available is not only for climate action plan. We have health, we have education, we have lots of sectors where this money should go. There is an opportunity cost. So whatever we do, we have to understand what is the immediate priority. Like I do a water holding tank now, it is immediately giving me some relief, so I can go for that. So there is no point in me constructing a coastal protection wall, because that is going to happen 20 years down the line. So this type of sequencing, this type of immediate requirements and then prioritizing, this has to happen. And we have to remember this money is always in conflict with other interests, other opportunities. So we have to be very careful about what we are doing.
So I'll just maybe say two things. I presented the prioritization for the MCAP in terms of, timelines. And the way that we've sort of broken down some of the long-term targets is to understand what is it that we have to do today. We wanted to ensure that we don't fall into the, trap of this low-hanging fruit terminology, because a lot of times we do some of that, but the long-term goals then remain just goals. So if there is a policy that we need, or if there is a, if decarbonization is the long-term goal, where do we want to stand today to kind of promote what are the kinds of partnerships that need to happen today? What is the kind of investment talk that needs to happen today for that transition to happen in the next 20, 30 years. Similarly, on things like urban greening or flooding, how can we then understand some of the challenges of departments today? Like, so, we're working on a citywide greening strategy, greening campaign, which is citizen-led. But our priority is less about what greening happens this year, but to kind of really work with the garden department at the leading role, because that has to be, building that institution is the priority. And then the money will flow through CSR and through other kind of partnerships. The money kind of will flow towards the outcomes happening. But so some of the ways in which we are kind of thinking about the plan is what are some difficult things we have to do today to see the long-term targets also.
And just to add to that, I mean, just coming back to the map that I showed, so there are some logic sequencing in the projects that you want to do, but also we're looking at a huge investment gap that is not coming from the government, right? So also when you are thinking about prioritizing, what type of public investments can you make to de-risk private sector investment? So in the Semarang one, there is a whole industrial area on the coast. Industry is willing to invest in water supply, water infiltration projects, but first the coastal defense has to be protected and the water situation upstream. So
I don't know if Nina or Chiara want to come in on that.
Yeah, I have to go in a second, so I'll come in like very, very briefly. Just to say, as an investor, we think about this issue of prioritization a little bit differently, right? So for us, the climate agenda is, the biggest priority. So that means that we really seek opportunities in climate. But actually, it's for our partners. It's for the Indian government, it's for the Indian private sector, and it's for the city of Mumbai to really set, within all the amazing opportunities that there are in this country, where are you putting the priorities? And also, where do you see us as an investor as best placed to contribute, compared with other potential investment partners? And I think, we wanted to talk a little bit about, what steps are needed to, bring in capital, so including from investors like us and also from the private sector. And I think one of the really important steps is actually this kind of strategic look. So, that's why I was really pleased to see today the presentation from Rubina. I think that's very attractive to an investor to see that, Mumbai has taken a strategic look about what are the priorities here because of those ripple effects. So then we know that, if we're coming into one project, it's not something that's kind of like standalone and disconnected. It's going to make sense in a bigger picture. And I think we also see the same, coming up, maybe it's quite an initial stage, but India has the national infrastructure pipeline, for instance. And that is, India is an amazing and complex country, but that is really an attempt to take what are the investments needed at all levels, federal, and regional, and make sure that it's making sense together. And I think that's something that's quite important for an investor. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
And possibly to complement just a couple of points. I mean, certainly At BII, we are very much driving origination and the assessment and very much also decision making with a view of delivering on our corporate objectives, one of which, as mentioned, is very much sustainable, which means driving the transformation to net zero, just and climate resilient development. And the other two corporate objectives that we have are productive and inclusive. So very much, investing such that to address constraints to economic growth, to very much catalyzing markets and private investment, and also invest to support the more marginalized group. So each and every investment is very much assessed across all the different corporate objectives that we have, and through the investment cycle, we seek to decarbonize and very much increase the resilience as much as possible of the investment. And this goes also back to the question that you had about why net zero. And I think it's important to think through, in the context of climate resilience, about the physical climate risk equation. The physical climate risk equation is driven by hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And if we act on decarbonizing fast and furious, as some may say, we can certainly reduce the risk of more frequent and more intense extreme weather event and very much, irreversible impacts. So we need to act also on that side of the equation to very much enable our society to be resilient over the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. I'm going to open this up for questions from the floor. Does anyone have questions? No? Okay, I have a question for everyone, I guess. You spoke about retrofitting, and I think in a city like Bombay, many cities, we have old buildings, we have old infrastructure. I think that's a really key part of resilience and adaptation. How can we finance retrofitting? Is that a priority at all?
So we're essentially looking at various scales of retrofitting, right? So when it comes to some of the risk areas that Sir was also talking about, if there are certain areas that are, even high-income neighborhoods that are built on floodplains, built in flood-prone areas, I think it is easy to say that we will have to think about retrofitting those areas in the next, decade at least. Because we have even parking lots that are built right on the riverfront, and it's going to, the kind of losses you're going to see in terms of vehicles, in terms of property losses, etc., is going to keep coming. So if we want to keep our city also sort of, in terms of investment friendly to attract the kind of businesses and future headquarters, etc., we will have to really work on retrofitting the urban landscape itself because of the scale at which concretization has happened. And we know that now the engineering our way out of it is not the only solution. We will have to think about strategically percolation and impervious surfaces, etc., which will have to be done through retrofits. So what does it mean to reimagine the stilt completely as not a parking area but a green space? And so that will be the kind of imaginations we will have to work with. Then it's, the other end of the spectrum. We keep talking about informal settlements as the only solution is moving people into buildings. But what would it mean to retrofit these settlements today to make them more secure, to make landscapes more secure for and slum upgradation has, for a very long time been a very successful urbanization strategy in many cities. So what would it mean to reimagine the housing model itself of slum housing, and then through this narrative of climate resilience and mitigation, being able to then build a certain form of housing that allows low-rise, high-density, cheap housing in the city, because clearly that is historically been the need of housing in Mumbai. So not only thinking about buildings as the solution. So I think it's both the spectrums of how to imagine, and then of course there's, in the middle there is retrofitting buildings completely, like from energy efficiency to passive design, getting rid of some materials like glass and steel completely, which have not only an impact on heat islands on the street, but also internally increase your energy consumption. So I think there is, that whole middle gap, but I think, yeah.
So this retrofitting is very important question. There are two types of retrofitting. One is what should happen in the public domain. This government or the local self-government, they have to do retrofitting. For example, the footpaths and other things, we can retrofit and we can reduce the runoff velocity, right? The footpaths can be made into water holding tanks. These things has to be paced out. So whenever the footpath goes for redevelopment, it has to be a retrofitted one. So we can't do it at one go, but there has to be a long-term plan. But if you go for private retrofitting, like the housing sector she was mentioning, maybe the energy, there are certain things which can be done quickly. For example, changing the bulbs, those things can be done very quickly. It doesn't require a 10-year horizon. It requires some policy tweaking, some nudging to make them change as quickly as possible. But there are some retrofittings which would take time in the private sector also. For example, the buildings you do to make it green, you can't do nothing about the existing buildings, but when those buildings come up for redevelopment, so we can use the policy instruments to guide them to go in such a way that they are properly retrofitted, they are green, they consume less energy. I think the retrofitting has to be considered in both things. But one thing I want to point out is the concrete is going to stay here. It is not going to go away, as simple as that. So the roads, everything will be concretized. Of course, we have to build these nature-based solutions also along with it. There is no going back to full earth-based things. A city like Bombay, it is not going to happen. So you have to really think all the nature-based solutions along with the concrete. I think concrete and the nature-based solution, they have to be partners. That's it.
Thank you, and I think we'll wrap up. Thank you to all panelists.
Thank you, goodbye.
Thank you very much, panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final session of the day, which is the valedictory session. I'm back in a new avatar, celebrating the spirit of Mumbai First. Kudos to Mumbai First for putting together such a successful, elaborate conference. May I request everybody to take a moment to put their hands together for the entire team for such an exemplary effort. Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, I am going to request Executive Board Member Mumbai First, Mr. Sanjay Ubale, to please join us on stage. Joining Mr. Bale for this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us today former CEO and MD Tata Consultancy Services, Mr. S. Ramodorai. We request, sir, to please join us on stage. Also requesting Vice Chairman Mumbai First, Mr. Ashank Desai, to join us on stage. I also request Mr. Roger Pereira to join us on stage. Also requesting Chairman Mumbai First, Mr. Narendra Nair, to join us on stage. Just before we start, I request Ms. Radhika Nath, Executive Board Member, Mumbai First, to please join us on stage. Now that we have the entire team on stage, I request Mr. Oberoi to kindly begin the proceedings.
Good evening, everyone. So we're now coming to the end of the 2 days deliberations. Very intense deliberations in the last 2 days. I must also welcome Mr. Ramdurai, one of the doyens of the Indian IT industry. One can almost say that one of the big contributors of what the Indian IT industry has been able to create in India. So really happy to have you here, sir, and thank you for gracing this occasion. There's something that I wanted to informally mention to you before I go through the last 2 days presentation. One is that in keeping with what climate change is all about, if you see your tables, we did not have the plastic bottles. Have you noticed that we don't really have plastic bottles on the table? So that is our little bit of contribution towards climate change. So that's one thing. The second thing which I tried unsuccessfully, and that is to see that for these climate change conferences, we don't wear suits because it's hot outside, and we thought in a place like this, we need not necessarily have to wear a suit. But yesterday it was so cold out here. It was probably must have been 17 or 18 degrees inside, and a lot of people told me that it's so cold we can't actually sit inside the hall. So I also changed my mind. I wore something which was slightly warm today, and but I think what I can do is I can assure you the next time, at least when we have this conference, that we'll probably have the temperatures around 24 degrees centigrade, which is what most of the climate change activists say, that in your own houses you should have your temperatures adjusted at 24 to minimize your fuel, your power consumption. So we'll do that then. Yes, so even there, so there's no plastic used here, so that's environment-friendly material that's used for all the flexes behind. So we have started walking the talk. So this is what I wanted to know and wanted to tell you. And in yesterday's conference also, I think one of the key points that came up was that each of us have to make those small contributions to make a huge difference in the way climate is going to be met with by us and how we're going to be at the effect of it. So with that, I'm going to just give you a very, very quick rundown of what we had in the last 2 days. I'm sure some of those of you who are present here this morning have already heard this, but I wanted to more, say it again for the benefit of Mr. Ramdurai, who wasn't here this morning. So one is about the general comments that came up and the key recommendations. And the key recommendations are going to be taken forward and presented to the government. I'm happy that Mr. Velarsu is here. He should be able to take some of those recommendations forward and probably persuade the corporation to act on some of those. But if not, we are certainly going to chase you to see that some of those recommendations are acted upon. Thank you for being here also this evening. So the last 2 days conference actually saw a very, very rich participation of academicians, of city planners, of city managers, of thinkers, and it was really the quality of inputs, the quality of presentations was of a very, very high standard. And I was sitting in the audience and a lot of people actually came and told me that they were really surprised with the kind of quality that was there in these 2 days of presentation. And they greatly benefited from participating over the last 2 days. So I must also thank all the participants and all the presenters during these last 2 days of conference. I must, the key theme that was about environment and climate change. And the ball was set rolling by none other than the minister, who, as we all know, is not just a minister, but you can always call him that. He's also an environmental activist. Mr. Aditya Thackeray was there at the opening of this conference. And what he basically said was, while we have several goals that we've set for ourselves, 2050 and maybe a few decades later, there are several goals that we have. But he said that climate change is here and now. It's not about any subsequent dates. He said that we should have acted 10 years back, and we're already too late for any action. And whatever action that we need to take, the action has to be taken now. And this is coming from somebody who's prepared to risk a little bit of the political capital in order to gain something for the environment. And that's very rare to find in the political spectrum. I've seen several of the political leaders who pay lip service to environment, but really don't act upon this. But both the Minister for Environment and the Chief Minister have shown by their actions that they are committed to environment. And we have a hope for the city of Mumbai because they are leading the charge as far as the city is concerned. The second point that came up was that climate change itself does not respect boundaries. So that means it doesn't really respect whether you are working for the corporation, whether you're working for the MMRDA or MSRDC. It basically cuts across all the boundaries, and therefore we need to have a holistic solution as far as climate change is concerned. Then this is Mrs. Manisha Maiskar was there yesterday, and she was saying that the general belief was that it's the job of the Environment Ministry to take measures as well as improvement in environment is concerned. But she said the job actually is of everybody else and not just the Environment Ministry. And she urged all the ministries and the departments to work together to see that we're able to mitigate this challenge. McKinsey made a presentation, very elaborate presentation, and actually talked about the cost-benefit ratios. And basically it said that for every rupee that you invest in mitigating the ill effects of climate change, you'll probably end up saving 6 rupees. There's an economic payoff which is 6 times higher than the investments that you make. So for example, if you're able to create a levee along the seashore, and potentially if there's a breach in the shoreline, the kind of damage that might cause to the houses and the habitation thereof, the cost of that is probably going to be 6 times the amount of investment that you'll make. So there's a huge economic payoff that you're looking at, and therefore it makes economic sense for us to take measures to mitigate climate change. There was also a comment that came up, and this actually did not come from the BMC or anybody from the government. Actually, came from the non-state actors, and they said that Maharashtra is leading the charge of climate change, not only here in the country but also globally. And it was recognized in the Glasgow conference where the contribution of Maharashtra was recognized in what is being done in mitigating environment and climate change. So I'm really happy to know that Maharashtra is at the forefront of leading this charge. There was also another discussion that came up, and that was the general discourse that we had was about environment and economics. So that discussion is pretty much over. That debate is pretty much over. It's not now about environment versus the economies, but it is about whether whether we'll survive the kind of economic catastrophe that's going to be there. So the debate has now shifted from economics and environment to environment and self-sustainability or survival. So the argument is not the economic argument at all. It's not about whether the rich now should be paying for the mitigating factors, or whether the poor people should actually put out the bill to some of the more advanced economies for the pollution that they had created in the past and pay for it. It's now about everybody doing their bit to see that the ill effects of climate change are hurting them as much as it's hurting some of the larger and the richer economies. Coastal cities and the communities, which constitute probably the largest percentage of the global population and even a larger percentage of the global economy, are going to be the most vulnerable and are the most vulnerable going forward. But the good news, which the experts pointed out yesterday, was that these communities, these cities, have the resilience and the creativity to find out solutions to meet the challenge in the decades to come. Then, just like individuals, as I said earlier, and we made a small beginning, I talked to give you examples of water bottles, that we as individuals can make a huge difference, because there's always a tendency to believe that the factors that are responsible for climate change are so huge and so much beyond our own capacity that there's nothing that I can do. Individually, I really don't have any power to make an effect. But the strong message that came in these 2 days was that we individually can make a difference, because collectively the impact that we'll be making on the environment is going to be so significant that it's worthwhile for us to make that effort. Countries such as Netherlands, Singapore have been working on it for the last several years. We had a presentation from the Consul General of Singapore, and he said that for the last 25 years, the government of Singapore has recognized climate change as an important risk, and they have been working towards several aspects for mitigating it. Netherlands, which was 60 years before that, almost, as we all know, about 70% of their land is lying below the mean sea level. So they've actually created expertise for themselves to see how they are able to mitigate the effects of climate change. And they are now using that knowledge to impart to several other countries to see how they are able to mitigate this, the risk that those countries are facing in the days to come. But they are also coming up with lessons that they have learned for the last several years to come out with innovative mechanisms and innovative technologies to find cheaper solutions for the countries. So that is a very welcome sign. We have seen, these countries have seen what it's going to be like living in the era of climate change. And they have solutions which they've experienced, and they're willing to offer those solutions to the rest of the world. Yesterday we also had a presentation from Mr. Ashok Lavasa, and he said that several, and his multilateral agency included the Asian Development Bank, have come up with several solutions, several funding options, both on the debt side as well as on the equity side, to bring to the center stage the climate agenda in everything that they lend to. It could be infrastructure, it could be water, it could be sanitation, it could be anything. Everything now has environment as a centerpiece of their discussion in terms of the extent to which they will lend. It also came up that the natural solutions probably have a much are the cheapest and probably has the best impact in terms of mitigating the effects of climate change. So it was urged that we should probably look for natural solutions rather than artificial solutions going forward, because they're much less expensive and probably faster to build. Mr. Nader Godrej was there this morning, and he actually recited a wonderful poem, as we all heard. And I'm going to urge Roger that if we can put it out in the press, because the entire philosophy of the 2 days conference was actually recited by him in that wonderfully written poem. So I think it would be worthwhile for everybody to get the benefit of what Godrej is thinking about it. But I think the important thing that he made, the point that he made was that it's not about a nice to do thing as far as environment is concerned. They're actually saying it's highly profitable. It's great for our bottom line. And that's the reason why we are looking at several measures that we should be taking on mitigating climate change. Introduction of ESG norms has now brought about a sea change in the way financing is working, and therefore there's a huge opportunity for us to access capital. There was also, this morning there was a speaker who said that a lot has already happened. So we need not necessarily be very despondent as to see this, not much is happening. He said that a lot has happened, we should actually be proud of what has happened. And there's a lot of forces now getting unleashed, both through financing and through innovative best practices, that we should be in a position to find much faster, much better solutions going forward. This morning, there was also a discussion about selling the entire climate change agenda to the people in a language that people understand. That there is a real opportunity, both for job creation as well as economic opportunities, in adapting to climate change. And if at all we are able to tell people the kind of opportunities that are there, we might be in a position to sell this agenda a lot more. There still seems to be a burden that people seem to be carrying, that it's an additional tax on them in order to meet some of these new norms that are being imposed. But I think if at all we are able to tell people that there is a certain benefit that's going to come to them as well, that might actually help us sell this agenda a lot better. There was also a discussion about tracking climate change, climate finance at the city levels. Even places like Mumbai, for example, there's a huge amount of capital that's flowing in. But because we're not able to track how much exactly is the capital that's flowing into this city, we don't know the extent to which the capital is available here, and what is a large pool of capital that can be accessed. Lastly, on the comments, just one point was it's always better to go in for adaptation, and that's what Mr. Velarso also talked about, rather than mitigation. Mitigation is a lot more expensive than adaptation. So we'll have to start out strategies of adaptation and see that we are able to implement them first, and then go in for mitigation strategies, which might require much larger pool of capital. And finally, local knowledge, which and there was some comment which said that fishermen, local fishing community, for example, have known that the sea levels are going to rise, the wave actions are going to be a lot more intense due to cyclonic pressures. But they've been able to adapt themselves to these climatic changes. So there's a lot to learn from the local communities and adapt that in the way we devise our own policies. Some of the key recommendations I'll very, very quickly run through, because I know that we all are waiting to hear from Mr. Ramdurai. Single Planning Authority, Mr. Aditya Thackeray, who was there yesterday, has already announced that the government will be shortly taking a decision on this to see that all the various agencies which are now probably working sometimes at cross purposes should all be working together and create a much more concerted effort and an impact in the city of Mumbai. Then he also suggested a national level body akin to a GST council, which should be able to deliberate and arbitrate on all economic aspects, all environmental aspects, as one country, as one state, in order to see that we're able to equitably utilize resources and get the best out of it. So the strong recommendation from him is to the central government is to create a GST-like council which will deliberate on environment, because as he said earlier that that environment doesn't respect boundaries. All current and future investment projects should be evaluated for its readiness as far as the future climate impact is concerned. in Mumbai, there are close to about 200,000 crores worth of infrastructure projects currently underway. That's a huge amount of investment that's happening. And you've seen Coastal Road, we are now having the Trans-Harbour Link. But I don't know whether we've done actually any work on seeing that are these infrastructure projects that we are creating and would they be resilient to the future climate impact? And what is it that we need to do to see that they're able to stand the test of time in the decades to come? New urbanism was another issue which may more for Mr. Velarso to take forward. And one of the comments was that rather than building huge infrastructure, which is we call the trunk infrastructure, say a metro from here to Dahisar, is it possible for us to have new urban centers in Vasai Virar to see that people walk to work or live close by so they don't have to commute these longer distances? So change the entire planning paradigm to see that people live and work close to each other, and we don't really have to invest very heavily in these trunk infrastructure. City wards and city neighborhood councils. Again, that's something that's for Mr. Velarso. There used to be a concept of the advanced locality managements. Reviving those and seeing that they become the hotbed of activity to see that we're able to mitigate the ill effects of climate change. And they are then able to sustain those communities in zero carbon emissions. And incentivizing those communities and getting citizens to participate in those could be a very welcome step. And for that, how do we revive the advanced locality management programs in the city of Mumbai? It used to be a very thriving program at one point of time, but for various reasons, and I must say that it was largely the discouragement by some of us like officials because of which this movement died, and it's for us to revive that. It was some of the wonderful results were produced by some of the ALM members are sitting here, and they can vouch for the kind of efforts that they made in getting the community mobilized for the larger good of the city. So I think reviving that could yield great results for us. Then this is creation of green exchanges. This again in terms of financing, that there is a lot of carbon credit market which is available, and how do we create an exchange to access this? Because there are going to be industries which are going to need, which will have to utilize the carbon credits because they're going to be polluting industries. So how do you create a market for that to see that there are greater incentives for people to create carbon saving mechanisms and then sell them in the markets? Then capacity building is something which I'll urge Mr. Ramdurai to help us with. Mrs. Vandana Chavan, the mayor of Mumbai, Pune, she strongly urged that. She said that most of the people here who come, like us, like Mr. Velarso, are aware of what needs to be done. But the second-tier leadership that we have, both political as well as the executive leadership, are not necessarily fully conversant with the kind of effects that we might see. So how is it possible for us to create a capacity-building mechanism so that they are able to access knowledge and they are able to act at their level as well? So I'm going to urge Mr. Ramdurai also, because he's been spearheading the skill development work also nationally, to create a module by which we are able to get the elected representatives as well as the city level workers to understand the impact of climate change. Again, another suggestion was, is it possible for us, in the corporates, there is somebody called the chief risk officer. Is it possible for us to have for every city a chief resilience officer or a chief risk officer whose job is to identify the risks for the city and find out mechanisms to mitigate those risks? And every corporate actually has a very important function in the form of functionary, in the form of a chief risk manager. Its corporations and even smaller municipal councils should have a chief risk manager to handle these functions. The government efforts also probably need to, and this was in the context of public transport. We hear in the papers that there was some news in the last 2 or 3 days that MUTP has not been adequately funded from the state government. MUTP largely is to strengthen the local suburban rail network. And this is something, the more number of people we get on the suburban rail network, we might actually reduce the burden of cars on the streets. So strengthening MUTP, I think, is very important. And therefore, I'm going to urge, and this is not recommendation coming from the conference is something that I'm going to urge the government to fund MUTP so that we are able to strengthen the suburban rail network. The other thing was about planning norms, which came up from Mrs. Vandana Chavan, and she said that the parking norms for the city are so high that we sometimes actually need to have 6 or 7 parking floors before the residential building starts. So is it possible for us to reduce that and thereby get more and more people to utilize public mode of transport? So how do we do that is something that we should look at. And I know that this is again coming to you, Mr. Velarsu. Is it possible for you to create a venture fund wherein you can invite citizens to find out what is it that they can do to conserve environment and make funded projects which are possible for you to fund, which are bankable, and which they should be able to do within their own localities. So there are several of these recommendations that have come in. We'll send that list to you, and we're hoping that those recommendations would be acted upon. One of the last points that I'll make here is that though the private sector was not adequately present here, those who are actually at the forefront of creating technologies and measures for alternative energy and things like that, there are several difficulties on the ground. So for example, power. If you produce power either through solar or wind, evacuation of that power becomes an issue. And even after the evacuation happens, payment becomes an issue. So there are several of the states where people are not able to get their money, and the investment that they make go bad. So there are places in Maharashtra itself where some of the windmills were shut down by the local goons because they probably wanted something which was not due to them. So I think we need to create a safe mechanism for investors also to come in and say that, look, our investment is safe because we're doing something for the larger interest of the society. I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much. Welcome again, Mr. Oberoi, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
I'm back. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. That's it. We've had a good lunch. Yeah, the Oberois have done a great job. I mentioned to you this morning that I have had the benefit of working with several chief ministers and prime ministers, not only from here, but from other countries too. I've also had the opportunity of working with several global CEOs, from Apple to GE, to Citibank, to Bank of America, JP Morgan, TCS, and a whole list. But if you were to ask me, which of these global CEOs do I love and respect the most? I don't have no hesitation in saying Mr. S. Oberoi. To give you a little input, when Narendra and I were brainstorming one morning on who should do the valedictory address, and one of us suggested Mr. Oberoi would be a good idea, and then he said, but he's so very busy. I said, no harm in my asking. So I rang him up and asked him. He said, when is it, Roger? So I said, 12th and 13th, but the valedictory address would be on the 13th. And so he thought for a moment. And what exactly, this is about climate conference? I said, yes. And okay, I'll do it. What he didn't tell me was that on the 11th, he was going to be in Guwahati. On the 12th, he was going to be in Chennai. And on the 13th, he would fly down from Chennai to be with us today. That's his commitment. Just before requesting him to come on stage, like I did this morning with Nadir Godrej, did a television bite with him. And at the end of the bite, I got an idea. And I thought I'll do this introduction of Mr. Oberoi slightly out of the box. And instead of rattling off what he's done and what he's achieved, I said, why don't I share his mind and experience with each of you? And because I have learned a lot, I'm a few years older than him, but he still inspires me. I thought I'll do this rather differently and do it more as an interview. Is that okay with you, Ram? There are microphones there. Oh, they're working. Are they working? Oh, great. Which is the best one of them? The green one or the red one? The green one, okay. So, Ram, we'll do this as an interview, and you can sit there and respond. So thank you first and foremost for agreeing to be with us today. It's been an honor and a privilege. Ram, as you all know, was a true architect of the global phenomenon called TCS. When you took over the baton at TCS, Ram, it had revenues of what, 155 million? Yeah. And when you handed it over to Chandra, it was what? 6 billion. How did you do it, Ram? Yeah, go ahead. Would you like to come here and? Yeah. Great. I'll hold it.
Well, I think all of us have a vision. All of us want to do something good. And as professionals, if we get an opportunity, you're going to build a team and make it happen, come what may. And that's the story of the Tata Group, and that's the story of TCS, which is today made up of more than 6 lakh professionals spanning across the world. But more importantly, thinking far ahead, where sustainability is also built into anything which we do. What we leave behind must be better than what we inherited. And that kind of a theme runs in any activity which we do, which includes sustainability or the stakeholder, as we call it, namely the communities in which we operate. It goes beyond employees, it goes beyond the customers, but more importantly, it goes to the community at large. And any difference you can make to them is the most satisfying moment. And you have got to put the structures, you have to build technology, you have to encourage the people, you have got to have the platforms. And the revolution should not be missed, because that's the opportunity for our nation. And this conference which is being deliberated, and Sanjay, what he summarized, including the recommendations, are absolutely bang on, except that I would add 1 or 2 small things to say that the entrepreneurial energy and the way the startups are shaping up, the ecological sustainability and sustainability initiatives and the startups are taking a big root today. How does the state government encourage that? How does the city of Mumbai encourage, Pune encourage, or the rural areas, including the coastal cities or the coastal zones, operate? The traditional knowledge has to be molded into the future, and the kind of skills we need to build using technology has to be the future which we create. The equitable distribution is the other theme which I keep repeating. We cannot have haves and have-nots. It's absolutely important that the shared wealth is a way of life rather than a CSR or a policy that is behind it. That's the way I would put it.
The Y2K was under your time, right?
Yes. The Y2K was an opportunity for the country. Again, thanks to Mr. Kohli, who is no more, we thought of it as a software factory with a supply chain where the millions or billions lines of code we could address in a scaled fashion. And we created a separate center in Chennai and imported one of the earliest 3090 water-cooled machines from IBM at that day. But those were the kind of foresight and the actions we took to make it happen. And that's what built the industry, that's what built the people at large. But more importantly, the visibility of this nation as a whole and the empowerment of youth, which is also playing out today in terms of how many unicorns are created or the kind of startup environment which is there. I think the policy-making bodies like NASSCOM evolved out of some of this thinking, but most importantly, it is the people who make it, people backed by process, technology, which make it happen. So here is an opportunity in the climate crisis, which correctly said, is not economic versus ecological. It is both exist together. And secondly, it's a question of planet survival, not my own survival. And all of us have experienced this because it was in that year when we had the massive floods in Mumbai, when I was traveling from the southern part of Mumbai, from Nariman Point, from the Air India building to Andheri in our campus, and we were stranded at Bandra for 24 hours overnight. And the next day, after that, we waded through so much of water and walked back to our home. So that's an experience of the climate crisis playing in front of you. So I think these are the kind of things which I remember, and every individual has been affected in some form or manner. But the advocacy and the understanding of this is so important that we carry it to the next generation. And again, what I said with regard to what we leave behind, a better world is the most important message the state has to give. The collaboration between the civil society, between the corporate, between the government, within the local level panchayat is absolutely critical. The community's knowledge and the traditional knowledge cannot be missed out. I think Maharashtra has taken a lead again, like you said, but I think calling for action is important, implementing on the ground, dashboards are important, measurement is important, and we as the coastal city, in partnership with the other sister cities or coastal cities, can be the knowledge capital in this area as well. And the vision of a 2050 where we want to do a carbon neutral for this state is an amazing vision which is 20 years ahead of what the country is talking about. We have an opportunity here, we have a young environmental minister here, and the Chief Minister is extremely supportive, and an organization like yours are going to be, Mumbai First is going to take the lead in this. Corporates will always participate, Tata Group as a whole will definitely participate, but I think the emission by the corporates is a lot more than the governments all put together. So corporates are very sensitized on this, more importantly the Tata Group, and we will make it happen is the only mantra we need to practice instead of saying it cannot be done. Anything is possible, and when this country was thought of as only a land of snake charmers, the IT industry evolved out of that. So I think it's possible and we must make it happen.
He makes it sound so simple. I remember the day he once told me that they've targeted a revenue of $1 billion, an annual revenue. And when they did it, and I congratulated them, no, now we have to do 1 billion every quarter. It's amazing. After you handed over the baton to Chandra, how have you been contributing to society, to the nation? Let's hear about your skills development.
No, I think the skills and the vocational education is one of the most critical elements of anything this country does. Also to eliminate the disparity between the haves and the have-nots. Vocational education has come mainstream now. Every state, every local body wanting skills to be developed for their state. Mobility of the workers across the country, and no job is menial. So given a pathway, and that's what is happening through certification, through mobility, through training, through platform, through digitization, and the agency, the National Skill Development Corporation or the National Skill Development Agency created the sector scale councils, the policy making, the certification, the levels of learning, etc., etc. So it has been a participation of private sector, public sector, governments, local governments, and a number of entrepreneurship have also come into this gig economy as a whole. So I think we are seeing the scale now being addressed. Initially everybody thought was we don't need any training, we can do it, or we get injured while getting trained. I think those days are gone. How many people got their hands chopped or the fingers chopped or injuries? But today if you go to a factory in any part of the world, and I was in one of the electronic factories at Hosur last week, it's an amazing transformation of how 80% of the employees, 80% of the workers are women. These are the women from 8th grade, 10th grade or the 12th grade, and the kind of trajectory for their growth, for their families going into a different trajectory was very visible. I think a child or a girl earning more than 15,000 rupees and then food guaranteed, hospital stay guaranteed, she thinks of growth rather than getting child marriage as an example. The social transformation is what is happening through this vocational education and skills. And that's the opportunity which we thought must be done. And when the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister told me and then continued with the current Prime Minister, this was the best way to contribute your learnings at scale, and that's what excited me the most in this journey.
One last question before I hand over to you to do the valedictory address is that social causes, not many people would associate your rebuilding this massive infrastructure for children's hospital for crippled children. Would you like to tell us about that and the other things you're doing?
I think when we looked at the Society for Rehabilitation of Crippled Children in the city, this was started in 1947 at the time of independence, where there were a lot of polio-affected children, and polio was very prevalent. I think subsequently, polio was eradicated in our country, and we decided to use the same space for building a super specialty children's hospital. We also didn't want any single group to be owning it. It's a collective effort of the citizens, very similar to what we need to do in the climate crisis. And today is one of the finest hospitals in the world, and it has 200 exclusive beds with 7 intensive care units. And we do 6 disciplines, starting from brain to heart to orthopedic to bone marrow transplants to kidney transplant, liver transplants. Children from newly born to 18 years are benefiting from this. And no child will be denied access because of lack of money, and we have found the funding patterns also. But the result, there is no denial of any kind at any stage. So it's for you to see and see how to create hundreds of institutions like this, because the country needs really that many institutions.
Ram also chairs the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS as we call it, and a whole lot of other organizations. But now, let's hear the valedictory address from Mr. S. Ramadrai.
Thank you, Raja. Well, I think covered quite a bit in this dialogue with Raja. But I think what you people are trying to do, trying to articulate a real problem for the planet, and this taking a center stage after 2020, you are again doing it in 2022, is meaning a lot to me. And the way Sanjay summarized the last 2-day events, whether it was by way of recommendations or by way of the things that were deliberated, were absolutely bang on. I think the problem which I stated, saying that all of us have experienced something, I narrated the experience of when we traveled from here to the other part of the city, namely the northern part. It was exactly on the 26th of July that year, namely the year 2005. And I think we had a hell of a experience. If we had gone a minute earlier, or if we had delayed by a minute, we would have been in knee-deep water with the car. And for some reason, we were lucky to be on the ramp and then stayed there whole night, and then till the next day morning, then we waded through water through a human chain. These are stark realities which we all need to be conscious of. It can affect anybody in some form and manner. And the climate crisis is for real. It's a question of survival rather than whether it is just one of those events. And it's happening very quickly and very rapidly. I think the magnitude of the disasters are also increasing in a lot, and the humanity is getting affected. Mobility of people is getting very visible. Migration of people is becoming very visible. So the graver consequences are very important to be at the back of our mind. And the coastal cities like Mumbai are going to be most critically affected because of the rise of the sea levels, and what will happen with regard to 2030, 2040, 2050 if we don't do the things that are needed to be done. I think what the government of Maharashtra has done, including the organizing of this conference with the government of India or the EU, this is an enormous knowledge accumulation and information sharing, and this platform must be continuously done. And I would strongly encourage that, because it's not just a talking shop. You come with definite recommendations and positive outcomes in these conversations, and how to mitigate and how to overcome the key challenges, and how do you expedite our climate action efforts, especially in this city as well as in the whole state. Now, the government of Maharashtra's efforts, they are doing an enormous amount of things with regard to the climate action plan, namely to plan zero out carbon emissions by 2050, which puts it 2 decades ahead of India's national goal. And I really compliment what the state of Maharashtra is doing, and the Environment Minister and the Chief Minister for taking lead on this with the support of all of us. It can happen and it will happen. I think it seems that Mumbai is going to be a city on a mission where aspirations are complemented by actions on the ground. I think as I understood, we heard a passionate Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Sri Aditya Thackeray, yesterday speak about all the initiatives taken by the government. Last March, the Mumbai Climate Action Plan launched by the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Uddhavji, holds a lot of promise. So that's something which was a takeaway. I think now currently India ranks 7th on the Global Climate Risk Index 2021, a huge impediment to its goal of building a $5 trillion economy, because that will definitely be affected if we don't address it within the next few years. I think more than 75% of India's districts are hotspots for extreme events, and 80% of India's population residing in these districts are definitely vulnerable to extreme hydromet disasters. I mean, our long coastline, whether it's in the east or the west coast or down south, it's a major area of concern as it is prone to several natural calamities, from cyclones to coastal floods to coastal erosion. Even as of yesterday, we saw a cyclone that came into Andhra, then it went to Orissa, and it left its tail of destruction for sure. I think in 2019 alone, floods and cyclones in India caused an economic loss of more than $10 billion. I think the academicians have deliberated yesterday and today by bringing in different subject matter experts. Well, the academics of the subject will keep evolving, but then we need to place greater emphasis on actions and see to it that solutions get implemented effectively, and more importantly, to a time frame, and we must monitor, we must keep revisiting, must put the corrections, and that's how programs, projects are run if you want to meet the deadline. There's no time for missing out on anything, and the data has to drive whatever actions are, and the actions have to be resulting in what next, etc. I think as we develop adaptation and mitigation strategies, we will see Mumbai emerging as a global hub for climate action, especially within the coastal cities of the state as well. I think the climate awareness, economic clout, political leadership, cultural influence, and the spirit of its people, these are the ones which provide the right elements to create an ecosystem of a sort to address this critical issue. I think we talked about the implementation, and it has to be through areas of urban greening, sustainable waste management, the urban flooding, energy and resource management, sustainable mobility and air quality, which is part of the climate action plan itself, and we can attain a leadership role for sure. I think the maximum city Mumbai is synonymous with ingenuity and resilience. So whether we saw during the terror attack in 2005 and 2017 flash floods, we have seen we always stood up together as a community to rebuild the city after any adversity, and the kind of quickness with which we shape together to say that we will not accept any of this, and we will fight it out and we will eliminate it, and we are together in this journey. I think to stand up together as a community to rebuild the city after any adversity is what this is capable of demonstrating. We have shown in the past. That's what we need within this climate crisis addressal also. I mean, having lived here for more than 50 years, I've seen the city's spirit, involved people in the fight against climate change, and making it a mass movement will yield significant momentum. So advocacy was critical. Children have to know, schools have to know, ITIs have to know, politics have to know, people have to know, civil society has to know, government has to know, and the corporate has to know. And to complement the efforts of the government and the private sector, campaigns, courses, citizen-centric activities can be rolled out to make people aware about their climate-related roles and responsibilities. I think public participation is key in environmental decision-making. Innovative measures need to be adopted that promote the citizens' a sense of climate ownership. I think some example of that is such place-based collective action is what we saw in Belgium, which is called the B Plan in Genk, Belgium. the showcasing of the documentary More Than Honey at an operational Open Environmental Council meeting turned out to be a brainstorming among 60 residents on how to improve conditions for the bees in the city. This is the kind of initiative they took, and this latter resulted in setting up a bee plan for the whole city. So a small group of 60 people, if they can make such a difference, we can also look at that and create those challenges to the community, and they want it absolutely at the end of the day for a positive cycle. I think, again, the importance of partnerships where no one agency or one government can solve the problem of climate change in silo. The past decade has witnessed a rise in climate institutions and collaborations globally. The cross-sectoral nature of the climate problem requires linkages of climate change with other issues such as urbanization, water management, agriculture, energy, disaster management, so on. But I see Maharashtra Council for Climate Change as a significant step that will give the right thrust to the objective of the developing and implementing a structured and a time-bound action plan. The importance of partnerships and alliances through which governments can work collaboratively. Collaboration is the name of the game, and seamlessly with any constituency, whether it's the private sector, international organization, academia, NGOs, etc., and civil societies. I think we have to draw on each other's knowledge, each of the partners' knowledge and expertise to combat this serious problem. However, the answer does not lie in creating more institutions. Again, we are good at creating institutions, but we should not be only the brick and mortar in creating institutions after institutions, but we can focus on building effective institutions that deliver results in a collaborative mode. Use the best of any institution, best of any people, any person, but then for common good, so long as the center is the common good, citizens at large, the environment at large, and the planet at large, it becomes very possible. Interdisciplinary collaboration for R&D to translational outcomes, this we saw during the COVID-19, the kind of vaccination, the speed at which it came to fruition. I think we have never seen a collaboration of that sort in such a short time. And that's the kind of thing we need to put together in the climate change itself, addressing problems at whatever level, but more importantly, a collective common good that must emerge. I think there are enough emulating models from global coastal cities who have been early adopters of climate action. I think Sanjay, again, as part of the deliberation, you spoke about Netherlands, you spoke about Singapore. Singapore did it 25 years ago, Netherlands did it 60 years or 80 years ago, because they are cities below the sea level and they had to do it, and they're looking at it very, very seriously. Similarly, if Los Angeles is a sister city of Mumbai, how it's implementing a Green New Deal to build a stable city climate and improve the community resilience through initiatives such as solar-powered homes or green jobs and cooling the streets by increasing the green cover. So BMC is set to build a sister city square, as I understand, at BKC to strengthen its bond with 15 sister cities. Climate action can be an agenda item for sharing the collective knowledge. So again, bring in the expertise from anywhere, any part of the world, and create some of these visible signs of progress and visible signs of learning, so that everyone learns from it, everyone adapts it, everyone does his or her piece. We didn't see so much, and I heard a little bit that Sanjay was saying that the role of private sector and the startups. So I just wanted to take a few minutes on that. The private sector will have a key role to play in combating climate crisis. They have the resources, they have the capacity to innovate, they have the actions and greater reach, and to swiftly decarbonize sectors and build sustainable infrastructure, value chains, products and services. This is attributed to a large and growing influence that corporations hold over the social and economic well-being of the people and communities across the world. When a study was done in 2018 showed that 71 of the top 100 revenue generators globally were corporations, while only 29 were countries. So you can see the power of the corporates with regard to what they do. And in other words, corporations often operate on a level or higher economic footing than some of the largest governments in the world. This is a dynamic worthy of reflection and one that drives home the consequences and obligations associated with the decisions of the corporate leaders. Sustainability is an emerging megatrend. Companies that focus on developing sustainable business models will not only outperform their competitors, but also create long-term value through intangibles such as brand and culture. I think the Tata Group's commitment to the Tata Sustainability Policy, Tata Sustainability Group, has adopted a very, very creative climate change policy that binds all the Tata companies to integrate environmental, social and ethical principles into their businesses. And as part of the Tata Business Excellence model, we are evaluated on that, every company, when they submit an application. But they have a collective responsibility and they will share with any corporation, anybody who may want to learn from that. I think startups I wanted to touch upon to say that it will be extremely critical as they are nimble and can devise quick solutions to mitigate the climate crisis. Indian green startups are providing their own unique solutions to tackle the climate change. Also, a new wave of climate tech is emerging in India. The climate smart agriculture, waste management, circular economy, nature-based solutions which are gradually beginning to gain traction, which is important. We can learn a lot from the nature. We must support and fund startups and encourage them to innovate through awards and recognition. One of the recommendations to the state government would be how do you create some of these innovation parks which are focused on startups in the climate space, and how do you fund them, how do you encourage them to do it, which addresses a very specific issue and a very focused manner, a set of issues. It can be in collaboration, again, plays a very critical role. I think we need more forums where startups, innovators and private sector organizations can showcase, and some of the funding models also you touched upon with regard to a green bond and some of the different types of impact efforts, impact bonds can be created. I think the state government can look at opening a climate action experience center in Mumbai to share the climate learnings with a global audience as well as host conferences for coastal cities to deliberate on a common set of challenges. So how do you make this movement into a global movement, international movement? And the technology-driven solution, Industry 4.0, will become all-pervasive. We have to harness the technology because of the enormous value and the scale of possibilities, whether it's for waste management, energy efficiency, water conservation, or biodiversity protection. All these are necessary if we have to address the climate crisis. I mean, we have to have a very thoughtful approach with a range of actors, and we have to have the coordination measures between them. There are technological pathways, and their implementation will be very region-specific, depending primarily on the local resources, the development aspirations, and the socio-economic context. There is an NGO called 14 Trees, which operates between Pune and Nashik, where the entire dry, absolutely no good mountain space, they are transformed into absolute green cover and no transportation of water or anything. Just the rainwater harvesting and creating the ponds, and then bearing fruits, bearing trees, the green cover, the local. I think it's an absolute example of how something can be done out of nothing. And this is an IIT graduate, IIT Kanpur gold medalist who left his IIT Kanpur initiatives, the startups, etc., and is dedicating his time and effort for the last 10 or 15 years. And some of us have visited to see. And even a simple message which we are given through that is, if somebody's birthday you're celebrating, like a 60th birthday, 70th, go and plant 60 trees or 100 trees, and then they nurture it so that the green cover increases over a period of 7 or 8 years. I think these are examples of what individuals can do, what entrepreneurs can do for social good, and who have made the wealth in their innovative efforts in the startups and pouring it into the social kind of a model. I think green technologies are an emerging area, and local governance bodies can look at exploring solutions that help them attain the climate goals. I think the concept of Internet of Energy, which is a broad category of technologies that apply IoT technology and process to energy sector to balance the electricity supply and demand in the most cost-effective way, and essentially to increase the efficiency and to reduce the waste. Then we have smart metering, remote control, automation systems, smart sensors, demand response systems, optimization, and aggregation platforms, etc. I think there are more technologies emerging in the management of food, in the term of water, land use, mobility, and infrastructure. I think adoption of the green technology must be supplemented by information technology, where I said the importance of measurements, goals against goals, a set of measurements, plans that are quantified, implementation is measured and tracked through software solutions and dashboards. I think if you see in the New York City, as you drive down through the highways, how the population of the world is increasing, our population of New York City is increasing, and the meter keeps on ticking every second. Similarly, we have a dashboard for every citizen to see what is the kind of impact we have had on this, what is the kind of carbon footprint we are emitting, what is the kind of carbon reduction today. Every day's dashboard, if the citizens are told, I think we have a committed set of millions of volunteers who can make this happen. And they'll become the problems look simple. It's involving more people, coordinated effort, but transparently disseminating what we do so that people know where the money goes or where the effort goes or what they are seeing. And seeing is believing at the end of the day, we all know. I think the technology adoption has to be an ongoing process where the technology life cycle and the kind of implementation it happens, new evolutions take place, must be very easily adopted into what you do. And if the process simplification, process understanding is there, irrespective of what you do, it's like the mobile revolution, from an ordinary mobile to a smartphone to a migration to there. I don't think it has any education, it's a level to address that issue. Anybody who has a creative mind, who is there, there's an artisan, an artist, a mason, a carpenter, or he can reach out to the world. A designer can reach out to the world. Those are the kind of possibilities which we are seeing. That's what brings me to the towards the end with regard to skill development leading to capacity building. We talked about capacity building. Capacity building can happen only when we have a pathway starting from the earliest childhood to a pathway across the system where you can go into education, go into a vocational stream, come back, do some work, and then again go back to this, because learning, as we say, is lifelong learning rather than one time going to a college, coming out, and at the end of the story after getting a degree. I think even on a simple thing like renewable energy sector, we could potentially employ around 1 million people by 2030, which would be 10 times more than the existing workforce of only 1.1 lakh employees by the sector. I think all these rooftop solar, mini microgrid systems, and domestic solar manufacturing skills have a great potential for employment. Waste management, again, ecosystem services such as air and water purification, soil renewal, fertilization, green transport, and urban farming will offer exciting opportunities. So the entrepreneurs are absolutely keen to address some of these areas, and we see every day some form of company emerging or some entrepreneur with an idea who is seeking funds, angel funding, to the next level of funding. I think you talked a lot about the climate finance today. I think even in the last conference, I think quite a bit was talked about. I think climate investment must increase exponentially. Financing sustainable and climate resilience urban development in India is released during the last conference, Climate Crisis 1.0, which threw a number of financing instruments available to governments to fund their climate action. Again, Sanjay talked about this a little bit today. In the summary, whether it's equity or debt financing or municipal bonds or sustainability-linked bonds, viability gap funding, grants, CSR, etc. So there are multiple mechanisms available, but we must all keep thinking about how to create new instruments which are very transparent, which is accountable, and more importantly, subject to any audit, any scrutiny with regard to the impact itself. I think the answer is not worrying about limited resources, more about converting the challenge into an opportunity through systems thinking and absolutely frugal innovations. Frugality is the name of the game. How do you get more for the buck? I think Global Climate Fund Initiative enhancing climate resilience of Indian coastal communities in 4 districts on the Konkan coast, funded by the Green Climate Fund. The union government and the state government is a great example that can be emulated rapidly. It's a great example of collaboration. Similarly, the city's coastal road project could act as a barrier to sea level rise. While we build engineering solutions like sea walls, we also have to focus on ecosystem or nature-based solutions such as wetlands, mangrove protection and development, or institutional reforms, which looks at integrating climate risks into government decision-making and long-term planning. I think Roger asked me a question about my involvement in various initiatives like this. I think, I believe Maharashtra as a state and India as a country is uniquely positioned to make the right choices about the path it wishes to take to become a sustainable and a green economy. Maharashtra has always led from the front with regard to the industrialization of this nation, and why not on this as well? We have the intellectual capital, we have the technology prowess, we have the ingenuity to take the challenge head on and emerge as a green capital of the world. I am very deeply connected with the cause of climate change. So the several non-profits such as the Nature Conservancy of India, which looks at the stub burning, which requires water conservation, water restoration, bringing in science to problems which are there. It's a scientific way of approaching. The Club of Rome India, which articulates advocacy and what all we can do. The Northeast Balipara Foundation with regard to the biodiversity, what are the challenges in the Eastern Himalayas. The Council of Energy, Environment and Water, or CEW, where they talked about, and the policy making and the kind of problems which they address is amazing, of which Jamshed Godrej is the chairman, I'm one of the board members there. Or the National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore, which requires a lot of research, which focuses on a lot of research and application of that research to every single sector. So one of the collection of scientists who have been exceptionally good in thinking through some of these. The British Asian Trust, again, the impact bonds we create, whether for skills, whether it is for education, and how do you do risk-based funding, and the donors will have to shell out money only when there is an impact. So these are some new instruments which we have created. The scale is we address about almost a couple of millions of youth. So those are some things. And the policy research studies, again, the policy making body, which is a small think tank, but the kind of advocacy to the MPs, to the MLAs, to the standing committees, and how the policy making is done in this country, this has been an enormous amount of contribution. I think they all do a diverse set of work, ranging from policy research and advocacy, data-driven research on climate change and environment, sustainability to designing nature-based solutions. That's what excites me the most, and that's what I've been spending the last 11 or 12 years. But there's not a single day where you're not dealing with young people, young institutions. These are the new institutions for the future. They are giving the think tank for the new institutions for the future. And the government, the private sector, NGOs must make use of these very, very effectively. So in conclusion, the need of the hour is to build a framework that is developed on the principle that's not just limited to committing massive investment in climate action, but sets out to create a sustainable economy which is inclusive, equitable, and just. Innovation, entrepreneurship, and job creation will be central to this endeavor. We need to demonstrate an execution framework, leveraging our capabilities in technological innovation and capital market infrastructure. A successful implementation will lead to transformation across several sectors, and that development of these skills and technologies in the process would have far-reaching impact. This is likely to have a domino effect across the country, inspiring both state and non-state actors towards effective climate action. I think all of us now agree at the end of this two-day deliberation, I'm sure, economy and ecology are convergent and not to be treated, and we need to be treated as just one entity. It's not one versus the other or one against the other. So while we focus on making India an economic powerhouse, we must also make concerted efforts to keep sustainability at the heart of it. If we have that which is center stage, it's not a side activity, we will get where we want to go. And every one of us have to see the bigger picture that it is the planet which needs to be saved, in the process the coastal city, in the process the citizen, in the process all of us. But an opportunity which time has come, and we cannot afford to miss it. And 2050 is the year when we can all look back, whether we are alive or not, to say that we did it and we made our difference to this planet. I would like to wish success to the government of Maharashtra, all its climate action efforts and initiatives, and all of you who have been an enormous support for this great initiative. Please keep it up, and Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ram. That was not just a valedictory address, it was also a white paper on moving forward. Thank you so much. We'd appreciate a copy of what you've just delivered so that we can take it forward.
Firstly, we would like to thank Ramodorai sir. Thank you very much for joining us here. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights and learnings that you've collected over your experience spanning so many decades. Ladies and gentlemen, before we let sir go, so we would like to present a token of our appreciation to you. I request Mr. Nair to kindly hand it over to Mr. Ramodorai. Mr. Ramodorai has put it very correctly that now economy and ecology has to be considered as a singular unit. I think that sort of sums up whatever we have learned from all these experts over the last 2 days. I request Mr. Desai to kindly give the vote of thanks.
So I'll not ask you to say good evening like Roger, he has already done that. So I have a easy job, that's what they gave it to me. I'm not an environment expert. I'm here to kind of end this event with a lot of thank yous. And I think now that you are going home from here, I have to make you a little bit of work and not leave you just like that. So this event, I look back a few months ago when we started, we were wondering whether we'll make it happen or not, to be honest. This was a version 2.0. We had a very successful one pre-COVID. Post-COVID, the kind of event we didn't have since then. We had smaller events. Mumbai first continues to have a lot of events which are of smaller size around the city of Mumbai, as all of you know. But this was an important event, and Mumbai first has taken a lead, honestly, on this particular subject over everybody 2 years ago. And we wanted to move ahead with that same zeal and enthusiasm. And now that Maharashtra government is taking also interest, it was for us to show that we are behind that, to support and make it happen. So when we planned it, we had, of course, our all questions whether we'll make it happen or not. So when you look back at any event and look back the success that we had last 2 days, I'm really overwhelmed, and it wouldn't happen unless we had some stakeholders, multiple stakeholders coming together to make it happen, honestly. It wouldn't happen by any one stakeholder. So I'm here to really talk to all the stakeholders who made it happen. Without them, this would not have happened. All of them were required. So the first and foremost stakeholder, of course, is our, this mobile goes away very fast on a blank screen. So the first one are all our, what I would call sponsors who gave us some money. I'll start with the biggest one, who was, names are here, Tata Sons. Thanks to Ram and I'm sure many others, his effort. GSW Foundation, Concast India, Blue Dart, Godrej, Kotak Management Company, sorry, All Cargo Logistic, Hindustan Lever, Mahindra Holidays, HSBC, MMR Environment Improvement Society, and ICCSA. Let us all give them a big hand. I think they have shown that all of them are committed to environment in a way, and of course committed to Mumbai first, and they endorse what we are doing. Of course, apart from sponsor, you need collaborators, well-wishers, people who say that go ahead, we are behind you, and we had a lot of them. So collaborators are Government of Maharashtra, MCGM, Consulate of Kingdom of Netherlands, the European Union, Majhi Vasundhara, Mumbai Climate Action Plan, and McKinsey. All of them are there on top. Please give them a big hand again. The event is done not only by people who give money and collaborators, which of course are the foundation, but there are people behind the scene who make it happen. We had an event manager, Tantra, PR agency, Ad Factors. Of course, we had Idea Communications and venue, well organized Trident, Oberoi. Please give them a big hand too. Now let me come to the real content of this event, and I can't thank as much as anyone else to all our speakers and panelists, starting from our dear Minister Aditya Thackeray, who came and really gave a very inspiring speech. But he brought with him bureaucrats like Mahiskar and Mr. Srinivasan and others. We also had a senior bureaucrat in Lavasa, Mr. Lavasa, and from United Nations, Mr. Bagai, and European Union Ambassador. And long list. I think we did a really high content event, if you ask me. Personally, I was sitting through and thinking through. Sanjay, of course, well summarized all of them, but the point is there is so much of content here. I think if you transcribe it, it itself can be a good book on environment, actually. So please give all of the speakers a big hand. There were people from Netherlands, there were people from many other states who, fortunately, technology allows us to speak directly without they coming here, and so on. Sorry? And save carbon, yeah, rightfully so. So actually, I think we should only not call anybody here. Just do it next time without any speaker coming on podium. We have, of course, press. They are all here. Thanks for their great coverage all of us had. I think this event was well covered. In the morning, Neville sends me some long WhatsApp of many things before 7 o'clock, saying he has seen all of it. I think thanks to you. Pooja Prajapati is another person we would like to thank. She was good here, giving us enthusiastically talking about, she was waking us up suddenly after every half an hour or 1 hour. So great job done. All of that, of course, would not have happened unless we had a leadership in Mumbai first. So starting from Neville and all others, I won't take all names, but of course, we have all of them sitting there. Why don't you stand up? We'll give you a big hand. All Mumbai first. As we said in executive board, we were all wondering whether we'll make it happen or not. Without them, it would just have not been possible. So I'm really amazed by all of them, the great job that they have done, and makes us feel we can do some more events now. Neville must be getting scared, but we are capable of doing events at such a short notice so well, that gives me a great confidence. I would of course like to thank all of them who are on podium. I would not like to, they were part of the board, but still, Narinder as a chairman, Roger, then Sanjay, and of course Radhika, all of them were behind. So all of them wish you a good, great evening, and most important, take the message back home, propagate it to as many people as you can. As everyone said, we can't leave it to government, we can't leave it to NGOs, we can't leave it to corporates. All of us are singularly responsible for what will happen to the environment of this, as Ram rightly said. And I am supposed to thank him specially again, Ram, for coming here and giving 360 view. I will not call him Mr. Ram Durai and all such things. He is a good friend of ours in IT industry. Sorry?
I also call him Asham.
Sorry? Yeah, so last and all of one thing that I must say that was the last one and the best one are all participants who came, all of you came here, and so without your support anyway, your support is not only to attend this event but pass the message to all others about what Mumbai First is doing and what is required in the state of Mumbai and coastal cities and all over the world in any way. So thank you all of you for your patience last 2 days, and wish you a great, very, very nice environment till our next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai, for your very kind and appreciative words. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we disperse, yes, as Sir said very rightly, that now arresting climate crisis in Mumbai is now going to become a collaborative effort for every individual. So please go ahead, spread as much awareness as you can in your personal and professional circle. Thank you very much for joining us, being a part of this wonderful conference. We will hopefully see you in the 3rd edition, which will be bigger and better. And yes, high tea is being served, so please, please join us. There are some delicious snacks awaiting you all. Thank you very much. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen.
La noche no se mueve. La noche no se mueve.